Bodrix. Bodrix has correctly joined the channel.
Alright, everything should be set up now. Hopefully. Alright, well. Let me just turn that off on my end, because I can't really speak with the music on. But yeah, we are here. We are talking about Destiny. This guy right here. I'm just gonna get right into it. Well, for the YouTube or anyone that's watching it archived, if the thing just stops at a random moment, I just upgraded my computer, so, and did some overclocking, so there might be some instability issues, but that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Oh, forgot about one more chat. Whoops. Shut up. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. They fixed this. I'm gonna do a test.
Mr. Wise Guy. Teeth.
They actually... They did. Wait. What's going on here? Uh-oh. Did I just break... No, I did so many configurations and I didn't even bother testing that out yet. Well, you know what? That's fine. We'll just sit here for a little bit. Actually, you know what? Here.
Ruiz Guy. Testing out chat. Ruiz Guy. Testing out chat. Ruiz Guy. Testing out chat.
Can't believe I broke chat. That's great. Who cares? We'll get to the Timple lying thing soon.
Ruiz Guy. Testing out chat.
This is gonna take longer than I expected. This is actually kind of annoying. It was working perfectly before. I don't know why it just stopped. And the other thing works perfectly on my end, but like it's not. Oh, seriously? Then that's not the... Oh, wait. No. It's not that. right, chat doesn't work. I don't care anymore. Chat does not want to work. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I don't care. It's not like I did something really cool with it. Whatever. I don't know why it's not working. For some reason, it's not the link. It must be. Maybe I have to restart OBS, and I don't feel like doing that right now. I just don't. Yeah, we're gonna start with this because Destiny's I've caught him. He's playing these games. So Destiny likes to say that he doesn't like to lie, right? And I legitimately found him lying, like legitimately. And so hopefully you guys will understand. And we're not gonna watch the 4-hour thing. I mean, I might do that one day, but like right now we have to go to the specific part where he calls out Tim Pool, and Tim is like my as you can see, we got the beanie, and a good friend, good type of person. That's the person I like the most, basically. And let me turn this off. We don't need this anymore.
And so I know that most reasons.
Say cinema. That was a cinematic statement. Like, think about this. God, I hope that Mark has this example. Think about what he just said.
And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
He's literally described.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? We'll watch the propaganda.
Shopping. He's doctor shopping. You understand that that's what this is, right? He's just doctor shop.
So I'll give you an example. My Wikipedia says that I denied COVID, got COVID, and then sought ivermectin. None of which is true. Never denied COVID, never sought ivermectin. I got monoclonal antibodies. But Gizmodo fabricated.
Remember, Tim specifically says he never sought out ivermectin. He didn't do that, which is true. But Destiny's going to say that he's lying.
The whole thing. I got prescribed ivermectin.
You just lie. You just lie.
No, he got prescribed. He didn't sought it out. He got prescribed. There's a difference.
You just lie
Boom.
about anything. Nobody will ever hold you accountable.
They called you about me getting ivermectin? That's not a right-wing position. So
Yeah, I don't think that is either.
But that's all.
All right, whatever. We're done with the propaganda. Let's go to the part where he yeah, there we go. Oh, look at that. We got an ad.
Hey, it's Jay Shetty. Are you looking for an exciting new career where you can help others?
No.
With one of his hosts. And I don't care. I defend our position.
It's a new year, and I
Bro.
know you've been thinking about starting your online fitness business for a long.
Liberal media breaks with Cenk Uygur.
No conservative calls me conservative.
I like how he goes. So Destiny likes to say that he watched clips, full clips, right? He likes to watch full videos. Like he doesn't want to do like a clip thing. He doesn't want to just watch clips and live in clips. But like, what did he just click on right here? A 14-minute video of a 2-hour podcast. Like, bro, come on now.
The far left calls me a conservative.
That's just what a f***ing lie. Oh God, no!
What do you mean? That's always been happening.
Conservative calls me conservative, bro. You were literally f***ing drowning in Trump load, he was campaigning for him. You literally campaigned for him. He campaigned for him, right? I'm not. Tim Pool was literally like doing speeches and shit in a.
No, he did. Yeah, he did a speech. He did a speech because of the whole assassination attempts and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I guess by that logic, I guess Cenk Uygur also campaigned for him because Cenk was like, that was kind of courageous because of the whole thing with the like he had his thoughts on it and Tim had his thoughts, but he actually like went out and like did like a speech about it, which is I guess it's a little bit more than what Cenk did, but by Destiny's logic, I Cenk Uygur also campaigned for Trump as well when that assassination attempt happened. But let's just go.
In Pennsylvania. Wasn't he out here? Nobody would call me conservative. No conservative would ever call me conservative. Nobody would ever say I'm conservative. No, I'm a centrist. This is centrism in America, by the way. Oh my God, give me a break, dude.
You just heard a moment ago, it is being reported now that there was a third assassination attempt on Donald Trump. This would mark the fourth assassination plot on Donald Trump that we know of.
Also, they just, like, this is not something he was trying to, like, this isn't his thing. This is him just filling in, like, a spot because they asked him to speak at an event. And there he is, just speaking at an event. That's it. Like, I think this was a lot more than just. I like how there's the Israel Palestine thing. I mean, the Israel flag is like right there. I didn't actually catch that the first time I saw this.
Only the past couple of months. A man was arrested about a half mile out.
No conservative.
Oh wow, look at that. We didn't even watch the full thing. We just heard him talk about the first first 2 sentences, and then we just left. Okay, yeah. Like I said, Destiny lives in clips.
Calls me conservative. The far left calls me a conservative. My politics align with
With like, is he gonna say 90s, 2000s liberals? And then he's gonna say, no, my politics aligned with Obama or 2000s liberals, and I voted for Bernie Sanders. That's my guess. Or maybe he'll just say I voted for Obama. Let's see.
I supported Andrew Yang, Tulsi Gabbard, and I supported Bernie Sanders in 2016. In 2020, I thought he was too old, but I generally liked him to a certain degree. And I met a lot of people in 2015 and 16 who were Bernie supporters who, when he got knocked out, flipped for Trump because of border policy and workers' rights policy. So it's crazy now that we're at this point. And that's what I was saying earlier about how the Democrat recovers. If I'm the person who in 2020 was saying, please save the Democratic Party because I'm not a Republican, I don't agree with them on a lot of things. But now, here I am, here's Joe Rogan, here's RFK Jr., here's Tulsi Gabbard, here's Colin Wright, here's Elon Musk, all of these people who were Democrats, who were either a little bit progressive or just moderately liberal.
Also,
yeah, look at that. He named so many people. But what are you gonna say? How are you gonna cope with this? With the facts right here?
look at this. Cenk will never point this out. Cenk will never point this out. But look at how easily, as soon as Tulsi, RFK, all these people were like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as all these Democrats move to become Trump supporters. Yeah, okay. All these people. Yeah, there's no wait. What is he gonna say?
Like, oh, that's cool.
Actually,
right. as soon as Tulsi, RFK, all these people were like, okay, yeah, we support Donald Trump. And I was like, oh, that's cool. You're in. You support Trump? I really don't give a fuck what you've said. Don't care who you are, where you are.
Yeah, exactly. The open tent party. They don't exclude people as long as you as long as you have you're favorable, or you don't have like you're not what do you call it? Like, you can criticize the guy, but like, as long as you're not sitting there being like Destiny calling the guy that got assassinated the guy that got like deleted, the firefighter that got deleted at the rally, as long as you're not Destiny level, then yeah, you're good. You're good.
Where you're from, as long as you vote Donald Trump, like literally that's it. But with Cenk, excuse me, Cheney supported Kamala. That's enough to say fuck the whole Democratic Party. Get me the fuck.
Yeah, because that's exactly what Cenk Uygur said, right? True.
Out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. Like, what's the different standard here? Why?
Are now aligned with the Republican Party.
Yeah. So,
well, the reason why there's a different standard, is because Cenk is a Democrat, so he has higher standards for his own side because he thinks his side is better. So obviously he's going to have higher standards for the side that he thinks is better. And he doesn't have as much high standards for the other side. That's why he's not on the other side. But now he's trying to get people from the other side to join his side. So it's not that difficult to understand. But I guess Destiny is his galaxy brain is just like not there anymore. It just disappeared for some reason. Whenever he talks about Tim Pool or Cenk or people that he disagrees with, his brain just goes from smart to just honestly kind of just retarded, to be honest.
a couple of interesting things in there. First of all, that's a wide range of people, and they all have different motives and different thoughts, etc. So RFK Jr. was definitely a Democrat, and would have stayed a Democrat if the Democratic Party didn't push him out, right?
True.
Tulsi, I think, was always going to go right wing. So
why?
Yeah, that's a long story. I don't want to get back into Tulsi, but
She's fucking crazy. She's batshit fucking insane. She is simultaneously retarded and bought off by Russia, and is going to be the head of our.
Yeah, Destiny has like a whole, like, he believes in the whole Russia stuff, like the 2016 thing with Donald Trump, Russia. Yeah, he believes that. He thinks that's like actually legit. And he also believes the whole, when Hillary called, I guess, Tulsi a Russian asset or something like that. I guess she's like in Russia. I don't really know too much of like what is going on with Tulsi and that type of stuff. Maybe it could be true. I don't think it is. But honestly, when a Democrat screams Russia, like, you've cried wolf like too many times for us to just believe it from face value. So he's gonna have to like give me some proof. But he's just memeing at this point. Look at him. He's not actually like bringing up any facts.
National Intelligence. That's what DNI stands for, right? Department of Nations Intelligence. The Director of National Intelligence.
We called her out as going to go right wing a year before she did it, and we.
Oh, he was just calling out what Tulsi's position is going to be in the incoming cabinet right now. Also, this is kind of this is 8 days old. Oh, it's only a week. I thought this was a lot older. Okay, well, that's good.
We got a lot of pushback from the left, and they're like, "Oh, you're crazy." She's
Still
not gonna do
somewhat
that.
relevant.
But we backed it up with, "Here's why we think that." Right? She went to go talk to Steve Bannon and Trump after they won in 2016. She's been trying to get it. First, she tried to get in with the establishment Democrats. That didn't work. Then she went to progressives and tried to get in, and that was working a little bit. But then she ran against Bernie, et cetera. And we're like, "Okay, there's nothing wrong with running against Bernie." But all of a sudden, she loves the drone strikes, even though she claims she's anti-war. She showed support for torture back in the day when,
with like Abu Ghraib and all that.
yeah. And so, oh well, I don't like torture, but it might be necessary. No, torture. The minute you say it might be necessary, that means you're pro-torture.
Well, let's
okay?
not go too much into Tulsi.
Yeah, I got you. Well, my point, and that's why.
Don't get into Tulsi. Okay, we love her here.
Didn't want to get
it's interesting.
deep in the details. In your case, Tim, look, you were more on the left. You know that, right? And so you have, and your positions that are more prominent, that people hear more about, are more.
I mean, I think that's like, why would you, if you have an enemy combatant and they come into our side and then you have to like get information out of them, like it's not humane, but like you can't just exclude tools to like get information like that. Like, how are you supposed to succeed if you're the only people if you're like on the planet, only people on the planet that won't like use, like, I guess, torture for this specific scenario? Like, every other country does it. Like, why would that? I don't see how that's like a negative. Like, if it's necessary, then we'll have to. Obviously, it's gonna be the last thing we use, but like you gotta, like, this is real life. This is not some fairy tale with like life is life. Like, I don't see why that's I mean, I can see why it's a bad thing, but like it's the last thing. We can't just exclude it off the table. Like, oh, you won't give us the information, I guess we just give you back, even though there was like a terrorist attack, but like guess we just give you back because like we can't do torture. Like, that's too bad. We tried everything, all the humane things that we could do. Can't do torture though. Even though you did like do some sort of terrorist attack. I'm giving you just like some sort of an example of absurd example of why you shouldn't exclude every single thing off. Why you should have everything onto the table. Obviously, prioritize the ones that are more humane than the ones that aren't. But yeah.
Okay. So some of the culture war issues that that I don't want either side playing culture wars, etc. And some of the things that we've done on the show, but I don't cover every single thing.
So
but like on guns and Kyle Rittenhouse and racial issues, etc. Right?
But I agree with Anna Kasparian on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know if you guys exactly agree or not, but I don't agree with Anna on that. So, and we've had that debate on here.
He will soon enough.
What's that?
Why?
All right, now we're gonna get into Kyle.
I don't want to.
Okay. So, but Tim.
But that's not a political position. That's a fact question of what happened.
Yeah. All right. Look, I understand.
Look at how good Tim is at guiding the conversation. It was very intentional, right? Stay away from Tulsi, right?
Tim Pool is literally the host of his like show. This is called Timcast IRL, like it's in the name. Oh, look at how well the host is guiding the conversation. Like, what? Like, yes, no shit, obviously.
He's got the collar around Cenk and he's leading him very carefully, right? Let's not talk about Rittenhouse. Let's not talk about. I wonder if that was the whole 2-hour conversation. Just
literally his job, but who cares?
Disagreement and just like focusing on the things that they agree on, so they can sell that to the audience.
Saying what you're saying, Tim, but like almost every time you're in the news is for a right-wing position. But I'm not. But listen, let me finish the thought. But I hear you, and you just said.
Oh wait, what? He just did some pushback. Where's the rope? Where's the rope that you were talking about, Destiny? Guiding him along? What just happened here? Wait, let's listen to that again.
Away from big points of disagreement and just like focusing on the things that they agree on, so they can sell that to the audience.
Saying what you're saying, Tim, but like almost every time you're in the news is for a right-wing position. But I'm not. But listen, let me finish the thought. But I hear you, and you just said, for example, you're pro-choice.
Oh wow, look at that. Okay, so he's now Tim. He just cut Tim off. Well, Tim tried to cut him off, and then he's like, "Nah, we're gonna finish the thought." And now Cenk is being his own man and doing his thing. Oh, okay. So that last statement that Dustin just had is like completely irrelevant. It makes no sense, but okay.
And what I'm getting to is it's the left-right thing is not really working anymore, right? Because your positions, yes, are sometimes, although in a lot of instances, left, middle, right, etc. Now, and our position on crime, I don't know if it's left or right anymore, right? What is like, I'm against crime, but I want police reform. Is that, I think that's left, but some portions of the left say, no, that's not left. No, you have to be like, pretend crime doesn't exist. I'm like, wait, how is that a left-wing position? That's not really a left-wing position. So my point is, you're right, it's become jumbled. And
I mean, that is the Hassan Piker position, so it has to be the left position, right? I mean, I say that facetiously, but that actually is kind of true, not gonna lie.
That's why I talk about
liars. It's liars. That's everything. So I'll give you an example. My Wikipedia says that I denied COVID, got COVID, and then sought ivermectin. None of which is true. Never denied COVID, never sought ivermectin. I got monoclonal antibodies, but Gizmodo fabricated the whole thing.
They called me.
Poole was a critic of vaccine mandates in the COVID-19 pandemic, said he was unvaccinated, and hosted COVID-19 conspiracy theorists. He criticized the COVID-19 vaccine passport mandate. When Poole contracted COVID-19 in November that year, he told his audience that he had sought and taken ivermectin, known to be ineffective against the virus, along with monoclonal.
Whoa, that's the lie. He did not sought. He told his audience that he sought and took ivermectin. Like this right here, that literal. Oh, you guys can't even see it. Hold up. So you guys, this right here. I can't zoom in. But like that's false. That is actually false. He didn't sought out ivermectin. He got prescribed it, and he didn't really want to take it. Like he was literally trying to like not take it, but he sought out Destiny's gonna make some semantical argument saying that he sought out the kitchen sink, which includes ivermectin. So he sought out ivermectin, which isn't true because as you'll see, actually let's get to the video. Let's watch the specific video that Tim actually put in.
It doesn't treat COVID. It has nothing to do with COVID whatsoever. It was the worst experience I've ever had with an illness, and I genuinely believe if I did not get the treatments that I got, kitchen sink, if you know what that is, monoclonal antibodies, I got prescribed ivermectin.
I love that we didn't trust the vaccines because it was emergency use authorization when monoclonal antibodies
and some other emergency.
Z-Pack, I think, is just sorry.
Like if you are not breathing stuff. So I truly believe the monoclonal antibodies are what it pulled me out of everything. But I just wanted to make sure that was in the forefront of the video. But I'll explain. I want to go through everything. So I wake up. It's Thursday.
See, he's very happy that he got the monoclonal antibodies. But the ivermectin, well, we'll see.
On this channel, my other channel, saying that
because like when you try and like sought something out, it means you're trying to get it. And if someone is trying to get something, they're not gonna like tell their doctor, actually, can I not take this? Like, do you understand? Like, sorting out something is intending to get it, right? And if you're telling your doctor you don't want this, it means that you're intentionally trying not to get it. So, like, saying that you sought it out is just a lie. And Destiny's like, oh no, look, Tim's just lying. But Destiny's the one that's actually lying here because he literally cannot see. He doesn't understand the word sought and the word prescribed. Like those two words are just the same to him for some reason.
For the most part, I was gonna play it safe, and that was it. I mean, I was drenched in sweat, but when I woke up, I didn't feel like that night I slept. I woke up drenched in sweat, but I didn't feel bad. It was just like I was like, wow, I'm sweaty. What? This is crazy. You know, I didn't feel that sick, and I got a headache, and I was just like, I'm gonna have to take a day off, right? And I was like, maybe I'll be fine tomorrow because I don't know how serious it's gonna hit me. And here's genuinely what I thought. Look, I'm 35, so I'm nowhere near the high risk factors for COVID-19. I exercise all the time. I mean, you see us watching. We skate. I've been skateboarding for a couple decades. I've been rollerblading more, and I like, you know what I like about it? It's with rollerblading, it's more of a full body workout too, especially. But so I exercise all the time. I mean, we're in the half pipe. My heart rate's through the roof. My blood's flowing. I've been eating way better over the past several months, cutting out bread and sugars, garbage, just eating meats. So, you know what? I talked to some friends, and one of those friends was Joe Rogan. I know that Joe Rogan got what I think he referred to as the kitchen sink. He got monoclonal antibodies, he got ivermectin, azithromycin, and I believe he also did NAD, nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide.
These fucking clinics that do. God, this shit is so.
Yeah, that's great.
Like a lot, but I was also. I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to overreact. I'm not that guy. I'm not the kind of person to do NAD. You know, Joe Rogan.
NAD, it's like this cringe fucking vitamin drip treatment. This is like what rich people do when they're bored and they have too much money and they need to. And this is like, it's
he's downplaying some of the things that Tim Pool took, but like being perfect, having balanced like vitamins and minerals in your body makes it much easier to like fight infections. Like your immune system is boosted when you have all of your vitamins and minerals in your body at one time at a good like level. Like if everything is like in sync, it just boosts your immune system. That's just how it just works. Like your body's really cool. As long as you give it all the resources that it needs, it can fight off any infection pretty effectively. But Destiny's just downplaying it because he hates Tim Pool right now, and Tim Pool said it, so therefore we got to downplay it and make it sound like it's the worst thing in the world or something.
It's like chiropractic for rich people. You go to some fucking nursing clinic and then they'll basically give you an IV where they give you shit and this like fucking cures old age and it cures hangovers and it gives you all your, it's just dog shit, bullshit, random, whatever the fuck. Like let me put an IV in you and heal your telomeres and all this other bullshit. It's just cringe. I actually just made that up. I didn't even know that was a claim. Apparently they do make this claim. the telomere length. It's just cringe shit.
Pushing through the hallways too quick, took a blind corner and rammed another wheelchair on the wrong side of the hallway. His fault. He was basically asking for it. He had no insurance too, bastard. Damn.
Is very
You can go and look for like NAD drip Miami.
That's great.
Listen, you want to skip this ad? I would too.
Oh,
What
I'm
if I
going
told
to.
you there's a skip ads.
basically, look, man, you got to take this
Boom.
seriously. COVID is
Skipped.
extremely serious.
Gone.
And he encouraged me to talk to find a better doctor, to put it simply. And so I said, okay. And I was like, I'm not calling Joe for medical advice on, what he thinks the appropriate treatments are. I think that would be silly. But I do think that he received medical advice that made him feel better, and that's what I'm interested in. And so that's what I wanted to talk to him about. And I ended up
And that's perfectly legit. Like, I would do the same too.
looking around, finding a private practice who I talked to them and told them how I was feeling, and they shared the concerns that I actually did too. So this is why
Look about Steve Jobs died, actual brainlet. Nice. Wait, Destiny, nurse here. Some of these are actually decent for balance, since the body will be better to absorb electrolytes through the IV.
Look at that. Awesome. And I'm not gonna make, actually no, let's make Destiny make a fool of himself right now.
When
I
you
was
say
gonna
nurse,
skip
you
it.
mean like CNA? I have never in my life heard that Americans have a shortage of electrolytes. Isn't sodium an electrolyte? Like,
Bro. I like how he asked that as a question. Isn't sodium an electrolyte? Bro, you don't even know. Yes, it is an electrolyte, but like for him to even just ask the question as if he's not even sure if that's an electrolyte or not, I'm like, bro, that's the most common electrolyte right out there. If you don't even know that one, then he's lost. He's lost. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just frustrated because Tim is like, he called Tim a liar, and now he's trying to prove that Tim's a liar. But then Tim is actually gonna he's just waiting for Tim to say that he went out to try to get ivermectin. But Tim is ultimately gonna be like, no, I didn't want to take it, but the doctor basically kind of just said you have to take it, so he begrudgingly took it. That's basically what's gonna happen. But let's just listen to
how many people are
for Tim to say
legitimately
it.
short of these in the USA?
People have actually, no, we'll look it up right now. What is the shortage? Let me just disable that. Shortage of electrolytes, USA. No, that's not the question I need to do or does. Oh, wait, hold up. We got good old. There it is. Boom. Wait, why is it so small? Oh no. I can't change the size. US generally does not face a widespread shortage of electrolytes. Sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium. Yeah, there's a lot more than just sodium. You got potassium, magnesium, and calcium. Isn't like sodium an electrolyte? Bro. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we have like a widespread like thing, but like that's not what the chat said. The chatter said that it helps absorption. Does having a balance of electrolytes help with absorption? Yes, maintaining a balance of electrolytes helps with nutrients absorption. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Boom. Debunked. Dustin doesn't even know.
Or have like deficiencies. I'm an RN? Okay, listen, you're gonna have to throw me a study.
Yeah, he needs to throw him a study because he doesn't believe it.
Having any or doing.
and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
Can you explain why expedited removal is legal? I thought due process applies to anyone. I don't know what you mean by expedited removal of illegal immigrants. I don't know. I don't know.
Because I had a bad experience with one doctor, and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
Do you not believe that hydrating yourself would cure a hangover? I don't think it does. I think hydrating yourself can prevent hangovers, but I don't think
Hydrating yourself should Does hydrating yourself reduce hangovers? Yes, hydrating yourself helps reduce hangovers. Does hydrating yourself cure hangovers? No, drinking water does not cure a hangover. There's simply no cure for other than time for a hangover. Figuratively filled. Full 24 hours. That said, you can help yourself get better by doing the following: hydrate. Well, okay, hydrate with water and electrolytes, electrolyte-rich sports drinks. So yes, hydrating yourself should, well, cure. I mean, I guess yes, depending on how loosely you want to use the word cure. If you use the word cure loosely, it could technically mean that you are curing the hangover over time, because you're expediting the like, your body's going to cure it automatically. You're just increasing the speed at which it's curing by hydrating yourself. So, I mean, you could say that it cures it, but I guess not technically.
I don't know if you can cure one if you already have a hangover.
I had a bad experience with one doctor, and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor. And I did. And they said, look,
Stop! Listen! Oh, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate you. Hold on. I'm roasting Tim Pool, but know this. I also hate you. Hold on. Wait. You, the viewer. I'm talking about you. And I know you're thinking, he's not talking about me. He's talking about the other guy. No, you! I hate you too.
I hate you too.
When you go to a doctor, they're giving you a pill for two reasons.
All right. Yeah, that's great. Let's go to...
And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor. Doctors who I talked to them and told them how I was feeling, and looking around, that's what I wanted to talk to him about.
Okay.
And I ended up calling up, looking around, finding a private practice who I talked to them and told them how I was feeling, and they shared the concerns that I actually did too. So this is why I tell people talk to a doctor, because I had a bad experience with one doctor, and they said, sleep it off, have a good day. And then I said, maybe I need to find a better doctor.
So I went to a private practice. Fuck you, okay? This is why you have to have a fucking pill for everything, all right? And this is also why I clap when insurance companies deny you and they say, no, you're not gonna go to that bullshit-ass private clinic. You're not gonna get this bullshit-ass treatment. Go sleep. Go get some goddamn sleep. Go to bed, motherfucker. Get some rest, okay? Drink some goddamn...
COVID was serious though. Come on now. Are you downplaying COVID right now? Is that what you're doing right now, Destiny? Come on now. You can't be saying this. That's COVID malpractice right there. Right? I think let's just keep going.
Damn water. You don't need this bullshit, all right? And that's why I'm a champion. Where's UHC? I'll be your...
All right. We're just going to skip all that.
And I did. And they said, look, if this progresses the way you're explaining it...
Remember, the original claim is that Tim Pool sought it out, and that's a lie. And Tim Pool said that was a lie. Because Tim didn't sought it out.
This could be worrying, and we don't want to see you end up, in the emergency room or anything like that. So we want you to get treated. And I also think that,
like he's literally describing doctor shopping. He's doctor shopping. You understand that that's what this is, right? He just doctor shopped. He went to a hospital. They said, yeah, you got COVID. Shit sucks. You're unvaxxed. And I don't know what the you expected, right? And you bragged about it. But okay, you're unvaxxed. You got COVID. Well, now you're gonna have the disease.
Well, then he got antibody monoclonal, the thing. He got the regimen that basically helped it expedite the COVID illness within his body, which basically it made him so that he didn't even have to go to the hospital, like into the emergency room. Let's just say that, because I think he basically slept it off after he took the regimen. But that's he's making it seem like the only way that you can defeat COVID is if you get the vaccine. And I'm like, bro, no. Obviously, the antibody thing that he took helped out tremendously.
So you're gonna go to sleep, suffer through it. Eventually your shit will, figure it out, because that's what human bodies do, right? Don't you believe in human bodies? I thought we believed in immune systems. That's why we didn't get vaccines in our bodies, right? No.
It's funny how he's saying this after he was just trashing the whole thing about NAD drip and all the electrolytes and the IV thing, even though it literally helps with balance and your immune system. Wait, does it? Let's actually figure this out. Help your immune system. Does having a balance of electrolytes help with the immune system? Because I can't be bothered with typing. Um. I'll ask ChatGPT. Yes, maintaining a balance of electrolytes supports the immune system. Here's how. Cellular. Okay, that's great. That is actually great. Yes, so that's true. You're gonna have to. Well, I mean, boom. Yes, maintains. Here's how. Perfection, and it tells you how. A balanced diet typically provides sufficient electrolytes to support immune health. Dehydration. So, like, yes, the thing that Tim took literally helped him fight the actual disease. So, yeah, come on now, Destiny. Like, you got to stop lying. Stop lying. Or it's just rich. Like I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy or the irony within some of the things that he's talking about right now.
mRNA, and this is an mRNA free body, okay?
Because like he was just like he was literally just like fighting about how like or downplaying the whole absorption thing, and now he's like, oh, well, aren't you supposed to have like your body's supposed to be this special thing? And I'm like, where was that argument like 2 minutes ago?
The DNA just fucking crawls out of the nucleus itself and just fucking prints off new proteins. No mRNA required, okay? I thought that's what we did here.
For a lot of, I think money drives a lot of this. I don't care if they're a good.
I think money drives a lot. You think the money was driving the doctor telling you to...
Yeah, all right. So now you're going to go every 2 seconds. You're going to keep pausing it. That's great.
I think that there's like evidence that they help for diseases. Like they've been using...
Yeah, it's like... So I think
that they improved symptoms significantly. Did they? For the monoclonal antibodies? I think that there's like...
Yeah, they did. Destiny doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. That's great. That's funny. That is funny. Wait, does he look it up?
They help for diseases like they've been using in the past. I don't remember what they ended up being for COVID though. Monoclonal antibodies, effectiveness, COVID-19. The $450 is the Medicare payment, so it's likely way lower than just paying for it on your own. Oh, was that just for Medicare? Health outcomes and cost effectiveness of monoclonal SARS-CoV-2 antibodies as pre-exposure prophylaxis. Oh, sure. Well, how much was this though? How often are you taking these? Current drug prices need adjustments between cost effectiveness ratios between $22,000 and $88,000. How often? Prophylactic is something you take in advance of getting sick so that you don't get sick, basically.
Where's Neri? Antibodies eeps.
Antibodies eeps. How you doing, Wardsnary? Sorry the chat doesn't work right now. I don't know why. I mean, it works and you can hear it, but like it won't show up on on the screen. It's just not working. It bothers me so much because I changed.
My agenda 69. Hi.
Hey, hi Global. Can you guys hear that? Like, can you guys hear?
My agenda 69.
There's a difference there. I've never heard them refer to that as such. Are vaccines?
Yeah, chat is like broken. Or in game, like where the chat is supposed to be down here. Yeah, it doesn't show up, which is annoying. But can you guys hear
Where's
each other?
Not bad, can't really stay. Hope you're good. Interesting times of late smile.
Of late smile. All right. Well, thanks for showing up.
Prophylaxis. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
There are two sides to that coin. So when I talked to this
agenda 69. Yes, we can.
Perfection.
Doctor, I actually, said, look, we've got other people who are getting sick. And
okay, so the claim is, all right, so the whole point of why I'm doing this is that Timpool, this guy, he there was an article that was wrote about him that basically lied about the thing that Tim was talking about. Like they said that Tim sought out or was trying to get specifically...
No Israel, Palestine, okay, haha.
Yeah, no. We stay away from that for right now. But I wanted to do this because I was listening to this and it was so frustrating to listen to this and not be able to say anything. So now I'm here. Now we're here. Now I'm here. But the claim is that Destiny thinks that Tim is lying, and that's the only reason why I'm watching a 4-hour video of Destiny trying to point out Tim's lie, and then realizes that he's not lying. I'm just gonna continue this because like
we want to make sure everybody gets treated to the best they can get treated, and so there were a few other people, the people on the show who got treated, and I'll say man, this is a crazy story. So let me say a few more things. We had 4 negative tests. 4 negative tests. So when I'm thinking on Friday, You know, I'm like, still not sure I have COVID because it was like the symptom was a headache and fever. And I'm like, but it could be. We had some of our employees and some of our friends had tested negative, 4 people. And I said, okay, we got cold. You know, it must not be COVID.
All right,
Talking about here, you know, with Alex Jones. Maybe it wasn't Alex Jones.
Globalism Agenda 69. Do you know why Tim wears his hat?
Well, yeah, there's 2 reasons. There's 2 reasons. The first reason is I think he talked to some guy that well, the second reason is obvious, but the first reason is because well, actually no. Let me flip that. The first reason is obvious, but the second reason is that Tim talked to this like branding guy, and the guy was basically saying that since you always wear the beanie, you might as well just keep wearing it because it's literally your brand. Like everything that he has is like when you think of Tim Pool, you think of the beanie guy. Yeah, he is that's the first reason why he wears it. I think that was the first reason why he always wore the beanie in the beginning. But now he's continuing to wear it because he can. And whenever he, like, it's literally his brand 69. Now.
No, to hide the lobotomy scars. The signs are all there.
Lobotomy scars? What's lobotomy? What is lobotomy?
Here's the definition of lobotomy. A surgical operation involving incision into the prefrontal lobe of the brain, formerly used to treat mental illness.
Oh, okay. That's supposed to be a joke, I guess.
We've had guests on the show talk about how they've had
something that sucks because our attention span is so short is
brain op.
COVID sucked. That was some rough shit for the first 2 things, for the initial SARS-CoV-2 virus, and then I believe for the Delta variant even. That was a pretty rough few days. I heard
few days?
Bannon said that even Trump.
I mean, few months.
Really, really, really rough day where people were like, we don't know if we're going to put this motherfucker on a ventilator. It was rough. Now, by the time we got to all the distilled variants, like Omicron, now it's like kind of like a bad cold, I think. Maybe flu-ish type symptoms for a day. But people retroactively rewrite history now where they're like, oh, COVID never mattered. It was just like a random illness. It didn't matter. No one cares. It's not even that bad. But that's not true. Motherfuckers were dying on this shit. Old people were dropping dead, okay? And when you did have it, it sucked. You were out of commission for a few days. Like, yeah.
They had it before, and it was a very, very bad experience, and it was terrifying with the hospital, stuff like that. I don't think that was Jones, though. But so, yeah.
No.
So I got it really, really bad to the point where I was like,
I am this close to having an ad blocker. This close.
I will do anything, please help. So anyway, I got the treatment. I ended up receiving immediately monoclonal antibodies, NAD, that's nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide. It's like a B vitamin derivative, and I ended up getting a vitamin drip and some painkillers. That night, I was delirious. I was hallucinating. I hadn't slept properly in days. I hadn't eaten in days. I tried eating soup. I was doing like an emergency, the vitamin drink, and so it was bad. And I was struggling.
Notice how he didn't say that he got ivermectin. Notice how he didn't get ivermectin within the beginning of this timeline.
My Agenda 69. My family doesn't know anyone who died from COVID. They do know a man who died right after taking the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, there's some well, I'm not going to get into that, but I sympathize with that statement. Let's just say that.
I was, and I was like, if this treatment didn't work, I'm in serious trouble.
Globalism my Agenda 69.
At 4 a.m.
And he was a young, healthy 40-year-old trucker.
Damn. Yep. There was like a minor side, not minor, but like there was a side effect with certain people, certain young kids would they would get like this is legit and proven that there was one of them, I forget which one of the type of vaccines. I call them vaccines only because they had to change the definition of what a vaccine is in order to make these rDNA things like vaccines, I guess, instead of just calling it like a shot, like how you call a normal flu shot. You don't call it a flu vaccine, you call it a flu shot because the flu shot doesn't give you immunity. But they took out the flu shots are now called, you could technically call them vaccines now because the word vaccine, they took out the part of giving it immunity. And since you don't need to give it immunity to call it a vaccine anymore, everything that helps with any kind of viral infection, you could be considered a vaccine. So we might as well start calling flu shots vaccines because like until they change that definition back. And I think it was the World Health Organization that did that. They changed their terminology within their, don't quote me on that, but I think that's what happened. But yeah, Maybe they might have put in it back, but I didn't check. Yeah.
That was it. I stood up. I was struggling to breathe. I was, and I was like, if this treatment didn't work, I'm in serious trouble. At 4 a.m., that was it. I stood up, and I wasn't sick. I mean, I was sick, but I was just like, what just happened? All of a sudden, I just felt better. The pain started to go off in waves.
Notice that Tim didn't take ivermectin yet, but the monoclonal antibodies, he took that, and I think the NAD thing as well. But notice how he didn't take the thing that literally Destiny is accusing him of taking, and then saying that Tim's lying about it. And now he's watching the original video to see that Tim is not even talking about ivermectin. Like, it's just like, look at him. He thinks that he basically just lied about Tim, and he's going to continue to lie about him.
Like, my balance was back.
Like, you know that there are other things happening. You know that, like, your body has this whole incredibly sophisticated thing. Immune system is what it's called, right?
Yeah. What do you think the antibodies did in his body to antibodies boost immune systems? Like, that has to be like a true statement. Like, I don't see. Okay, wait. Let me look this up. Do antibodies boost immune systems? Yes, antibodies play a key role in the immune system to help protect the body from infection and disease. And if you put more of it into your body, like, it just helps it. I mean, obviously, if you can't just put an infinite amount into your body to make things just work. But, like, if you're deficient and you get it for the first time, obviously it's going to be a big help. But, like, if you continue doing it, you're going to, like, the more you put in, it's just going to reduce the effectiveness. But yeah.
You know that, like, this is also going on in the background too. Why would we assume that it was just the exotic drips and stupid shit? Like, what? Like, you know that
because he took it before it happened? Like, well, why would we assume? It's not like I just took it the day before. Like, what? Why would you, like, okay. All right. You're just being, this is just a stupid statement that he's coming up with. He's so pissed off, or he's so mad at Tim, and Tim not bringing up the whole ivermectin thing for him watching this video in the first place, that he's like bad brained. He's Tim bad brained, basically. Just like how he's Trump bad brained. Like, he can't think clearly. He's just making stuff up. His brain is like malfunctioning right now.
happening at the same time, right? Like,
I was breathing deeply, and I was just like, wow. And I sat down, started binge watching House MD, because I've been watching that for the past several days.
I can never watch House again. Fuck.
And then I was just like, I feel better. I feel way better. At this point, I had not taken ivermectin. Just
wow. Okay, interesting. Let's see how much cognitive dissonance Des is gonna have.
Just the monoclonal antibodies, the NAD, and the vitamins. And I think those.
Oh, he didn't even take the ivermectin. Wait, he said at this point, is he gonna take it? He's gonna say I took it afterwards just to be safe.
All played a significant role.
See, look, he's so like he thinks that Tim is lying so much that he's deluded himself, thinking that Tim actually really wanted it, but like he's just pretending not to have it. Like that's what Destiny's thinking right now. Destiny's like, he's just waiting. He's just waiting. He knows that Tim is like, Destiny thinks that Tim is like, yeah, he's gonna take it eventually, 100%. Like, come on now. He's just making a joke about it right now. Like, it's just.
Now I will.
How do you even know that?
It's delusional. It's delusional.
Like, why would you even say that?
The NAD and the.
Like, when Rachel got cancer, maybe it was the ibuprofen that cured her. Because I noticed that, like, anytime she would feel sick or whatever after the.
Yeah, now you're just gonna make a retarded statement. Okay, that's great.
Ivermectin group or the hydroxychloroquine.
So I look and they have
a journal or not or anything, but Jesus.
Like that until everybody is starting to feel better. So I think we should have everything back to normal starting today. But I will say something else. So I talked to my doctor again saying, hey, look, I feel fantastic. Like, do I really need to take the Z-Pak and the ivermectin? Because
wow, okay. So the claim that Tim Pool sought it out is obviously false, because he's second guessing the doctor's instructions of the Z-Pak and the ivermectin. So the fact that he sought out the statement that Tim Pool sought out ivermectin. Well, look at that. It's false. Untrue. So let's see. How does Destiny cope with this one?
I kind of don't want to. And they said, yes.
Because he called Tim Pool a liar.
And I said, okay. But now the media is going to start claiming I'm taking horse dewormer or something. I don't want people to think that I'm certainly not encouraging anything.
Wait, then why even say it? And you said you literally went...
What do you mean, why even say it? He said it because he wants to be honest, and he's not a liar. Like, you're so, like, Tim... Oh, Tim's obviously a liar. He has to be lying here. And you're wondering, like, why would he tell the truth? Like, what? Like, that's the state... That's the mental state he's coming from. And this is just... It's just... When you can see through Destiny's, like, garbage, nonsense arguments... You can understand the way that he thinks and how he feels and why he does things. And it's just nice. It's just nice to be able to see it. To see through him perfectly. Perfectly. That doesn't mean I have a galaxy brain or anything. It just means that I can I'm not an idiot and I don't fall for Destiny's like BS sometimes. Like he's intelligent and when he wants to be, but when it comes to like things that he doesn't like, his intelligence just goes out the window.
To find another clinic because you didn't like the fact that the first doctor told you to sleep.
And I was hesitant to even...
Yeah, he didn't like what the first doctor said, and now he likes some of the things that the second doctor said and some of the things that he doesn't say. Like, what? What do you mean? Tim will take things and then he doesn't want to take certain other things. Like, he doesn't matter like who the doctor is. He's questioning it. Like, is that like some revolutionary thing, some terrible thing that Tim just did? No, it's normal. It's normal to question things that he's unsure of taking. Like, come on now.
Do this because I know that, look, I can come out and just lie and say I never got it.
True. He literally could have done that.
You didn't get it. You sought it out.
But I think it's important.
Look at him. Look at him. He is so convinced.
You didn't get it. You sought it out.
But I think it's important to know exactly...
Lies. There we go. There we go. Destiny lie right there. Proven. Because he's literally watching a video. Oh, let me find this video. Tim Pool sorting out ivermectin. No, sought. Oh, damn, that's stupid. Here, we'll just do... Of course. Videos. Is this it? Obviously, it's not it.
Then click on workouts.
All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna do something. I'm gonna move this over here because I think I've had enough. We're gonna boom. Look at that. Look at that. Perfection. We're gonna
some breaking
Yeah. There we go. Perfect. There we go. There we go.
news on one of our favorite pundits here. Is this accurate about Tim Pool?
Oh yeah, it was reported the Daily Beast.
Tim
He
Pool
said it himself.
extremely
Like,
caught.
he put out a video yesterday to explain his almost week-long absence. Tim Pool.
Oh, yesterday. Okay. All right. Good. November 4th, 2021. All right. So I need to find this. We're going to find this. We're going to find the original video. Unless did they link it? No, they wouldn't have linked it. They don't like Tim Pool, so obviously they're not going to link it.
Reported crime is...
All right. So we're going to find it. Is it on this channel? It might be on this channel. All right, we're gonna go to oldest. 12 years ago. We cannot do 12 years ago. All right. We're gonna do latest because it's only what he said yesterday. So November 3rd, 2021, which is 3 years ago. 1 year, 2 years. All right, 3 years. Let's
Dr. Fauci.
3 years ago, what's the date? October 12. Ooh, okay. So we're very close.
There's been.
Where is this? December. All right, so we need to go down a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen. We have huge news on the vaccine mandate front. Those of us who believe in individual rights and bodily autonomy have a major victory today. Joe Biden's vaccine mandate is officially suspended.
All right. Okay. NBC banned. Is this the wrong? Oh, I hope this is not the wrong channel. This might be the wrong channel. Damn. It should be around here. Because if I go down, we're gonna go past the date. Yeah, we're in October now. We're going back in time. We need to go forward in time, which is up here.
This next year is going to get absolutely.
Oh, December. Okay. Go up a little bit. Because we're trying to find November. Oh, November 4th. Oh, okay. So this. Okay.
With the anniversary.
Wait, wait, what?
The Supreme Court.
Oh, was okay. Maybe it's on the other channel. Because it's supposed to be in that spot. But I can't find it. So
Reported crime is down because majority of
I think it's in this one.
Yes.
All right. So now we got to go 3 years. Oh, this is a lot of videos. He does like 3 videos a day. And then he used to do like, what? 5 or 6 videos? And then every single day, for 7 days a week? Bro, this is going to take forever. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait a second. I'm being a dumb brain. Oh, no, he doesn't have... Okay, I'm going to copy the link. It's just faster just to copy the link. All right. Equals... Let's see... Well, that could be an I or it could be an L. So we'll try an uppercase I and then a lowercase l afterwards. All right, let's see. Is this it?
This past week.
Perfect. Let's go. We found it. How did this? Okay.
I have not been producing videos because I
don't even remember the
positive.
reason why. Yeah, okay. So I wanted to prove the point that it was super long ago. This was back in November 3rd, but Destiny thinks that when Tim Pool was talking about this, he was lying about it for some reason. Yeah. Oh, no. Well, yes, actually. He thinks that 3-year-old Tim Pool was lying about getting ivermectin, even though he explicitly said that he did not want to get it. But Destiny's still convinced that he sought it out. And I'm like, bro, if he sought it out, then he wouldn't have told the doctor that he didn't want the ivermectin or the Z-Pack. Like, he literally said that 3 years ago, but I guess 3 years ago, Tim Pool was also lying as well, because he knew that Tim Pool knew 3 years in the future that he wanted to lie about how he got ivermectin and stuff like that. So he just knew that in the past. Like, okay, all right, Destiny, delusional.
What's out there that helped me get better, and they told me I have to take it. They were concerned about out there.
Then why even say it?
Like, let's just go back and hear this one more time. Like, listen to the cognitive dissonance, just without any interruption.
Something else.
On my
So
part.
I talked to my doctor again, saying, "Hey, look, I feel fantastic. Like, do I really need to take the Z-Pack and the ivermectin? Because
does he really need to take it?
I kind of don't want to." And they said, "Yes, you have to." And I said, "Okay." But now the media is going to start claiming I'm taking horse dewormer or something. I don't want people to think that I'm certainly not encouraging anything.
Wait, then why even say it? And you said you literally went to find another clinic because you didn't like the fact that the
He said it because he's not a liar, but okay.
first doctor told you to sleep.
And I was hesitant to even do this because I know that, look, I can come out and just lie and say I never got it.
True.
You didn't get it. You sought it out.
But I think it's important.
Lies.
To know exactly what's out there that helped me get better. And they told me I have to take it. They were concerned about... I was told that there are people who, it comes in waves, right? People will get sick.
My parents still believe ivermectin is the treatment for COVID. They don't believe anything else. They just keep saying the science is out there. I'm at a loss what to do. I'm pretty sure that over 50% of conservatives still believe that some combination of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for COVID. There's zero evidence to support this.
Well, in Destiny's, I don't think Tim Pool's a conservative, but in Destiny's brain, Tim Pool is a conservative. So, like, obviously what Destiny is saying in his worldview is obviously not true, because Tim just said... who's in Destiny's brain a conservative. Well, obviously he's not, but like that's what Destiny thinks, and we're gonna go off of what Destiny thinks right now. And but like that would obviously discredit the thing that he just said. Like that's not true.
I'm pretty sure that over 50% of conservatives still believe that some combination.
Actually, no, that wouldn't discredit it, because like he said over 50%, but like wouldn't Tim be in the over? Wouldn't? So are you saying that Tim Pool is a statistical anomaly? Is that what he's saying? I think that's probably what he's saying.
Ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for COVID. There's zero evidence to support this. It just hasn't come out. It's just not true.
Let's see. Because like Destiny doesn't actually like. I mean, I spent so much time finding this video, not even gonna watch it. But like, I wanted to prove that this was a long time ago. That was my main point. Wait, what are we looking for?
I don't even know if that some combination of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for COVID. There's zero evidence to support this. It just hasn't come out. It's just
zero evidence to support this. Let's see. Is that true? Is there zero evidence that ivermectin helped with COVID? All right, we're gonna throw this. I want ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm just going to open this in here, because I can actually I can zoom in. There we go. Boom. There is no definitive evidence that ivermectin has proven to be effective for treating or I'm freaking slurring the words like crazy. Effective for treating or preventing COVID-19. Here's a summary. That's great. But you know what I would like to know? Wait. Don't share information. All right, yes. Could you is there zero evidence? No, wait. Here. Give me yes or no and yes or no. Oh no. Undo. Because I want a definitive no there. Oh, okay. True. Okay, no, there is not zero evidence. There have been some early studies and some small scale trials suggesting a potential effect, but the overall evidence does not support ivermectin as an effective treatment for. Okay, good. The claim wasn't that it was an effective treatment. The claim was that there was no evidence at all, which is untrue. Which look at that. Destiny caught lying again. What? True?
Still believe ivermectin is the treatment for COVID. They don't believe anything else. They just keep saying the science is out there. I'm at a loss what to do. I'm pretty sure that over 50% of conservatives still believe that some combination of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for COVID. There's zero evidence to support this. It just hasn't come out. It's just.
Oh, wait. Hold up.
Over 50% of conservatives still believe that some combination of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for COVID. There's zero evidence to support this.
Oh, okay. Zero evidence to support that it's an effective. Yeah, it's not an effective. It's not an effective thing. There is some evidence of like some having very little effect, but being the most effective. Is that what he said?
I'm pretty sure that over 50% of conservatives still believe that some combination of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine is like the effective treatment for
the effective treatment. He didn't say most effective, the effective. All right, I don't know. That could be interpreted both ways because that's a neutral statement. How pedantic do I want to be with criticizing that? All right, you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna criticize it. He's not really sharing. We're gonna continue. I don't want to call him a liar on that, but like there is some evidence. But like him just saying that there's no evidence at all, that's not true. But obviously he was talking about his previous statement, not in general. So
COVID, there's zero evidence to support this. It just hasn't come out. It's just not true. I don't even know if they research it anymore. They had so many trials. These are like huge.
All right, that's great. Let's go back to Tim talking.
Got tested.
You understand? Referring to Joe Rogan, Vice, Mectin. He literally. Is that a troll message? I'm not sure.
Wait, hold up.
No evidence whatsoever.
Sick with COVID, start feeling
which you shouldn't have even expected there to be. There's never really any good indication that it would be a treatment for it.
Better, and then say, hey, I'm all good, and then a couple days later, bam, get hit again. And
I think saying he started out as a bit aggressive. They said he had to take it, so after his 5th doctor, what is he supposed to do?
True, but he thinks it's a troll message. He thinks it's just theater because he doesn't like to respond. Like he literally pointed out like Destiny's like flaw in this. Like obviously it's like, bro, he didn't like sought it out. Like he didn't want to take it. He literally is saying in the video they didn't want to take it. So that's literally him proving that he's not soughting it out. It is aggressive to say that he sought it out. It's a lie, actually. I would say people would say it's aggressive. I say it's a lie. It's obviously a lie. He like they're lying about Tim saying that he was actively looking for ivermectin, which isn't true. Like the word sought is you finding something, intending to try and get it. Like, do I have to look up the definition of sought? No, we're not doing that right now. It's obviously true.
Good, and then a couple days later, bam, get hit again. And
I think saying he started out as a bit aggressive. They said he had to take it, so after his 5th doctor, what is he supposed to do?
After his 2nd doctor, actually.
Being fake again, Stephen. He started out more than sleep, but that doesn't explicitly mean he started ivermectin. He
True.
literally explicitly cited and thanked Joe Rogan for advice and used the same phrase, got the kitchen sink, which is...
Yeah, the kitchen sink, which has everything, has the antibodies, the nDNA thing, and a third thing, ivermectin, which is 1, and then a Z-Pack. He didn't want to take the last 2, but he's glad that he got the first 3. Come on now. Obviously, he was sorting out the kitchen sink, not every single thing within the kitchen sink. There's a difference here, but Destin doesn't want to see that difference right now because he's being super bad faith right now with Tim.
Explicitly referring to Joe Rogan when Joe Rogan said we threw the kitchen sink at it. You understand? He's talking about literally the exact same treatments, right? Where's the story?
Treatments, not ivermectin. Come on now. He doesn't understand the difference.
I got up in the morning, got tested. and turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink, got all kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pak.
Notice it's the exact. What is this?
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. He went out, like, he's so bad-brained about this that he went out and found some Joe Rogan, anti-Joe Rogan propaganda to like watch this. Like, bro.
Notice it's the exact same thing as Tim. This is not a coincidence, my dude. These were not. This was never a standardized treatment regimen for COVID. There was never any good evidence that ivermectin or azithromycin, you can prescribe them for like other things, not ivermectin, unless you have like parasitic infection or whatever.
Notice how he's not talking about the NAD thing or the monoclonal antibodies. Like, notice how he's not talking about those things not having any kind of effect at all or no good evidence. Like, he's only talking about the other two things that were in the regimen that he took, which is funny. He'll hyper focus on this, and then Tim will literally say that he didn't want to try and take it, but still claim that Tim sought it out. Like, bro, you're just lying about Tim right now, and you're coping about it. Cognitive dissonance. Look at it.
I don't even know what you call these. What do you call them?
And even a chatter in his chat pointed it out. And let me put that back on. And he's still like just saying he's still going to maintain the claim that Tim actually sought it out. Like, Tim is just lying about that. Like, Tim in the past, 3 years ago, when he actually got sick with COVID, now he's lying about the fact that he took it. And then he's confused on why Tim brought it up in the first place. Like, Tim is supposed to be a liar. Why would you bring up the lie? Like, you could have just like said that you didn't take it. Like, come on now.
Parallel infections or accessory things that, like, while you're sick with one thing, if you develop like bronchitis or inflammation somewhere or whatever, you can prescribe like a thing that'll help with that. But for treating actual COVID,
I mean, I was explaining Destiny's mind on how Tim and what he thinks Tim is like.
We're concerned about
secondary infections. I don't even know if that's accurate to say that, but
I was told that there are people who it comes in waves, right? People get sick with COVID, start feeling better, and then say, "Hey, I'm all good," and then a couple days later, bam, get hit again. And they were like, "You need to finish off the entire treatment." And I said, okay. So I've been taking, so I am now doing the full, kitchen sink regimen. I've done we did a follow-up NAD. Again, it's
kitchen sink regimen. There was no official. This is just bullshit.
Nicotinamide, adenine, dinucleotide.
Yeah, the doctor prescribing this is just throwing BS. It's just BS right there. Yeah, obviously true. Yeah, Mr. Gamer, Mr. Gamer Boy that used to game and now he sits down and does research. Yeah. Mr. Gamer Boy is going to say that, you know what? The thing that the doctor prescribed you, the regimen, BS. True. 100% facts right there.
I think I'm pronouncing it right. Follow-up and vitamin drip. And I really do think that helped. All I can say is that, I talked to a doctor about it, and they were the ones who said, these are the treatments. Now, here's what you understand. This therapy, the monoclonal antibodies, this is what Ron DeSantis is doing in Florida for people. And when I got sick and experiencing how bad it was, and then when I got this treatment, I realized how amazing Ron DeSantis is. I know, I've talked about him doing a good job before, but this is an expensive.
Look at it, literally. The entire video is Tim just gushing about monoclonal antibodies. He barely talks about the ivermectin or anything, because like he didn't want to take it. He just said I didn't really take it, but now I kind of have to. So yeah, so he literally said that. Well, he took it because now he's officially taking the kitchen sink because the doctor said so. Come on now. Like, he begrudgingly took it. That doesn't, like, the fact that Destiny's harping on this is just shows how he's basically just lying. He lies about Tim Pool, and I'm glad that I'm able to call this out. It's great. I'm gonna clip this. I don't know how I'm gonna clip this, but it's gonna be fun.
Treatment
when editing.
And they've been providing it to regular people who are getting sick and experiencing how much better I felt so quickly from it.
Was this even true? Was Florida subsidizing monoclonal antibodies for people? Is that true?
Yes,
there is
that's
a
true.
Who is prioritizing regular working people to this degree that they would receive this? Because I'm going to tell you something. I talked to Joe, and he was like, "You got to get better, man. You can't ignore it. You got to find a doctor. Here's the therapy I got. I felt better." And I was like, "I'm going to do it. I'm going to find this. Like, I'm going to call the doctor. I'm going to talk to him about these things." And I'll just say,
Florida did have one of the lower death rates for the states. God, Ron DeSantis, thank you.
Hey, Joe, I have no words for the gratitude that I feel to Joe for his support, because not only that, but after I called him back and said, "We're getting therapy," he was like, "I'm going to take care of it for you." And I was just like, "You sure?" He's like, bro. He's like, "Get better, man. This is something very, very serious." I think... I'm
actually really curious why Florida's death count was so low, comparatively speaking. In my mind, I have Florida coded as like a place where a lot of old people live, but maybe that's not true. Maybe the amount of people here and the average age is actually younger. But you just think of it where retirees go to live. Average age, U.S. citizen per state.
All right, we could watch more of it, but I don't feel like it. We're going to skip through his minor researching detour.
The media did. We talked about it a lot in IRL. What the media said about him, what CNN, how they lied about it. Now, it was one thing, for sure, when I'm like, they're lying about Joe. Like, he went to a doctor. I experienced it firsthand. I I called the doctor and I'm like, do I really got to do ivermectin and Z-Pak? And they're like, we're going to prescribe you medication.
Look for excessive deaths, not for registered COVID.
Literally, he says that, do we really need to take this? Like, bro, this is not him sorting it out or trying to get it or literally actively pursuing ivermectin. Like, bro, this is not him doing that. But Destiny's like so like bad brain, like bad Tim brain. It's just like this is him lying. This is literally him lying. And I'm gonna make a video basically just him just lying. True facts, 100%.
Registrations are easy to manipulate. Do you think only Florida would manipulate COVID deaths? I feel like you would need a whole bunch.
Now
of
he's just ignoring the fact that Tim is
that.
actually saying that.
Oh, actually, hold on.
The advice. YouTube could ban me for silly. And I said,
I don't know. I don't have time to look at all this. I don't have time to dig into all this right now. But at least the reported death rate was pretty low for Florida.
And trust us. And I said, okay. And then even then, I still said, do you still think I need to take this? I don't want to be. Isn't it silly? Why are we in this position where I have to say anything like that? I should just be like, thanks, doc. Thanks for the advice. YouTube could ban me for telling you. Do you still think I need to take this? I don't want to be. Isn't it silly?
He specifically talked about ivermectin. Like he was literally fighting his doctor saying, do I really need to take this? Because like I really don't want to. And, like the media's gonna like have a field day with this. Like literally Destiny's proof. Destiny's literal proof of Tim Pool's fears of the future of people just saying, oh look, he took ivermectin or horse dewormer. Like he's literally fighting with his doctor so this wouldn't happen. And now he's like, you know what? Well, doctor's orders. Like he begrudgingly did it, and that he is harping on that over and over again, which is kind of funny because Destiny is trying to say Destiny 3 years in the future is going to tell Tim Pool 3 years in the past that he's actually lying about trying to take something, even though he's literally trying not to take it. But the doctor's kind of in a way forcing him. Like the claim is that Tim Pool sought it out. I said this like 3 million times, but I have to keep. I gotta keep engaging with that. I have to keep saying it over and over again. So I'm just gonna.
Why are we in this position where I say anything like that? I should just be like, thanks, doc. Thanks for the advice. YouTube could ban me for telling you. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely completely bonkers. But
if he was prescribed azithromycin, assuming there's even a real doctor and any part of the story is real. And
now he needs to disprove everything. This is how he copes. Assuming that this whole story was true, like at all, like if any of this happened at all, like we went from the claim that Tim Pool sought out ivermectin to like, well, you know what, this claim, all of this, it's probably not even true. It's probably fake. He's probably lying about the whole thing. Come on now.
Wasn't just doctor shopping for some fucking quackery bullshit. If you start taking a round of antibiotics, I'm pretty sure they'll always tell you to finish your antibiotics because you're supposed to. So you don't become a fucking bioweapon breeding ground for superpowered fucking bacteria. So it's not surprising that they would tell you to finish your antibiotics if you were taking them.
You don't even know what you're talking about. The reason why superbugs exist or super bacteria that's actually resistant to antibiotics is because we take too much antibiotics. But he literally just said the opposite. And I'm like, bro, you don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know for antiparasitic treatments if it would be the same. Like if you only take some ivermectin, you run the risk of
because the more people take antibiotics, the more bacteria has a chance to evolve within an environment that's filled with antibiotics. So if you keep putting that in your body, you're like eventually an evolution of bacteria is going to come out being resistant to it. And I think we have a few superbugs that are right now that are they're really bad, but like it's not widespread, and I think we've got a big handle on it. It's not too much of an issue, but they spread mostly on surfaces. We don't have anything that we can just sneeze and then it becomes super infectious. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's keep going. Ivermectin resistant. I don't know if the mechanism of action and everything for that drug runs into the same issues, but
I don't want to say, I'm not going to speak too much about the other people here because a lot of people got sick and we did a full like windows open.
The death rate you were looking at was only for 2022, by the way. Oh, wasn't it?
Back in, cleaning out. Employees were told not to come back in because we don't get anybody sick. And again, man, let me get into some very, very important details about what all this means. For one, again, man, Joe, you are a lifesaver. You are a great guy, and I'm eternally grateful. No joke. This is, just he didn't give me medical advice other than to find a doctor who's going to talk to me seriously about what's going on and stuff like that. And I think it's kind of funny, that like he has like.
Oh, so Tim didn't even like sort out the kitchen sink. He literally was like, Joe, I know what you got something. I want to know what it is. And then Joe kind of like helps him out with it. And then he found like a new doctor. Like he didn't get like a doctor that Joe got. He went out and he talked to Joe for advice, and then Tim on his own went out to find his own doctor. Not a Joe Rogan doctor. Like, I know no one claimed that, but like, I feel like he would try, people would try and insinuate that that's like what is going on. But at the same time, remember, this whole thing could be a lie based on Destiny's cognitive dissonance. That's all this whole story, lie, because
talk to a doctor, man. You gotta take it seriously, dude. And I'm like, okay, because my alternative was like, well, I called the urgent care and they said I'd be fine and just to sleep it off.
it doesn't prove Destiny's point, so the whole thing must be untrue. That was what I was trying to say.
And but I was talking to friends about it. I'm like, hey, did you get this? How did you feel? I know Joe went through it. So here's some very important things about what we were doing. We had an event on Saturday. I don't think anything with the event. I don't think the employee who got sick, this was on Wednesday. And so, and this individual wasn't anywhere near the event, didn't have anything to do with the event. And so we think that's how it ended up in the house, and it happened quick. So, I got sick quick. But the other thing too is, for the event we did, it wasn't shoulder to shoulder. We had
data has been proven that the mRNA has DNA overspill that can cause cancer.
Okay. We had an outdoor area, so it was a decently ventilated place. It was packed, but like not shoulder to shoulder. People were easily able to walk around and move around. But look, these things happen. We were obviously taking it seriously, as I always do. I'm not this like look at my attitude even towards ivermectin and stuff like that. I'm not on one side of the issue about this. Like, no, I was like, we want to take this seriously. Of course, we can't live this way. We can't hide. We warn people. People understand the risks. We looked after people who are sick and things like that, and we didn't see anything like that. But back at at work, someone ended up coming in, and then later when they got sick, they tested positive, and that was it. It hit the castle, and this is why it's so important to understand the severity of COVID. Is it's novel. Like, it hit a lot of people real quick. Now here's where it gets screwed up. I said, okay, we need tests.
Stare, that's real, by the way. Stare. What? Addressing misinformation about excessive DNA in the mRNA vaccines. The Therapeutic Goods Administration is aware of misinformation in recent media and online reports that claim that COVID-19 mRNA vaccines are contaminated with excessive levels of DNA. This is not the case. These reports are based on studies conducted by a small number of laboratories that have attempted to investigate the amount of DNA in COVID-19 vaccines. While the TGA welcomes and constantly reviews the latest scientific evidence about the safety of vaccines and other biotechnology products, these recent studies fail to apply the required scientific rigor expected in pharmaceutical testing. As such, the results are not robust or reliable and are creating confusion and concern regarding the safety of vaccines. Many of our concerns are listed below. At this point, honestly, I think I'm done with like COVID and vaccine shit. The reality is if you don't trust it, you'll never trust it, and you probably just won't trust vaccines ever again. I don't know if that means that you and your children need to go, and then like natural selection will sort that out. But when you've had like 15 conspiracies disproven, and then you find like, well, what about this one, the 16th? You're not looking to be convinced. I don't care, whatever. Do what you will. Just stay away from my kids.
I hope so, and that's what I'm beginning to believe, and that's why I'm now a heretic on the left. How could you possibly think that is the MAGA base going to go, no, we were anti-war?
He'd lose I think there'd be like 30% would be like, we trust you, Trump. Everybody else is going to be losing their minds.
I hope so, and that's what I'm beginning to believe, and that's why I'm now a heretic on the left. How could you possibly think the right-wing populists are not evil? Well, and I'm saying, I don't think they're evil. I think that we might massively disagree on some issues, as you're seeing here, right? But I think that these guys actually mean anti-war, and they mean anti-corruption. Yeah, I think Trump is corrupt, but the Democratic Party is corrupt, the Republican Party is corrupt, so...
How can they mean anti-corruption if they voted for a corrupt guy that you just said is corrupt?
Look, let's let him do some things, and then let's react, right?
So what is you said you're on COVID, you're on the left. Like, how would you describe that?
So...
Uh-oh.
So, look,
all right, so we got out of the whole lying thing about Tim being a liar. I mean, about Destiny basically being a liar. He lied about Tim because he hates Tim so much. So, but there's an issue. One of my things are not working, and I'm just gonna keep playing this while I figure this out.
Jank and him Tim's not gonna talk at all. Here's my prediction for this. Tim is not gonna talk at all about how he doesn't believe that the vaccine even works. He's not going to bring that up at all. Tim's position is going to be that people should just have the freedom to choose, and mandates were a mistake. And then Jank is going to be like, yeah, I think that censoring misinformation was bad. And then they're both going to like break bread on that common ground, where they're going to be like, yeah, the censorship was bad, and maybe no mandates. And that's...
Yeah, there's yes, he's going to try and make like consensus with the other side. Yes, he's gonna make more friends and have more people like want to listen to Jank because Jank sounds reasonable to the other side. Yes, true, 100%. And that's why more people on the other side respect Jank's point of view and his thought process than Destiny's thought process. Yes, true, 100%. This is why no one listens to Destiny, because he doesn't try to like be good faith to the other side at all. Like, he doesn't give up any positions or anything. He just double down. And then Destiny's reason for like why he doesn't want to like concede to anything on the other side is because he's already did it. And look where he is now. Now people just don't want to like listen to him, even though he tried before. But at the same time, Like Destiny likes to completely forget the fact that he made fun of the firefighter that died at the Trump rally from the assassination attempt, and that has like no point to play at all for why people probably don't distrust him or doesn't want to like listen to him at all. But okay, yeah, that's good. I mean, he can try and run away from that all he wants, but he already destroyed his credibility from like doing that. Like he'll never be able to run away from that. And now he's like, oh, no one wants to have me on their shows, and you're like, well, bro, you just made fun of a guy that like deleted someone at a Trump rally. Like, come on now, like you literally made fun of him doing that. Fun of the guy dying there. Like you literally did, and you expect to be on other people's shows after saying that? Like. What? Like, okay. Like I don't just it's funny that he still thinks that's like a thing that he can that he doesn't understand why don't people want to have him on the shows anymore, even though he was on their shows like multiple times before. I wonder what could have happened before, like in between then and now. Like it's just it's just funny. It's funny to see him cope with that, but yeah.
It's going to be the conversation. Let's see.
Did I take everything they said as fact? And,
and something bad about Fauci, always.
No, from God himself? No, right? For example, they're like, no, it didn't come from the Wuhan lab. This virus broke out right.
Oh, and then also all the conspiracies ended up being right about the lab leak or something like that. I don't know. I'm making too many predictions though.
Next to one of the biggest virus labs in the world, but we think it was from an armadillo or whatever they thought it was, right? And I was like, maybe, right? But no, it was a bad.
It was a pangolin.
No, it was a
pangolin.
No, for a minute, yeah.
For a second, they were talking about pangolins. And
I just want to say this line of reasoning is so stupid. Like crazy that COVID came from the lab that was right there studying COVID. Like, yeah, crazy that chemotherapy drugs find themselves around so many people with cancer. Isn't that like really strange? How does that happen? Like crazy that so many doctors who, you know, do sutures or whatever are also near patients that are bleeding to death. Like, isn't that great? Yeah, the lab was built there for a reason. No shit. It's because this region is I think the originator of a lot of like COVID and what's the word I'm looking for? Wait, was COVID considered a rhinovirus or no? Or is it just called coronavirus? There's no more generalization of it. But like this region is known for producing a lot of like these types of things. Pathogens? Is a virus a pathogen? Wait, it's a pathogen. Which is why this lab is here. But
they were also talking about bats that were like 100 miles away.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I was like, look, guys, that seems less likely. It seems more likely that it came from the virus lab. On the other hand, probably the core disagreement we'll have is, so everything.
Did you get attacked for that?
What's that?
Did you get attacked for saying that?
No, not really, because that one was like so like it wasn't a big enough issue. And
There
it was
we
so
go.
silly.
When
Like,
did you say that?
Well, let's
I said it right when they said
yeah,
it.
let's focus on, remember, always focus on areas of disagreement, minimize or delete areas of disagreement.
Like throughout, I was
Because it
like,
made perfect sense.
Yes, no shit, Sherlock. Yes, try and like build amends. Like why would you not focus on the things that we agree with instead of the things that we disagree with when you're trying to make friends with someone? Yeah, like go into the like this is why another point to why Destiny is like alone and no one wants to listen to him and why no one believes what he thinks should be the most important thing in the world. But no, he's the only one on the planet that actually thinks it's the most important thing out there to talk about. Like the whole like the. Actually, I'm not even gonna bring it up because like it basically will prove his point. Yeah, true. Let's not bring it up. But like, there's things that he really wants people to like think through and like think it's like the worst thing that happened in the country. But like, no one gave a crap about it, and people still don't give a crap about it. But and now he's like he's mad at the fact that Zhank is going on to other people's shows to try and actually like get them to Oh, is this like... Oh, is this a... Am I using the wrong encoder? What am I doing wrong? Whatever. I'm losing my train. No. What was I saying? Zhank... yeah, he's mad at the fact that Zhank is on the shows, basically breaking bread with these guys and not giving too much pushback. Like he's gonna try and like focus on things in agreement. And Destiny hates the fact that he's doing that because now he's gonna be because when Destiny did it, it didn't. Like look at him now, it didn't work, obviously, right? But like Destiny completely forgets about the whole firefighter thing. Like Cenk didn't say anything about the firefighter. He said like he's literally said that Trump looked like a like a badass basically. Cenk was in agreement with Tim, and notice how that agreement is now why he's on the show and stuff like that. But like it's also because he changed his tune on the whole. They instead of like focusing on Trump, they're focusing on anti-establishment. And Cenk is like, you know what? We lost. The American people obviously chose the Trump, so now he's going to concede and just follow along because he likes America. Even though Trump is like in office, that doesn't mean that Cenk is gonna now hate American government or be super skeptical on American government. Like he's gonna keep continuing feeling the same exact way as he normally did. Unlike Destiny, where when the Supreme Court doesn't basically agree with Destiny, that's when Destiny starts questioning the Supreme Court. It's kind of funny how that happens with the whole immunity ruling. Like before the immunity ruling, he was like, "Oh, all three branches of government. It's so good. It's so great. It's amazing." Obviously, he didn't say that verbatim. Like he had a much more sophisticated answer to that or response, but. Now he's changing his tune because of the whole immunity ruling that basically helped out Trump and every other president in the past. But like, we don't talk about that. Like we focus on the part where it helped out Trump. Like it's like, obviously it's not like a Trump only thing with that immunity ruling, but Destiny likes to focus on that because like he hates Trump so much. But yeah.
What is the main point of difference we have?
So it's a society, especially in democracy with civil rights, etc., is a balancing act between the individual and the community. Sometimes the community wants something, but that hurts the individual rights, and sometimes you protect individual rights, but that hurts the community, right? So how do you balance those? And a virus is a great example of how difficult it is to balance those. So, for example, if you had a virus, unlike COVID, that if upon contact, like you catch it in the air at all, you're dead, right? You're
Oh, maybe Cenk is going to make me proud here. Okay.
Instantly dead. Well, could we then say, no, everybody's got to stay home?
No, like if you watch Tim Pool's show, they've always talked about this. They've always been arguing about this. Tim already agrees. Like if Ebola was in the air, we would all like mandate a vaccine. Yes, true, 100%. Like this isn't something that's new, but obviously Destiny doesn't know about this.
Like an Ebola type of thing? Like
an Ebola, but even worse, right?
Yeah.
Just to make it an extreme.
Wow, look at that. She like brought it up because like if they mentioned this in the past, like bro.
Right? So I say, no, then we support the community and we say, yeah, you got to stay home. And yes, I am taking away your individual rights in that particular case. Now, then you have a range of viruses. Like, so for
look at how no one on the panel, Tim, the lady that just talked, the guy that's pushing all the buttons, the producer, no one's disagreeing with this. Like, notice how there's no disagreement here, bro. Like, I bet Destiny was expecting like there's some sort of conflict to happen here. Look at him. Look at him.
Smallpox was devastating not only America but the U.S. troops during the Revolutionary War, and Washington said we're going to give you guys all this thing that's basically a vaccine, right? But we know it's going to kill a lot of you because back then the vaccines were horrible, and it killed a third of his army, but it saved the rest of the army and it saved the war, and that's why.
Am I crazy? Did they have vaccines back then? I thought they were like rubbing smallpox fucking blankets on each other.
Well, yeah, the definition of vaccine changed over time, just like how it changed in 2020. So like you thinking what a vaccine is today obviously is not what they had in the past. I honestly don't. If he's gonna look into it, I don't really care.
Do some inoculation shit. Did that process kill a third of it? I wasn't alive back then. I didn't read about this.
That's why America exists now. You can go back and say, I can't believe he took away their individual freedom. I can't believe not only did he kick him out, he didn't kick them out of the army, but he killed them in a sense, right? But overall, it was the right decision. So that's why it's not easy. And so in the case of COVID, in the beginning, it seemed so viral that, yeah, I agree with you. You should wear masks outside.
It seems so viral. Ba-doom.
And you want to contain the number of people
I had to point that out.
Now, at some point, it got absurd, right?
Yeah.
And when it got absurd, I said, all right, guys, we're done with this. What are we doing? The kids got to go back to school, et cetera. Now, looking back at it in hindsight, there are probably a couple of things I would have done differently. But you see what I'm saying? By being on the left means, in that case, I wanted to protect the community.
What is the... Nightbot deleted this. Damn. Why? What is the consensus theory right now on the origin? Wasn't there news recently validating the lab leak theory? No. Lab leak theory has only gotten weaker since it first was, like, posited. There's nothing new has...
It only got weaker. Oh, okay. Let's see. Did the lab leak theory get worse over time? Question mark. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Did the lab leak theory get worse over time during COVID? No. What? Okay, whatever. I don't care. For some reason my keyboard is just stupid. Did the lab leak theory get worse over time during COVID? Yes, the lab leak theory regarding the origin gained more attention and became more widely debated over time. Here's how it evolved. Early stage of the pandemic. Yes, the lab leak theory regarding... Okay, so early stage of the pandemic, debate, dominant narrative. Some scientists analyzed and began questioning the wet market hypothesis. From the wet market... Okay, so... Yeah, so the dominant narrative was that the virus originated in the wet market of the Wuhan. And then it said that the... China, where it may have jumped from animals to humans. The lab leak theory was dismissed by many as conspiracy theories. Oh, wow, look at that. It was dismissed as conspiracy theories in the beginning of 2020. All right. This yes makes it, like, did the lab leak theory get worse? Oh, wait. I think I put did the lab leak theory... Oh, I should have said, did the lab leak theory get debunked? Now I understand why. Now I see why it said yes and why I'm confused on why it said yes. Well, it doesn't matter. This is actually good analysis. Some scientists said, and analysis began questioning the wet market hypothesis, raising concerns about the proximity of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, or the WIV, known for research on bat coronaviruses. Yeah, the one that's right there, literally like 2 blocks away. However, there was still limited public discussion on the lab leak theory and was often categorized as speculative. Okay, this is 2020, mid 2020 to early 2021. Shift the narrative, 2021, as more information emerged, including reports of early cases in Wuhan before the outbreak was officially recognized. The lab leak theory gained traction. Some whatever scientists include individuals who had initially dismissed the idea, called for further investigation into the possibility that the virus accidentally leaked from the lab. Global investigations, because China was not about to have that come out. The World Health Organization, or the WHO, and other international bodies launched investigations into the origins of COVID-19, which included both the human-to-human spillover theory and lab leak theory. The lab leak theory received more attention in the media and because people were saying it. People were literally being called conspiracy theories when they said in the beginning. So, like, yeah, it was being dismissed as conspiracy theories. So, like, yes, no duh. Now they're actually investigating this. Obviously, there's gonna be more traction about this because, like, weren't you just calling us like conspiracy theories like a year ago about this? Like, obviously, it's gonna have more traction because of that. But anyways, lab leak theory received more attention in the media and by various governments, which called for greater transparency from China regarding the virus's origins. Yeah, China wasn't being transparent at all. So obviously they were going to keep asking China, like, come on now, like, what's going on? Like, we need to investigate this. If you're not going to tell us, like, it just shows that you're trying to cover something. U.S. intelligence government's response, U.S. intelligence community conduct an assessment of the virus origins, concluding that both the lab leak and neutral origins were plausible. Oh, wow. So both of them were so we still don't even know. They're both plausible, but there was insufficient evidence to definitely support one over the other. Further fueled the debate. Wow. Ongoing speculation. We'll read the conclusion in a second because I actually don't even know where this is going to go. The debate continues. Some with some scientists, governments, and the public calling for more transparency and investigation into the origins of COVID-19. While there is no conclusive proof supporting the lab leak theory, that's okay, that's still debatable. The decision has moved from being largely dismissed to being seriously considered by some sectors of the scientific community. Wow, okay. So what Destiny just said is completely false. It didn't get worse over time. If anything, it got stronger over time. Wow. Okay. So the decision has moved. What is this word?
Discussion.
Oh, discussion. I am a dumb. The discussion has moved from being largely dismissed to being seriously considered. Wow, largely dismissed to seriously considered by some sectors of the scientific community. All right, in conclusion, the lag leak theory. So, like, wait, what did he say?
Ever come out in support of Nightbot deleted this? Damn, why? What is the consensus theory right now in the origin? Wasn't there news recently validating the lab leak theory? No, lab leak theory has only gotten weaker since it first was, like, posited. There's nothing new has ever come out in support of lab leak theory.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. Wait, hold up. Look at that. Liar. Wow. And he didn't even look into this. That's funny. Let's read the rest of the
I'm pretty sure the scientific consensus is still around origination from the markets.
Around the markets. Like that was the markets that were 2 blocks away from the lab. Oh, okay. Wow. All right, Destiny. Literally doesn't even know what he's talking about. He didn't even look into this. Hold up. I want to finish reading the rest of that though. The conclusion, the lab leak theory did gain more credibility over time. Wow. Okay. But I guess ChatGPT is just lying, right? Evolving from early fringe idea to a mainstream point of discussion, especially as investigations into the origins of COVID-19 continued. What's going on with... Okay, there's an issue with... All right, well, that's fine. However, as of now, there is no conclusive evidence. So conclusive. See the qualifier here? Not no evidence, no conclusive evidence proving that the theory and both the lab leak theory and natural origins remain plausible according to many experts. So wow, okay. So even the natural origins remain plausible. Even it originating as a natural thing is still, like, they can't even prove that. That's funny. That is hilarious. Destiny was lying there. Proven. True. Another lie. Good job, Destiny. Good job.
Well, we don't disagree with that. I don't think that's a left-right thing. Trump was the one who came out and said 2 weeks to slow the spread and initiated the push for lockdowns in the first place. I think the issue was when BLM was protesting and rioting.
Yep.
Oh, but I thought Tim was a liar. Didn't Tim just lie there? What?
Markets.
Well, we don't disagree with that. I don't think that's a left-right thing. Trump was the one who came out and said 2 weeks to slow the spread and initiated the push for lockdowns in the first place.
Tim Pool? What? Talking about Trump in a negative light? What? Because Trump was the one that initiated the terrible lockdowns? What? Did Tim just admit to that, or is he just lying? I thought Tim was a liar. I thought Tim was like sucking up to Trump all the time for every single thing that Trump ever said. Like Trump can do no wrong. What? Okay. All right. No comment with Destiny. Look at him. No comment. Cognitive dissonance.
The issue was when BLM was protesting and rioting during COVID, the media and
like what happened to Trump? Tim Pool always slurping up Trump's. Well, you know what Destiny would say.
Slowed the spread, I think.
Well, and you also had a whole bunch of doctors come out and sign a letter saying that racism was a bigger health threat than COVID.
Yeah. And then
you also had Andrew Cuomo say.
Hi, Destiny. I'm Ukrainian, and I've lived here for years during the current war. I'm curious about both you and her take on freezing the conflict and making peace. My concern is that the current situation with mobilization is unbelievably inhumane. I mean, losing parts of your country is also inhumane as well. I mean, it's rough, but it's...
Yeah, but losing... What's worse? Losing lives or losing parts of land? What's more important? What's more humane? Losing parts of land or losing lives? Like, obviously one is way worse than the other, but like Destiny's is not gonna actually like look at like think about it that way. He's like, oh, but losing land is bad too, and then just move on.
War that, I mean, Russia started. Yeah.
Russia started it, man. He started it. Come on now,
saying,
he started
if you're going
it.
out to protest for BLM, then that's okay, but otherwise you need to stay home. And then you had 10,000 people out front of the Brooklyn Museum, protesting for
argument.
Black trans lives, and the rest of us were supposed to stay home because we weren't doing that.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show
Yeah, Destiny literally lives in clips right now.
live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
Wow.
Notice how we completely just forgot about the fact that he just said that Tim Pool sought out ivermectin, but now he actually didn't sought out ivermectin. But Destiny is like, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's just move on. Let's go back to Zhank. Notice how there's no mention of this. Because like he literally watched this video because of that.
Quick quiz. How long is a fortnight without looking it up? My friend says it's, but it's not common. Fuck these. I don't know what a fortnight is. 4 score. What is this?
Yeah, yep. See, now he's just got distracted from a completely another thing. What do I want to do? Do I want to continue this? I don't really want to. I need to respond to something. There was a chat, a comment on one of my videos that I took a screenshot of, and I need to find that. Photos? Okay, how do I do this? How do I put this up? If the issue was a political... Alright, let's see. Can I throw this up on... This is what we're gonna do. Well, first I'm gonna turn this stupid thing off because it's gonna keep going back and forth like a... Alright, so we're just gonna play this, but I'm gonna look that up while this is playing.
Why do we know what a fortnight is? We use fortnight all the time in the UK. We never ever use that word in the United States. This is never ever a fortnights are used for payment. I've never heard that in my life. I've always heard bi-monthly.
Positions every time. There is no Ruben-esque, oh, sir, you are right, sir. Gay people are the problem, sir. There's none of that. None of that. But if you're asking me to pick a fight every single time, vociferously every single time, that is an unrealistic and
no one is asking that. No one is. I'm surprised that Cenk hasn't talked to me about this. Maybe because I would challenge him much. Because I feel I feel like he's literally doing the Destiny blueprint. Like this is what I was known for and caught so much heat for. So it's. I guess maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous that he would want to chat about this. But this is like.
And ridiculous. I agree that it's unrealistic to pick up, but again, I never made that claim. That's another straw man. What I'm more asking about, I guess what I'm saying is, if you go there and you say, hey, look, here's the stuff we agree on. Let's move this stuff forward. Yeah, you didn't say, hey, you're awful on gay people, but what you did say is, hey, we agree on trans people. So,
no, we don't agree on trans people because I said, don't we? Like, do you guys agree with constitutional rights for trans people? Every time I've done that on a right wing show, all the hosts said yes. In this case, 2/3 of the audience said yes. About a third didn't, but just my read of it. And then Charlie said that that no, he doesn't think housing is a constitutional right. So I said I disagree with that.
So you agree with trans people having housing? That wasn't really what I meant. I don't want to get distracted by that. My bigger point is pointing to the right and saying, hey, here's where we agree. The right doesn't seem to have a problem getting the stuff they want accomplished. They don't seem to have a problem advancing policies. So to me, to go in that space and
all right.
I think right-wing voters.
So I literally just cut it and then pasted it. Bro. Oh. There it is. Boom. Look at that. Full screen this. Zoom. Zoom. Look at that. All right. So I'm going to critique. So this was a video. This is what video did they? They posted this on the if you don't agree with Lefty Destiny, you're destroying America. Yeah, this video right here that I made. Yeah, they're posting something on here. They specifically at one. I don't like listening to myself. I really don't. But I'll do it just for the. Actually, no. I listened to it. We're just gonna read this. We're gonna read this. I'm going to critique pretty much the entire commentary of this video because maybe you can take some critical thinking from it. All right, you talk about Destiny being sad / a joke for saying that he has no sympathy for the person that got shot at the Trump rally. If the issue, yes, true. No, wait, no. What do you mean sad or joke? It obviously. Yeah, Destiny was for saying that he has no sympathy. No, I don't think he was joking about that. Like Destiny was joking about like he was going to make fun of people saying that. It's sad. Yeah, it's sad that that Destiny's going to make fun of that type of stuff. That's true. I don't know where you're getting the joke part from, or you're just conflating the fact that Destiny was joking about he wasn't joking about making fun of them, or maybe he would have, but like he doubled down on that joke. So I don't get why you put that joke thing in there. At the rally, if the issue is political violence, no, the issue isn't political violence. But we'll continue. Where was the condemnation of the pipe bomber? Well, here it is. Pipe bomber condemnation. We should be bombing things in the anywhere in the U.S. like bad, terrible. Condemnation. There it is. Republicans were quiet. Well, nice assumption. This person thinks I'm a Republican. Am I a Republican? Do you guys think I'm a Republican? If you guys think that, obviously throw. Well, you know what to do. Where was the condemnation for the assault on Paul Pelosi? Paul Pelosi didn't die, and the pipe bomber didn't. I don't think he killed anyone. So there we go. We're comparing someone that literally died at an event from an assassination attempt to joking about that for joking about someone getting hit with a hammer and having some life-threatening issues, but people on the right were still making fun of Paul Pelosi. Even though, like, if Paul Pelosi were to die, I don't think there would be a lot less of them joking about it. Obviously, true, but he didn't die, so therefore, like, it wasn't even you're comparing something that's bad to something that's obviously like terrible, and they're not the same thing. Bad and terrible is not the same thing. It's bad to make fun of this stuff, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I think one of the worst things in the world is make fun of people dying because they went to a political event. Like, bro, there wasn't any. Republicans are just spreading claims about him being gay. I mean, but if you watch that video, like there was some confusions there. Like they were literally talking for like 10 minutes before anything violent happened. Like the guy that had the hammer in his, like he was just sitting there, standing there. Like they were kind of like, I felt like they were both kind of like off in their head. Like, come on now. But okay, wait, let me move myself. Yeah, there you go. So you can see the picture of this person, Mr. Target 02. Interesting how Mr. Target 02 has a female profile picture, but I digress. Where was the condemnation for the murder of the person at Charlottesville riots? What's that? I don't actually know what that is. Let's see. Here. So we have this over here. Boom, boom, boom. And we have this over here. Charlottesville condemnation. Murder. Trump under fire. Failure to condemned. spoke about the possibility. What is... Let's see. Can ChatGPT understand this very terrible, like, sentence? Oh, cool. Look at that. Likely refers to the widespread condemnation of the... Oh, wow. Look at that. Where's the condemnation? There it is. Widespread condemnation of the violence that occurred in Charlottesville, Virginia in August 2017, particularly the murder of Heather... rally, Unite the Right rally. Here's the background. Condemnation, the events of the that were widely condemned by political leaders, political figures, and citizens across the world. There was a broad outcry against the hate-fueled violence and the actions of white nationalist groups involved. President Donald Trump initial response was criticized for not fully condemning the hate groups. As he stated, wait, what does that even mean? Not fully condemning? So I guess Trump condemned it, but not fully? Bro, what? Wait, so obviously, so Trump did condemn it, just not in the way that people wanted him to? That's funny. That's funny. All right, so yeah, look at that. Trump did condemn it. Maybe you didn't like the way that he condemned it, but like he condemned it. If you didn't like it, well, that's not my problem. That's your problem. You just have you have way too high of a standard, or your standards are you have unreasonable standards. That's what I should say. Where's the combination for the murder? Charlottesville. Well, obviously there was, but you don't think there was any. You have an unreasonable stance on what you think is condemnation and not. There was. I know I'm just using ChatGPT, but like ChatGPT is just so easy. It's simple. Like, why would? No, it doesn't matter. You can just write me off as like, oh, he just uses AI to do everything. I'm like, okay, whatever. Not an argument, but whatever. So I don't need to respond to it. There's so many examples of the right-wing political violence, and you shamelessly clowns say nothing, blanking nothing. Destiny has always stated the political violence is justified to individuals when they feel there is violence acted upon them. Destiny has always stated political violence is ineffective and thus should not be used. Destiny did not advocate for this guy to die. He made fun of him. When did I say that Destiny advocated for that? You're just making up. You're literally just making something up. So you're basically lying about what I'm saying. Like, you're putting an argument out. You're basically it's like a manipulation. You're putting out an argument that was no one ever made. And then you're going to basically pat yourself on the back saying like, well, look, so no one ever advocated for this guy to die. Well, no one said that he advocated for him to die. I said that Destiny was literally making jokes about it. Why don't you talk about that? But the guy died. Like, he said he was going to make fun of anyone that dies at a rally, at a Trump rally. Like, he literally said that verbatim. You know, we'll find that right now, actually. We'll find that right now. Oh, wait. I don't need to find it because I got it saved. Let's go. Let's see. Destiny explains why he lost. Mental gymnastics. QAnon. Where is it? Is it the very first things that I had? Oh wait, I made a video on this. I can just find the video. Yeah, we'll just. Oh, but look at my dumb videos.
All right.
We're not listening to my voice. It is terrible. It hurts. It scars me every time I hear it. Let's see. Does he? Okay, this is it. He's saying nope. We're not listening to the intro.
that's ball game. I think we lose. Like, so that costs.
That is so true. Oh wait, hold up. I'm not listening to that. Nope.
I'm sorry, this guy, and two others are in critical.
Fucking break. Spend enough time practicing first.
Shoot.
Insane.
All right.
Putting the tension too much. No, we're here right now because Trump is fucking insane. Because he has support from 90% of the conservatives in the Republican Party who are.
Destiny's so mad right now. Oh, shut up.
Whatever happens, happens. I don't give a fuck. At this point, my only regret is that the guy didn't spend enough time practicing first.
Shoot.
It's insane how much conservatives get to set the fucking standard on all the conversation in this country. It's absolutely insane. We're supposed to jump up and feel sad that the guy who is one of the most divisive presidents in all of history got shot at? Fucking give me a break. Please give me a fucking break.
Okay, one person is dead who isn't Trump, right? Who got shot out. Someone in the crowd that was just going to a rally who got fucking murked by this guy. And two others are in critical condition. I think it's okay to show a little empathy, don't you?
Wow.
I didn't know somebody else.
Shut up.
What state was this in?
I know I'm screaming at myself, but shut up.
Pennsylvania, my state.
Swing state voter. Fuck you. Sorry, what?
Obviously that wasn't enough because Pennsylvania still won, still swung to freaking red, and Destiny was like so pissed off when that happened. 5 months ago, what July 14th? Do I want to go and look this up? Like I really want to find the verbatim take. I have to. I have to have proof lies. Oh, well, I guess I don't actually have that. Oh, wait, hold up. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yes, it's this one. It's this one. We're gonna skip through because I cannot be. It hurts to listen to. Where is it?
Meters from his head is unprotected by Secret Service. Can you?
Where is it?
UFC fighters and NFL players and just good, decent.
And we need some
Okay, then
answers.
what would it be?
We need some answers. I have no idea. I don't know. Now, let me go to some of the other panelists because we've spent a lot of energy on this. I think Jack, you have to go, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling me a conspiracy theorist. Thank you for joining me.
True.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin, this is the problem. If you can't raise questions, serious questions about what's happened here, or suggest that it's odd, without being branded a conspiracy theorist by people like Jack Hugo, there's a bit of a problem, isn't there? I mean, it seemed to me not just negligence. There's something very strange about this whole.
All right. It's in here. Like Pierce brings it up. I vaguely remember.
Nonsense. At some point.
Yep. True. Oh, but Trump is the. Oh, okay. Shut up. Shut up me.
Very dangerous rhetoric. And
That
I
is
want both
true.
sides to dial it down because actually where this leads to is where it's led to. And in Britain, we've had 2 members of parliament in the last 10 years murdered by people for political reasons. Basically because
That's crazy.
Have wanted to eliminate them. Let me
I swear, if I say one more thing, I'm gonna find the actual like video of this and just watch it there because I just every time I listen to my voice come up, it just cringe. It just hurts. It hurts. Now I understand why other people they hate my voice. I hate my voice. Come on. Doesn't it? Don't they play it? Do they play it at all? Okay, whatever. I don't see it. Where? I don't want to dig through the archives. That's just stupid. It's gonna be time consuming. Let me see. Can I like just find it automatically? We'll go back to here.
Sorry to spam, but this will drive me insane. Washington's inoculation did not kill 1/3 of the inoculated. LOL. That would have been insane. Yeah, that's. I feel like I would have heard that. Cenk is confusing the general stat that 1/3 of smallpox infections resulted in death with the claim that inoculation itself had the same death rate. The part of the Army that keeps track of Army medical history estimates that fewer than 1% of the Continental Army soldiers have died from being inoculated. There you go. Also, somebody typed this in chat. I feel like this is like jiggering. Is that a word? Old memories. That like they discovered that you could get cowpox or something or some other kind of pox.
Destiny's response on Trump shooter.
Destiny knows that he is visible off. You can feel it in your words when you're...
Whatever.
Oh, wow. Okay, there we go. My God, why? Bro. Okay, so it was on the... Okay, all right.
We don't know what's happening.
Like disease, and that would give you some type of immunity from smallpox, and that's what they infected people with. I don't remember if that was true or not. Yes, cowpox. Yes, that's how Jenner discovered vaccination. He figured out that the milkmaids didn't get smallpox. Like Kylie Jenner? Pop culture reference.
Are just as screwed as us. What did Trump deliver for them in the first term? Nothing. He just gave corporate tax cuts. So, like, they're not getting what they want either. And I'm super curious how they're going to react.
He didn't mean, I think Donald Trump should be shot. But obviously, if you're a deranged young lunatic with an impressionable mind, who the hell knows what that kind of language? We don't know yet, right? About any of the motivation. Apparently, there's a kind of very, very strange, again, a very strange lack of information that they've been able to find out about this young shooter.
Of course, but you also have to understand that there has been an entire media machine, mainstream media machine, and Democrat elite that for years, since before Donald Trump was president, have been calling him Hitler and his supporters Nazis. What would someone do if they truly believe that? I'm not directly linking this to Biden's bullseye comment, as irresponsible as it may be, or anyone else's specific comment. But over time in culture, if things get normalized, and yes, this man is going to put us in camps, and you can turn on MSNBC on any given day, and they're talking about how they're all going to be arrested and taken off the air, and what he's going to do to minorities and gays and everything else, all utter, complete nonsense. At some point, people might get a subtle message and then do something crazy. Again, we don't know if that was what happened right now, but we certainly
all right, all right, well, you know what? We're gonna watch the weird thing that I found. Because he actually has the clip.
He is visibly shaking.
Yeah, that's great. We don't care. This is the thing that we need to... This right here. Bro.
If the dude, the firefighter guy, Trump, the people that support him, I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away, whatever, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am.
The strategy that...
True. Oh, man, I wish we could find the full thing. I really wish we could find the full thing. But, like, that's him. That's literally Destiny verbatim, basically saying, bro, like... If like we'll listen to it again one more time. Like if you just aren't, this is the reason why no one has bro, I took so long to like find this thing that I don't even remember the original point that I was trying to make. All I know is that the generalized point is that yes, Destiny said this. This is why he's not invited on shows anymore. Come on, bro. Like this is unhinged. Where's the smile? I know this is super blurry, but where's the smile if this was some sort of a joke or something?
If the dude, the firefighter guy, Trump, fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, you know, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am.
The strategy that...
Yeah, like, what? Like, I'm giving you a like because I could not find that clip, but he did, and it's super blurry. But or maybe some people be like, oh, it's AI. But I went through a whole Israel-Palestine AI nonsense thing. That's why I'm making fun of the AI thing. But anyways, that's that. We're gonna get back to the main video, I guess.
If Trump screws him again this time, is it the old MAGA and I'm totally wrong and they all bow their heads? If he invades Panama, all of a sudden they love war, then I'm wrong. And then
do you think that
you know?
Oh, wait, hold up! I completely forgot about this. Oh, that's why I brought all this up. Oh yeah, so there's so many examples of right-wing political violence, and oh yeah, Destiny has always stated that political violence is justified to individuals when they feel there is violence enacted upon them. I think you meant that the opposite. Destiny has always stated that political violence is ineffective and thus should not be used. Destiny did not advocate for this guy to die. Well, no one said that Destiny advocated for this guy to die. That's like everyone's. My whole thing is that he literally said that that people were like he made fun of them. That's my statement. So like this right here doesn't even make any sense. Destiny did not say he had no sympathy for them. Well, yeah, he did. He literally did say that he had no sympathy for him. Right? And like, oh, bro, I shouldn't have deleted that.
He is visibly shaking.
Yeah, that's great. Like, he's gonna make fun of them. Like, obviously, that's zero sympathy.
The responses of people online.
The dude, the firefighter guy, Trump, fuck the people that support him.
Does this sound like someone that has, like, more than 0% sympathy?
I want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, you don't, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, you know, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter. I am.
The strategy that...
Wow. Okay. So yeah, that's more than 0% sympathy right there. True. 100% facts. No, I didn't mean to do that. No. What's going, like, no, how do I whatever. Destiny did not say he had no sympathy for him. Well, yeah, that's true. Destiny didn't say that, but obviously he's acting in a way as if he has no sympathy for the guy. Like, that's true. As the right has historically have been violent and had no sympathy for someone dying by gunfire. Obviously that's not true because, like, literally we just we just went through this. Like, we literally just chat GPT'd this and there was condemnation just because you didn't think that this, just because you didn't condemn it the way that you wanted. Obviously that's your problem, not Trump's. Or at the rally. All right, yeah, there we go. There's your response. Boom, gone. All right.
But if it turns out that he continues to screw them and they rebel a little bit, well, that'll be an interesting phenomenon, right? But I don't know what's going to happen yet. You know, we made up the percentages in the beginning. We'll see what the real.
I think it clicked maybe. When MAGA says that they're anti-war, what they're actually saying is they just don't want to be involved in wars that they feel like aren't advancing American interests, and they don't feel like wars overseas are advancing American interests. I think that's why MAGA would support any war domestically or any war nearby us where they can see.
No freaking duh. I like how this is the moment that he realizes that that's what the people that like MAGA are basically saying. Like, it's funny how he just now realizes that. It's funny. It's just funny. Like, he's supposed to be so smart, and now he's realizing this. And I think he's like a few months too late after the election to realize this. But okay, like, good job. I guess he gets a pat on the back. Yeah.
See a direct, where they can see like a direct benefit. I think that's what the thing is. Yeah. Okay.
Reality is when the rubber hits the road, but it hasn't yet.
Have you received any money for this?
None.
No one's paid you to appear?
None. Zero. No.
You appeared at this conference completely for free?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been offered any kind of positions, any kind of consultancies, anything from right-wing organizations?
I feel like this is a boring question. People always, and the same thing when people make accusations of me. People will say like, "Oh, are we being paid for this?" Like, nobody can probably pay people this. Actually, I was so wrong on this. I was gonna say nobody can probably pay people to have these types of opinions because these guys are making a lot of money anyway. But then I didn't realize that Russia was willing to drop $10 million or more in a year to pay off people for propaganda. But realistically, most of the benefit usually comes from just scooping up a new audience, right?
None. Zero.
Okay. I'm not asking if I think you have. I actually don't think you have. I just want to put that. I want that on the record so that there's no confusion. What do you say to the person who says, and I'm not doing the hypothetical journalist thing. People in the comments have said it. I just don't know, specifically the names, but you can scroll through and see. Yeah, you're not getting money from this directly, but you know what side of the bread is buttered. You know that taking the positions you're taking will have you on talk shows. Your views will go up on the channel. You'll get a wider audience. If the right wingers who love to click on stuff and love to watch media, that this is still a strategic career move. What do you say to that?
Totally and utterly absurd. So number one,
you should never deny this as a political person. We are put. You should just acknowledge the awkward kind of like you should just acknowledge the awkward kind of conflict of interest here. It is true that, like, technically, if I'm a political person, which I am, and I want people to believe in my political ideas, which I do, I'm also doing things that maximizes my popularity, and then as a byproduct of that, my income at the same time, right? Because what good is a political ideology if nobody believes in it or nobody follows it or you have no reach? So it is true that you are going to simultaneously do things that advance your career and advance your ideology at the same time. As long as you're not advancing career at the expense of your ideology, that's preferable. That's what you should be doing. Now, that's the question, though. Is like, do you think that you're compromising too much on your values to advance your career or your reach? Yeah.
If you want to be real, of the two things, the theories that I talked about earlier about us, we're right-wing grifters and getting money for it. Oh, your audience is dying off, etc. We can't be both, right? Well, the reality is this has cost us a good number of paid subscribers. We're not unaware of that, and it has cost us in terms of the live show, etc. The numbers there.
I don't see Cenk and Anna picking up a meaningful amount of right-wingers. They have such a big stain on their faces by virtue of being the literal face of TYT. Most right-wingers jerk off to the 2016 meltdown videos and love seeing them see. Yeah, the problem is that, like, I feel like I could grift to the right wing pretty effectively because I am like a pretty hard data guy, and I have taken some positions that have actually costed me quite a bit. Cost. So whether that's being like a little bit pro-Israel, or whether that's being pro-Rittenhouse, or whether that's being kind of like anti the trans craziness, or whatever.
Or whether it's being like pro people getting shot at Trump rallies. Like, come on now. All right, Destiny.
Like, I think I could grift right wing pretty successfully, and I could probably like do it. I could make it. But
actually, you know what? I'm going to super chill. We are going to super chill because I have a new system, and which means I can do multiple things at once. So.
But like, for all the unhinged, crazy things that people on the left have said about people on the right, the Young Turks kind of led that. Like, I feel like the Young Turks is who you think of when you think of unhinged, crazy wokies.
Yes, true. Because, and what is Cenk doing right now? What is Cenk doing right now? He's trying to undo that. He obviously knows that. Like, why do you think he's on the show trying to amend all of his crazy past statements? Like, bro, are you just now, like, I guess he just loves pointing out the obvious.
Constantly calling the other side racist, Nazis, fascists, or whatever. Like, I feel like that's who you're thinking of. So I feel like it's harder to imagine them making a successful transition to right-wing content or to scoop up right-wing fan bases, but I don't know.
Bro, obviously they're doing a better job than you because look at them. Look where they are right now. They're literally on his show. Like, what? Obviously they're doing better than you. You're like you keep saying that, oh, they're so afraid to have you on the show. Like, obviously it's because that they don't care for you. They don't like you. The Young Turks are fixing it, and look at them. He was invited to Patrick Bet-David. He was invited to Timcast IRL. He was invited to a bunch of different shows, a bunch of right-wing shows, all of them, lots of them. And obviously he's doing a bit like, were you invited to any of those recently? No. So like, I like how he's saying that he can't even like fathom them actually fixing this with the right wingers when he's done a much better job at like fixing it with them than you have. So of course you want to be able to see it because you obviously can't fix it because of your like actual like stupid takes on the whole firefighter thing. But we won't get back into that.
Although the fireman thing probably hurts me in the lives of a lot of right wingers. I'm glad.
Yes, true. And look, he's glad. He's glad that he's not going to have any friends on the right wing. It's good. It's great. That means his political his political relevancy is going to just go down the drain. So like, yeah, keep trolling, keep joking about it.
That it does. Be upset about it.
We're not.
He's so glad.
Content, or
so glad.
Right-wing fan bases, but I don't know. Although the fireman thing probably hurts me in the lives of a lot of right-wingers. I'm glad it does. Be upset about it.
We're not unaware of that. We're actually doing something really bold and courageous, which is that we're willing to risk our not only money, but the loyalty of our audience to do what we perceive to be the right thing. And Mark, it's the same exact thing I did when I challenged Obama from the left. Tons of paid subscribers left, audience left. No, Obama's a saint. You can't do that. And that was early on in his administration after we helped him so much to get elected against McCain. We do not do audience capture, and we challenge our own audience, open minds, open hearts. So the challenge, this idea of grifting, I know where it comes from. Again, I'm not saying, oh my God, nobody's ever going to do that or nobody's ever done that. No, people have done that. I get it. I get it. Yeah, but in order to make that charge, and if somebody in the audience is concerned, that's totally fine, right? But when other left-wing hosts say they already have done that, that's just a lie. And so that is deeply to make that charge. And if somebody done that, no, people have done that. I get it. I get it. Yeah, but in order to make that charge, and if somebody in the audience is concerned, that's totally fine, right? But when other left-wing hosts say they already have done that, that's just a lie. And so that is deeply problematic that we have a bunch of hosts out there saying things that aren't even close to true. They never checked. They never asked. At least you asked, Mark. And that's and I appreciate
about taking money or whatever.
So people have to be concerned about where they're getting their news. And unfortunately, some folks on our side also have.
Oh no.
I think that's important for you to say.
Oh wait, no, that's fine. Forgot my computer's beefy now. I can do stuff.
We contrasted him to Nick Fuentes. Would you share a stage with Nick Fuentes?
No. In fact, I was on the Spaces on X, and he joined and I left. And so, yeah, there's a line, right? And I
what's the line?
I often grapple with that line myself, right?
What is the line for you, right? And I know it's provisional. We all fuck. What is the line in general for you?
Yeah, line is when your main thesis is white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc. Like that's what Nick's known for. That's what he does, right?
He's a Nazi. He's a literal.
I mean, I think he says he's a neo-Nazi, and I'll take him at his word, right? So, or he defends Nazis, right? That's good enough. No, I have no interest, right?
So I guess that's where I get confused. I saw this from 1023 where you called Trump a Nazi. Yeah, that's you share a stage with Trump and share a stage an event that supports the movement.
Ooh, in October of 2023. That's not like a 7-year-old tweet. That's like a.
Yeah, that's like, oh, that's so bad. Oh, it's not like he's trying to like fix that now.
That's like a 14 month ago video. Oof.
Of a Nazi. And what's the difference?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a title or if I actually said that, but it's a quote, so maybe I did.
I have the video. I can play it.
Oh no! Don't play it!
Do we really need to play it?
Destiny. I mean, Shank is really trying hard to like get away from that.
Fuck you.
So I know back in the day you were a supporter of the public option for healthcare, but then you backed Bernie twice. You were a big advocate of Medicare for all. But when I went to jankforamerica.com, one of the policies listed is public option. So are you running on the
America? They don't use direct Nazi quotes that Trump does. The only fascist that is an actual threat to democracy is Donald J. Trump. He already tried to end this democracy once. And guys, last thing. The other day, he said, immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation. That quote has only been used by Adolf Hitler and Donald J. Trump. So he's telling you ahead of time, I'm a Nazi. It's not like I didn't warn you. I used absurd Hitler quotes. I pulled them out of history, and I said them for no reason, just to let you know I am a Nazi. He then, remember, he had dinner with Nazis. Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, they had dinner talking about how the Holocaust wasn't so bad and Hitler was a hero. Those are things Fuentes has said. Those are things Kanye West has said. He happily had dinner with those Nazis. And when the Nazis marched, he will not replace us. He said there are good people on the Nazi side. How many times does he have to tell you that he's a Nazi before you believe him? Please run a great candidate against that guy. Don't run a terrible, wounded candidate thinking, I hope it'll be all right. So does Donald Trump have bad sides? He has the worst signs I have ever seen of anyone in political life in my lifetime.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have...
Wait a second. Hold up.
Speaking of which,
wait a second.
I need a reminder about project parts. Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
Yeah, cool, great, awesome.
In America. And to run a weak candidate against them is a crime. It's a crime against this country.
Guy.
Yeah, okay, no, if you say it, I know that some people were sending around videos, I believe it. So what I tried to do was, I tried not to call him a Nazi or Hitler, but I guess...
Did you think he was a Nazi, or were you being hyperbolic?
No, I must have been hyperbolic then, because I never...
You never thought Trump was a Nazi?
No.
That was like a whole ass... Now I'm glad we listened to it. Wait, that wasn't just like a... He's kind of a Nazi or whatever. That was a whole ass, he's using quotes, here's a quote, he's...
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
Are you saying that I wasn't doing that the entire time? Oh, that's so cool. Alright.
He's telling you exactly what he is. Don't be surprised when he is a Nazi. Holy shit. My face went. Is this?
I'm confused because this conversation you were talking about, we shouldn't flame throw and call people names and call everybody who's a racist or a racist. You don't even want to call actual white supremacists. Why would you call them a Nazi?
No, I'm saying that I must have, that must have been hyperbolic, because I tried hard not to call him a Nazi. So
why not just own it?
It must have been hyperbolic.
You can evolve on your view. I've changed my view on several of these things. Like over time, just own it. Just own it. Just say like, yeah, okay, I believe in this at this point, or I didn't believe I've changed my mind on this. It's okay. Like the political landscape changes, the media landscape changes. You change your mind over time. It's okay to do that.
So that must have been a mistake.
Just play the video, Mark. Mark is looking at it right now. He's like, damn. He's like, should I hit play on this motherfucker? Am I about to? Am I doing it?
So
he's like, I should. Please do it.
And here's my
he's not going to. Fuck, he's not going to.
I've explained this many times. I'm worried about Trump's fascism because he showed it to us. So on January 6th, but before January 6th as well, he did a fake elector plot. He then agitated people to go bomb rush the Capitol. The point wasn't to keep the Capitol. The point was to delay the proceedings so he could have his fake electors steal the election. So I've been super clear about that. That's why I hated Trump. That's why I fought tooth and nail against Trump. So those are fascist tendencies, and I have no problem calling it fascist. But it is not Nazi. Nazi is a completely different thing where they killed 13 million people and had death camps. Trump didn't have death camps. He didn't kill.
Why do people keep? There's two things that are happening. One, Nazism is not just about the death camps. Okay, number one, that's stupid. Number two, I haven't got to use this talking about because Piers has a weird set. Piers always goes, "You really think that Trump is like Hitler?" Do you think Trump hasn't killed 6 million people, has he? No, but for most of his life, neither did Hitler. Hitler had not killed 6 million or 13 million people for most of his life. That was at the end, right? You know Hitler existed before the Holocaust, right? You know he didn't just like spawn into existence. There was a whole ass build up to that. You know that, right? Like it's such a stupid, even if the comparisons to Hitler, World War II, whatever, overdone, to say like, well, this guy's not Hitler yet, right? Well, no. The same way that a guy pointing a gun at your face and saying he's gonna kill you isn't a murderer yet, but...
Kill those people, but for the way...
Need the Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, neither did Nick Fuentes, but you're still comfortable calling him Nazi.
No, but Nick Fuentes though that he defends the Nazis, so that's a giant difference.
So that's the line for you. You have to explain.
True.
That Nick Fuentes is an evil person, he's a Nazi, etc. You're saying the person, anything short of self-identifying as a Nazi and openly supporting Hitler,
Mercenary.
you're okay sharing stage
Oh
with
man,
this.
he's on the Trump Hitler crazy
Again, Mark,
train.
you're framing it in a way that sounds extreme. So
Yeah. It's yeah.
I want you to consider that maybe what you're saying is extreme. I mean, I might be describing exactly what you're saying. It just doesn't sound as good coming back to you.
So
look up Hitler's coup attempt in 1923. I don't know anything about it other than like very cursory readings.
Oh, that's so weird. He what did he do? He just did like the thing. Like he just wasn't that like a straw man? Just because Zhang doesn't wait.
no, but Nick Fuentes though that
Trump hasn't killed 6 million people, has he? No, but for most of his life, neither did Hitler. Hitler had not killed 6 million or 13 million people for most of his life. That whole last on to say like.
I'm neither did Nick Fuentes, but you're still comfortable calling him.
But for the way
Neither Trump.
Yeah.
I'm not neither did Nick Fuentes, but you're still comfortable calling him Nazi.
No, but Nick Fuentes though that he defends the Nazis, so that's a giant difference.
So that's the line for you. You have to explain. And I agree, by the way, that Nick Fuentes
That's not the line. You're just assuming that's the line.
is an evil person, he's a Nazi, etc. You're saying the person, anything short of self-identifying as a Nazi and openly supporting Hitler, you're okay sharing stage with, it sounds like.
Again, Mark, you're framing it in a way that sounds extreme. So
that's a straw man.
What you're saying is extreme, though. I mean, I might be describing exactly what you're saying. It just doesn't sound as good coming back to you.
So,
No, you just framed it in the most retarded way possible.
Hitler's coup attempt in 1923. I don't know anything about it other than like very cursory readings.
But then this dude talking to Zhank gets all mad and bent out of shape when Zhank frames the way that he's been saying things to Zhank in a much more negative light. But then it doesn't sound good coming back to him. But like, bro, You literally were. You're complaining about the thing that you did to Cenk. Okay.
Yeah, it sounded
All
similar
right.
to the meme, where I think they like tried to overthrow the government. I don't know if there was a fire involved then. Was there? But there was like basically an attempted insurrection of the government. I think Hitler and other people were thrown in prison for it, and then they released him early because they felt bad or some bullshit. And then
No, not at all, Mark. So a couple of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is a terrorist. He's a war criminal. He committed genocide. But I would share a
the
statement.
Reichstag fire, whatever. I think that was later, right? That's what Hitler used to say we need to take away all their freedoms or some bullshit. This was the beer hall push or something. I don't remember. I don't know exactly.
With them because of all the things that we discussed before, the ability to have the other voice, other side have a voice. You know, whether you challenge, don't challenge, you challenge screaming, you challenge whispering. At least.
Wow, JWin HD, thanks for the $20. I have like 15 videos that I need to watch though. So if you're donating money for me to watch a video or do anything else, okay, it's gonna be a while. Okay.
Oh God, that was
I
loud.
give the Palestinians a voice by being on that stage. When I go on the right wing shows, at least I give the left wing a voice.
What voice though?
By being there. And so if you frame it as, oh, look at Cenk Uygur, happily going.
Is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
Cool.
On stage with a terrorist Netanyahu, then I seem like a bad guy. If you say Cenk Uygur giving voice to the Palestinians by being on the same stage as Netanyahu, I seem like a good guy. It's all in the framing. It's in the framing. So when you get
I disagree. It's not just in the, that suggests that your behavior is neutral and the framing is what makes it right or wrong. I'm saying you can actually make different choices on that stage.
So Mark, then let me ask you back. So do you think that as we were talking about populism on both sides and rebelling against the establishment, and that was the theme of it that was supposed to last about 20 minutes, that I should have done a sidewinder and derailed the whole thing by attacking him on his previous quotes about black?
Yes, true.
Not necessarily, no. But again, that's not necessarily the only way to be courageous in that space. That's not the only way to be principled in that space. That's not the only way to do important resistance work in that space. You could pull up an old quote, or you could speak to the bigger system. You could speak to the bigger establishment. It's one thing that's, I give you a concrete example. You sat on that stage and said, we all, the left and the right, we all hate establishment media. Right? We can agree that establishment media needs to go.
But that's not true.
Everybody claps.
The right wing, they love Fox News and the people. It's the largest media channel in the United States of America by far.
That's a great feel-good moment. But again, those people who leave that room, who are the dominant consumers of mainstream media, who are
Aluminum.
the dominant viewers of mainstream media, and who are controlled by people who are right-wing, they're going to walk away saying, yeah, we got to tear down mainstream media. And they're talking about CNN, and they're talking about MSNBC.
They're not talking about Fox News. They aren't.
I mean, you're just assuming that everyone in the room is talking about that. But so that's literally like their downfall. This is why no one listens to these guys. Like, you're just assuming that when Cenk says this and they know that Cenk is like a left winger, that obviously Cenk is just saying obviously they're agreeing with like what Cenk is like trying to insinuate. Like, Cenk doesn't believe exactly what, like, the people that are listening to Cenk saying those things are like, if you guys can assume that what they're thinking is true, then why wouldn't you just assume that they would just assume that Cenk is actually talking about everything else but MSNBC and like all those like newscasts and stuff like that? Like, why? I like how they assume one thing but not the reverse assumption or the counter assumption. They would rather just assume something that basically plays into their narrative.
They might like pay lip service to it, maybe, but they love Fox News. Again, viewership highest any cable news network in the United States. They don't like Fox because it's not right wing about it? No. Don't buy into the propaganda online. Don't buy into the memes online.
The only reason Fox News is so good now is because Trump won. Like, come on now.
Most popular cable news stations, USA. Since the election, Fox News captured 72% of the cable news audience in prime time, as MSNBC and CNN ushered in historic declines. In prime time, MSNBC has seen 62% of its age 25 to 54 audience flee the channel, with the network delivering only 56,000 in 25 to 54 and 619,000 in viewers, a 54% decline. CNN has lost over half of its audience in prime time in the 24 to 54 or 25 to 54 demo. In prime time, averaging 76,000 viewers in the 25 to 54 demographic and 403,000 in viewers. averaging 76,000 and 403,000 in viewers. Oh, this is including older demographics. Fox News, FNC, Fox News Company, I think, has notched 327 of the top cable news telecasts since the day after the election, with MSNBC and CNN failing to garner over 2 million viewers since November 6th. Conservatives are very good at making themselves seem like the victim while also being in control and in charge over and over and over again. Like,
Courageous is going on that stage and saying, look, I know y'all don't want to hear this,
Where's
but
Neri? Have you watched CCN or MSNBC? They look terrible.
Yeah, they're I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're like. They're basically irrelevant at this point. MSNBC, all those news stations, even to a degree Fox News as well, because like,
where's Neri? CNN.
Have you watched CNN or MSNBC? They look terrible. Yeah, I mean, no, I haven't watched them, but I would not doubt that. Because like their ratings like dropped off a cliff when Trump won. It's like, so not even the people that used to listen to them are actually listening to them anymore. It's kind of sad.
Fox News is mainstream media too.
But I have said that on right-wing shows. So you're taking a 20-minute...
Fox News, MSNBC. Courageous is going on that stage and saying, look, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but Fox News is mainstream media too.
But I have said that on right-wing shows. So
did he? I don't think you challenged Fox News with Charlie Kirk up there. I didn't hear that.
you're taking a 20-minute event here.
I'm not saying you've never said it. I'm saying in that we're talking about how to behave in this space, right? Yeah, I'm sure you've said it a million times, but we're talking about right now how to behave in that space. And when I keep pointing out what you did do in that space, you try to do the side of head thing, where then you talk about what you did somewhere else. I'm saying in this space, to answer your specific question you asked me, which is should you have torn them down and brought up specific acts of racism or this other thing? I'm saying you don't necessarily have to do that or even make it so personal, right? Because I get how that could be a distraction. What you can do is say, hey, we all want to tear down mainstream media, establishment media. I'm with y'all, but let's be clear. Establishment media isn't just MSNBC and CNN. It's also Fox, which has been the voice of the right for decades.
Well, this guy doesn't understand how condescending that sounds. Like when Cenk is there at that theater, and at that event with Charlie, like you really think it's gonna sound like when he talks about the specific thing, like you want him to like basically be super condescending and be like, hey, you're like when he says the specific thing about well, like we're not I'm not like here. Let's go back 2 seconds.
We all want to tear down mainstream media, establishment media. I'm with y'all, but let's be clear. Establishment media isn't just MSNBC and CNN. It's also Fox, which has been the voice of the right for decades now. It's OANN, it's all these things. All of this.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This guy is assuming. Let me turn that off. This guy right here is assuming that like when they're cheering about, like he's assuming that they're not actually including Fox News. Like that's just an assumption. They're like this is the conspiracy theory that these two guys have basically. Like they're criticizing Cenk for going there because they can read mind all the people in the crowd and being like, yeah, whenever you say mainstream media, they're not including Fox News. 100% true, and they're just harping over that one idea. And I'm like, bro, like this conversation is just stupid. Like they're just talking about an assumption that they just came up with in their head. And I'm like, where's the proof that you know that? Like there isn't any. But yeah, let's just continue.
This needs to be torn down.
Stupid.
Yes, you can say that.
So, Mark, when I'm on a show like Patrick Bet David in the last 2 hours or 3 hours,
and they don't even watch it.
That's exactly what I say.
Oh, I didn't watch him on that. Damn, he's making all the rounds.
Of course you didn't watch him.
He's the destiny of the Turks, the Young Turks. PBD, Cenk. How long ago was this? Did we watch? We did see it? Wait, I think I watched a clip from this.
Yeah, yeah, Destiny, you live in clips. We know that.
I don't think I watched the whole thing though, did I?
It's funny because like Destiny will say that Hassan lives in clips, and I'm like, bro, you live in clips. When it comes to the people on the right, you live in clips.
There's no shot I watched this whole thing. We saw the first 5 minutes. Yeah. Rate his cam setup. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh wow, you didn't even watch it, or maybe the guy edited it out. But like, bro. Because it proved Destiny wrong. Of course they would edit it out.
A lot of webcams do this new like artificial background blurring thing. I think it looks.
Or Destiny literally didn't watch it. So like he's proving my point about only living in clips. It's either they cut it out of the editing or he literally didn't watch it, and it's just proving my point.
Pretty bad. I think I'd rather just see like an ordinary background. I don't know why
I
everybody started
always
getting
double myself when I double speak when I say things.
Okay, so you're taking a 20-minute speech to go,
Or repeat myself, I mean.
You didn't say that one time. Okay, no, that's not
what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting my position. My position isn't that in this single instance you didn't do this one thing in a 20-minute space. My critique is that when you're deploying now a strategy of entering these kinds of rooms and doing these kinds of things, and particularly these very public spectacles, right? Which is what conventions are: Democrat, Republican, left, right, whatever. They're all these public spectacles. And I'm saying that there's a significant danger in entering those spaces and not being significantly courageous. This isn't about nitpicking a particular thing you didn't do. This isn't about saying, well, you did 99, but there's the 100 when you missed. You're
So his point is that you weren't courageous enough, and you should have been. And well, what does that even look like? That's the next question. Like, what should I have done more? What should I have done?
Framing this as if we're nitpicking, and I'm saying no. The actual
you are
that
nitpicking.
you're articulating right now about how to move in these rooms, I'm saying is deeply problematic for left wing.
I don't even understand.
Deeply problematic.
How is it problematic? You keep calling it problematic. Everybody keeps calling it problematic.
I'll tell you why.
Why? Like, they don't need it.
Because
we have this in our head that if we're in the room, okay, then everybody loves Nazis or
Oh, I watched this. He compared it. Yeah, he did.
some weirdo thing like that.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying like that.
Talking about. Like,
Let me answer you directly.
I mean, you kissed
No, I actually did watch it too.
her ass.
Or
I see
no,
what you're saying.
I was listening to this when I was doing something else, but I wasn't paying full attention to it, and I wasn't like watching. I was just passively listening to it.
But if you clearly say these are left-wing positions, and you fight for them in the different shows, etc., and you try to
But
get
you're
to
not
common ground
fighting.
where they
That's
agree
the
with
issue.
us, how could
You're not fighting. If you were fighting for them, then everybody would be like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. At least Cenk is going there and like holding them accountable. But like, you're not fighting.
Yeah, he's not fighting because the whole point of coming into, like, the whole point of entering that situation in the first place is to get friends. And when you're meeting people for the first time, you don't fight with them because, like, you're trying to, like, get them on your side. You don't fight with the people that you want to get on your side. You just don't do that. It's just stupid. But he's saying, like, oh, like, you're not fighting. You're not challenging them. And I'm like, the whole point of him being there is not to challenge them. The whole point of him being there is to find consensus. Like, your team won, so now I'm not gonna sit here and become MSNBC and ABC News and lose all these ratings. I'm gonna seem like the normal one on the other side, right? That's why Cenk is there, and that's why Cenk's ratings are just gonna keep going up, or it's not gonna or maybe it might plateau, or maybe it might go down a little bit, but it's not going to go down to the gutter like MSNBC and ABC News and all those other people that are on the left, organizations that are on the left. So, yeah.
possibly be a bad thing?
Because they're agreeing with you on terms that don't disrupt their actual worldview and won't change their...
Fuck, holy shit. Actually, I just realized something.
Who cares, though?
We watched this where Sam Seder gives like the gentlest of pushback on Tim lying over his Russian money shit and that it was an ordinary deal.
Where's Neri? We need
What
that
cha-
woman
what
from
changed
the other
here
day
to
be
have
more
Tim
prominent.
invite Sam onto
She
the
I liked
show?
as a lefty.
We need, yes. I liked his, yes. Maybe we could find another video on her.
Because Tim Pool was like Sam Seder's #1 fucking hater. This guy, he talked shit about him like on camera, off camera. To me, like he hated Sam Seder. Was it just because they won the election and now they're just trying to do their victory lap and scoop up whatever other viewers they think they can get from these people, or?
Wait. This was a month ago. Wait, let me actually look this up. I want to look this up. Sam Seder versus Tim Pool.
But now you're
No. What? 5 years ago? That's funny. Not what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for. November 1st. This was before the election. Yes, I knew it. I'm like, wait a second. This happened before the election. What are you talking about? What is Destiny talking? Another lie. Another lie.
Damn, he.
Or actually, instead of saying that he's lying, this is misinformation. Wait, what? Oh, let me see. I need to fix that right now. I just realized this needs to be in between these? No. Below these? No. I had it perfect. What? Ah. All right, whatever. I'll have to fix that later. Simple fix, but it's gonna take too much time. I'll just manually turn it off.
Relap and scoop up whatever other viewers they think they can get from these people, or camera. To me, like, he hated Sam Seder. Was it just because they won the election and now they're just trying to do their victory lap?
Oh, they won the election? Bro, what are you talking about? This was before the election. This is the same video.
I think anybody should.
What has that got to do with...
Same video. Oh, after the election? No, so now they're just scooping up all the viewers from Sam Seder's group now? Ho, 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 ho. Okay, yeah, right. Right, Destiny. Perfect, true.
Scoop up whatever other viewers they think they can get from these people?
Doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Damn, he hated Seder. I wonder what changed here. Seder's pushback was so gentle. Oh my god.
Politics. You're asking.
How do you know that, Mark? You're assuming it, and now I'm not assuming it. It turns out a lot of their voters agree.
He
with us.
is assuming it. All he's been doing is assuming that whenever he brings up you know what? Whatever. Yeah. I mean, I already made that point like millions of times already.
40% of things. We can actually get 40% of things done.
I'm glad that Cenk figured it out, though.
But we were too busy calling them white supremacists to ever get there.
Again, I don't know why we're still talking about calling them white supremacists. That's a straw man you created a long time ago. I'm not.
It's not a straw man, Mark. You said it many times at the beginning. Anyway, go ahead.
Hold on. To be clear, I said to you that I believe they're white supremacists. At no point in this conversation did I say you need to go in the room and call them such. In fact, I said I stipulate that I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah, this is stupid. Mark is repeating himself because Cenk is continually strawmanning the argument. Mark is not saying you need to go in and scream at them. You're white supremacist. He's just saying, like, to be honest with what they are. But then also when you do go, like, you don't have to call them white supremacists, but like challenge them on political things. We're just like, we've looped on this same talking point like 20 times.
That I don't think you should do. So I keep saying that over and over again. This is not about calling them white supremacists. You also said I'm making an assumption. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that they're leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating at that level. I agree that I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure. And unless you have some metric, there's no way to know that when that your appearance there had this impact that you're suggesting it does. Just like I can't prove that it did. So I'm saying I'll call that either. My point here, since you don't understand what I'm saying, is to use what you just said. To be clear, if someone walks into that room and they're sitting in the stands listening to you talk, and they already believe that just to use the mainstream media example, they believe that establishment media needs to go. But they also don't think Fox News is establishment media, right?
I was rudely interrupted.
CNN and MSNBC, keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the stands in this example, right? Because they don't think that's establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep MSNBC, fine, right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit on that stage and say, yeah, we can all agree to get rid of mainstream media.
Oh, bro, he's just assuming that the person doesn't think that. He's just assuming. This is all just assumption.
In fact, I stipulate that I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah, this is stupid. Mark is repeating himself because Cenk is continually strawmanning the argument. Mark is not saying you need to go in and scream at them. You're white supremacist. He's just saying, like, just to be honest with what they are. But then also when you do go, like, you don't have to call them white supremacists, but like challenge them on political things. We're just like, we've looped on this same talking point like 20 times.
That I don't think you should do. So I keep saying that over and over again. This is not about calling the white supremacists. You also said I'm making an assumption. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that they're leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating at that level.
What do you mean there's no evidence of that? Wait, what? Bro, the evidence of them actually changing their mind to like left-wing things is literally having Cenk Uygur on their show. Like, what? Why would they have Cenk, a left-wing guy, on their mainstream show if they weren't even at least a little bit interested in left-wing ideas? Like, bro, are you kidding me with that? Oh, zero. There's zero, none, 100%, zero, none. There's no evidence to back up that they are actually gonna like sway, that they want to be swayed to the left at all. Like, bro, that's bullshit. It's just bullshit. And I like It's funny how Destiny didn't even like figure that out. It's true. Like that's
I don't know for sure. You don't know for leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that they're leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating.
And Jank being on all their shows is evidence of them like being open to left-wing ideas. Like, why would they have a left-winger on if they weren't even open to the idea? Like, what? Like, come on now.
At that level, I agree. I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure. And unless you have some metric, there's no way to know that when that your appearance there had this impact that you're suggesting it does. Just like I can't prove that it did. So I'm saying I'll call that even. My point here, since you don't understand what I'm saying, is to use what you just said. To be clear, if someone walks into that room and they're sitting in the stands listening to you talk, and they already believe that just to use the mainstream media example, they believe that establishment media needs to go, but they also don't think Fox News is establishment media. Right?
Which is an assumption.
CNN and MSNBC keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the stands in this example, right? Because they don't think that's establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep us MSNBC, fine, right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit on that stage and say, yeah, we can all agree to get rid of mainstream media, and Joe Sixpack in the stands claps and says, that's right. Even the lefty guy agrees with me.
So let me
let me just tie a bow on it. He now has even more reinforcement for his position that establishment media needs to go, but he's still never been told that the thing he thinks isn't establishment media, Fox News, isn't. So that's what I'm saying. But now he has more legitimacy to his wrong point because you didn't actually tell him that it's wrong.
No, totally disagree. So Mark, I can go in the room and have that same exact conversation with Joy Reid, right? And then everybody in the filled with left-wingers in that case, right? And people walk out thinking, oh yeah, we got to get rid of Fox News and maybe CNN.
You know they're not going to listen to a thing he has to say if he goes in there right now and starts arguing with them. Well, no, you just
True.
This is, again, I feel like this is so weird because this is my blueprint, like for the entire Red Pill arc and even my conservative arc at the beginning of this year. You go on and you just pick some things to fight about. You don't have to fight over every single thing, but pick a few things to fight about and have a good time, right?
But definitely not MSNBC.
Did I crack the top 10 on this?
And if they were good.
Shut up. Hell yeah. I wonder, okay, fuck this. I will make it number one for podcasts they've done. See, I do bring the views. Fuck you guys.
I guess I'll make one here.
Do they have a Patreon?
Difficulty navigating.
Hold on, fuck. There's another thing I realized recently that I need to do more, which is making friends with people.
Wow, look at that. Making friends with people. How well has that been going on for you? How well has that been going? Making friends with people. Doesn't even get booked on shows anymore. Oh, but I need to make friends with people. Yeah, now he realizes that. It's a bit too late, buddy, after that comment on the attempted assassination and then making fun of the guy that died from the firefighter. I'm gonna keep bringing it up like 103 million times. Just gonna keep bringing it up because it's never gonna die. It's never gonna disappear. People are gonna keep knowing about it, and you're gonna stay exactly where you are. What is this? All right. Just too silent. Just say something.
You also have to hate MSNBC. Now, I will tell them that if they ask me. I will tell them that in the span of a larger and longer conversation. I will tell the left the same exact thing that I'm telling the right, and I would tell the right the same thing I'm telling the left. So just because we didn't clarify Fox News or OAN in that conversation doesn't mean we shouldn't have that conversation or that it somehow helped Charlie Kirk's nefarious.
True.
Patreon is right there. Oh, wait, fuck, hold on, wait. I just want to say something stupid.
Yeah.
Why are white supremacists so offended by the white supremacist label? It's like they do believe white people are superior. Well, because it sounds bad, I mean on that. For premium podcast episodes.
Where is Cole?
I feel like since they edit these interviews like super heavily, like I want to say that mine was like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and I see it's cut down to 47 minutes.
Bro,
like
we have to outsource
totally
Cole?
unedited cuts onto their Patreon. I feel like a lot of people would sign up for these, especially since the people
That's
that
the
they
closest
interview,
one.
One, these are like funny interviews that are cut really short, and then two, because there's like pretty popular people that they're bringing on.
Wow.
And Destiny.
Wow. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, boom, boom, boom. So I was curious, did you and Nick get along fine? He seems super weird to vibe with. How does he seem weird to vibe with? I think we all got along.
Beer. So this idea that I'm not going on left-wing shows.
Wait, wrong one. Sorry. Wait, wrong one.
His plans. So if his plans are to get rid of establishment media, that's my plans. I hate establishment media. So,
like, how can you not see that? Like, bro, what they want to put up afterwards is not what you want to see, my friend. Like, why are you deluding yourself into thinking this?
So if you say to me, "Oh my God," but then if you say, "Cenk," then what if?
I mean, obviously, Cenk thinks that what their thing is doing is better than the system that he has right now. But obviously, Destiny doesn't think that the system that we have right now is worse than what is soon to come. Cenk thinks that the system that we have right now would be worse than what the MAGA people wants to put back in, or the people that support Trump. It's funny. I say that as if I'm not one of them.
If they use it to get rid of everything but Fox News, but they didn't do that. That's a wild hypothetical. And if they did, I'd fight them tooth and nail, right? So
True.
Like, if they do things that we don't agree with, we fight. And so that's not that complicated.
Maybe we're talking
about super clear about that, right? But you're assuming what's in their head and what they assumed about what I said.
Yes.
Strength to Charlie Kirk, but none of those things actually happened. So like,
we don't know what happened. Again, we don't know what happened anymore in the sense of what I'm saying and what you're saying. You're almost, one would hear that and think that somehow I'm painting a hypothetical that's unprovable and yours has been demonstrably proven. What I'm saying is, you made an argument.
Yes, it is Destiny. They want independent media. Conservatives have no desire for independent media. That's not true. If that was true, then they would have huge problems with Elon and Twitter and the closeness that he has with Trump. So that's not true.
In that room that didn't challenge Joe in the stands argument. I just painted a picture of Joe in the stands and his belief on mainstream media, and you didn't really respond to that. I'm saying Joe has no reason to believe that Fox News is establishment media based on what you said on that stage. Do you have a duty to tell him that? I think you do if your goal is to challenge establishment media, to not only challenge establishment media, but to challenge what he thinks is establishment media. If that's not your goal, then don't. That's fine. But then that doesn't make our focus.
It's odd when Cenk makes sense. Weird world.
Wait, hold up. It's odd when Cenk makes. Yeah, true.
Get that since I've done that on other shows, but it wasn't part of that 25-minute conversation, that's not a fair standard to hold me to. I didn't debunk every thought that every right-winger in the stands had within that 25 minutes.
Yes, true.
Like, bro, I wouldn't be able to do it. I would just hang up. Like, imagine you go to a dude and he's like eating just like piles of shit out of a trash can. Like, bro, this is not healthy for you. It's like, okay, so I need to min-max every single fucking part of my diet to make you happy? No, bro, just don't eat like actual literal shit out of trash cans. Oh, okay, so what? I need to be a fucking PhD researcher to know the perfect balance of micros and macro? No, dude, just stop eating dog shit. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with
this analogy doesn't really hit, right?
Because I don't have time to look at a million fucking health and diet YouTube videos to figure out exactly what no, bro, why the fuck do you keep saying this? Just don't eat shit. Eat like a normal, healthy diet. Oh, healthy? What? Like it's been redefined a million? No, why does he keep saying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over?
Do you get that since I've done that on other shows, but it wasn't part of that 25-minute conversation, that's not a fair standard to hold me to, I didn't debunk every thought that every right-winger in the stands had within that.
See, the mistake that Cenk did is saying every single thing. Like, he should have just stuck with debunk that one thing that you're telling me to debunk. That's what he should have said.
5 minutes, that's a wildly unfair standard.
So, I get what you just said, but what you just attributed to me is not what I said. I keep making point A, and then you keep sort of caricaturing my
But
point.
the Fox News thing is like, how would I like? Why would I didn't even assume that they would think that it's not Fox News.
But you should.
That's Fox News.
Oh, he's finally
because
okay. Oh yeah. He's getting pissed off now. Okay, thank you. Jesus, yeah. Like,
assume that they would think that it's not Fox News.
Rich from what he ate from the
That's
leaks.
Fox News, like because
Rich from the. Rich from what? From the leaks? I'm confused.
that wasn't what the conversation was about, Mark. So like, that's you went really deep into that rabbit hole to come up with like.
No, I do for example. I really read the transcript and went by the points you made. And again, I didn't say let's go in there and debunk every potential misconception people in the audience has. Again,
we've done this point like 20 times. Yes, we've done this so many times.
I make a point, and then you then attribute to me this absurd caricature, and then say I didn't do that, Mark. I didn't give everybody $5,000. I didn't ask you to. What I'm saying is, if you make a point,
so let me understand right. Do you think I should have specifically made that one point that you're making about Fox News? And then
no, again, you're minimizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying my issue is that you didn't.
Oh, so I needed to make that one specific point. That's the bro. How can he not understand this? He must understand this. He must. What is happening here?
Address the single point that Mark Lamont Hill was saying at this moment. That of all the points in the world to be made, I'm mad that you didn't make mine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
why, like,
this is what I'm talking about, like the performativity. Like Mark shouldn't have to say this, right? That's obviously what he's not saying, right? Like, why didn't you push back on Charlie Kirk? What am I supposed to be, a linebacker now? What, did you want me to tackle him? How hard was I supposed to push him? Like, no, bro, nobody's saying this. Hello?
You said three things, right?
Where's
For example,
Harry?
hypothetically.
Best
And I'm
not
saying,
look into
if
it.
you wanna
You Destiny.
Okay.
Talk about those three things and make the audience believe that we're aligned on these three things, left and right. But it turns out, if we actually critically analyze it, we're not. Then you have to point that out. Otherwise, the powerful will walk away thinking that they're even more powerful. I'll give you an example. Let's just hear what
I do that at almost every opportunity.
And that's what.
Do what? Make the powerful think they're more powerful, or push back on something?
And that's what we're going. What I'm saying though is every opportunity isn't the same. For example, if this were 300 years ago, just hypothetical, 200 years ago, and then I'll leave it alone. And we were in a place where black people weren't considered human beings, right? And black people legally were not citizens, right? And you were an abolitionist, and you walked in the room, to a room of slaveholders, and said, every citizen should get a house. Every citizen should have the right to vote. Every person should be safe in this country. We should all agree on that, and y'all clap and walk out.
No! Pre-watch. That was exactly my point yesterday, where I said, like, you understand, like, if you were to go into a room of, I think I literally said it was slave owners or pre-civil right. I think I was going to say slave owners, and then I decided in my brain, I was like, well, I'm not going to say slave owners because people are going to say, well, all men are created equal or whatever bullshit, which I think is actually just the Declaration of Independence, or is that the preamble to the Constitution? I don't remember. But so then I just changed it to pre-civil rights era people. Like, you understand that pre-civil rights, like people in the United States would say, yeah, of course we should all have the same constitutional rights. Separate but equal, that's a doctrine that comes from the Supreme Court that's like constitutional, right? Yes, they would also agree. They'd say, yeah, absolutely, fucking A, yeah. Okay, so Mark, he can use the more extreme example. Yeah, you can go to talk to slave owners. Shouldn't everybody in the USA and our new, in our new country, shouldn't we all have the same rights? They'd be like, absolutely, yeah. But it's like, hold on, well, what the are you saying? What are you actually saying here? Like, this is why I always say give examples, grounded in examples.
So when Trump wins and goes into the White House, Destiny becomes a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, okay. We have to, everything's a dog whistle to him now. Like, oh, they don't say it verbatimly. Like, what do you actually mean when you say that? Like, it's funny because, like, Destiny complains about how, like, oh, there's so many conspiracy theories on the right, and now he's literally making up his own conspiracy theory because of something that people didn't say, or something that no one explicitly said was wrong or bad, or they didn't clarify 100% on what they're talking about. Like, it's just funny. It's just funny to see this now. Like, the whole people that have conspiracy theories, like, it's borderline conspiracy theory because you're not assuming the things that you should obviously just assume. Like, it's funny how that's a talking point on Destiny's side now. It's very rich.
Examples in policy.
Every person should be safe in this country. We should all agree on that, and y'all clap and walk out and hug out and leave, right? You could say, look at this. I just brought together the abolitionist and the slaveholder. The problem is
you didn't give an example. Oh fuck, this is such a good point. Yes, it's these high-level concepts, these abstract concepts. We all need to be safe in the United States, right? All of us are entitled to safety. Exactly. And then everybody claps. And then like half the people walk away saying, this is why we're going to have equal rights. And the other half are like, this is why the slaves need to be kept in their own houses. If you don't ground these out in examples, nobody really knows what the fuck you're saying.
They're agreeing that all people should be safe and all citizens should vote, but they don't believe that black people are citizens or humans.
Yes.
So they think they're agreeing with you because they don't accept that stipulation. Right?
Oh God, and Cenk is about to say the most condescending, patronizing bullshit in the world. I can feel it. It's that look. He always has that look when he's like, oh, my friend, I'm not eating dog shit. This is cat shit. You're mistaken.
But I'm saying, just let me finish the thought. And so what I'm saying is, when you have that exchange with them, you have a duty.
They aren't slave owners from 300 years ago.
My friend, I'm not eating dog shit. This is cat shit. You're mistaken.
But I'm saying, just let me finish the thought. And so what I'm saying is, when you have that exchange with them, you have a duty.
I went back just to see what you were referring to.
Confront them on that misconception. And you can't say, well, I said it in Bible study, I've said it on the streets, I've said it in the underground. No, when we're having that conversation, we have to say that thing. And then if I confront you on that, you can't say, well, Mark, I can't confront all the philosophical and epistemological. No, I'm asking.
Did you say I said it in the Underground Railroad? Okay, this is one thing I've never understood, okay? Supposedly, right, there was this whole Underground Railroad for getting slaves, like, to freedom. How have we never seen, like, any videos of any tunnels? Or like, how do they actually get like whole ass fucking trains? Like, wouldn't these be subways? Shouldn't it have been called the underground? Shouldn't it have just been called the underground subway? Like, what exactly was going on there?
Obviously, Destiny's taking that way too literally, but that's what Destiny does.
No, I'm asking you that. I'm saying on this issue that you brought up, you have a duty to show them how they're wrong because that's what's high stakes. That's what decides who lives or dies. That's what makes the political conversion. Yeah. Otherwise, and this is the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, these two fundamentally understand why Cenk was there in the first place. Cenk wasn't there to criticize and fight with them on stuff. Cenk was there to talk to them and literally try and show consensus, agree with things, show where we agree, because like everyone on that side already knows where they disagree on. Like Cenk doesn't need to ram that through their head. What Cenk needs to do is ram the fact that that they literally, like, there's things that we agree on, so let's talk about that. And that's the thing that they did. But they just fundamentally don't understand. They keep acting as if Cenk is supposed to be there to debate these people, and I'm like, no. He's there to make consensus. He's there to make friends. Cenk is there to make friends, get allies, and you don't get allies by fighting with them on points, and having super difficult questions on the first time that you guys are meeting. Like, it's just stupid. It's just so stupid. And it's so annoying that they don't understand this. They're intelligent, but they just can't figure that out. Like, come on now.
Otherwise, the slave.
I feel like you really liked Mark after your discussion with him, and then you soured on him for some reason, and Mark seemed to be doing a really good job here. What about him do you not like? Or is Israel-Palestine takes too crazy for you? I don't remember. I feel like he talked to somebody afterwards, and I felt like his summary of our conversation was not as great. But as far as people that I disagree with on Israel-Palestine, I feel like he was probably one of the better ones, I think. Well, no, he was one of the better ones. I'm just not sure if I pushed more, if it would turn into a dog shit conversation. Like, Nick Fuentes was a really good first conversation, but when I came back and I had him to talk to him the second time, I realized, like, oh, this is a dog shit sloganeer person who doesn't actually know anything about what he's talking about. This is like 7 years ago. But regardless of our disagreements on Israel-Palestine, I do think Mark is one of the good ones. And by one of the good ones, I mean one of the left-leaning people that are like to the left of me that we can disagree with things on, and he's not like super unhinged or crazy.
Slaveholder walks away saying, look, me and the abolitionists agree. Let's go back to business as usual. They actually feel strengthened in their position. Now, please don't say, Mark, why are you comparing this to slavery? Please don't get on. No. Actually hear the heart and the substance of my argument and be intellectually honest and address. Don't walk around it. Address the specific example I gave you, and please answer.
Yeah. No, I get the analogy completely. I totally get it. So, look, there's two parts to this. Number one, you just built a straw man. You said, oh, I did a Bible study, I did it at the grocery store. No,
I mean, it's true, though.
Spaces.
I did it on some of the largest right-wing.
Yeah, that would be. That's not a straw man. To be clear, in 1800s, Bible study was a right-wing space. The only the right was allowed in the grocery store because black people were property. It's a perfect analogy. It's not a straw man. It's a perfect analogy.
You acknowledge I've done it in right-wing spaces, just not in that.
Examples. This is where Marcus is like, okay, give me a couple examples. This is why I'm saying, like, if you want to have...
Yeah. Well, let me finish Zhang's point here. Like, yes, he's acknowledged that...
Was a right-wing space. The only the right was allowed in the grocery store because black people were property. It's a perfect analogy. It's not a straw man. It's a perfect analogy.
You acknowledge I've done it in right-wing spaces, just not in that.
Examples. This is where...
Just not in the way that Mr. What? I don't even know who this guy is. I've seen him before. I just don't know his name. Marquez or whatever. Marco. Yeah, this guy. This dude. Yes. He acknowledges that Cenk did do some of what he wanted him to do, just not in a debate fashion, not as hard as he would want him to, as he would want Cenk to do it. And it's just kind of funny. It's funny because it's like, I know you did do it, but you didn't do it in the way that I wanted you to do it. So that's why I have a problem with you. But he doesn't specify. He just makes analogies, and like, yes, I understand the analogy, but like, you already admitted that I already did the thing that you wanted me to do, just not as strong as you wanted me to do it. But he's not there to debate. Like, come on now, or borderline debate.
Give me a couple exampple. This is why I'm saying, like, if you want to have...
I mean, he already did give examples. Oh my God. Like he said, Patrick Bet-David, he's been on there for almost 2 to 3 hours. He went on Tim Pool's show just watch the 2-hour podcasts. Oh, where's the examples? Oh, just ask for examples. Like, bro, well, he already told them that you went on these podcasts. You can watch them. There's your examples. But he's going to keep complaining as if like that didn't happen.
There's like an evolution that's happened with the consumption of political content where people are starting to favor more long form content, which I think is good. But if we're going to do long form content, we should take advantage of the long form content space. And one of the advantages you can have is, well, we're both on a computer right now and we're going to be here for 2 hours. Let's like watch a video clip. We have time. We can do it. We can watch a minute video clip. It's not going to cut into like a 30-minute radio segment, like 12-minute radio segment. It's not going to cut into anything. It's not like we have to do this for a Twitter short or whatever, or an Instagram short or a reel or some bullshit, right? Let's watch the thing. You have the capability of doing that. Bring it up. Ask for an example. What did you push back on? Like, on what do you feel? What viewpoint do you feel like you're representing accurately and honestly?
This is not the one that has us on the news right now. This is the big one.
But I don't know if it's going to make the news. Like, half the time I think it's going to make news and it doesn't. Half the time I don't think it's going to make any news.
Let's not get distracted. I'll allow you to continue. I don't want to say something. Please continue.
Okay, so then the second part of it is, Mark, the problem with your analogy is that in the slaveholder, part of it, the fact that they hold slaves is so central to that conversation.
Isn't there some sort of psychological thing about telling someone, give me an example, or tell me one time that happened in an argument, how it's inherently manipulative? I think it can be manipulative, but it's not. I think I got mind fucked, unfortunately. Remember how I said like the left-leaning media is always like obsessed with trying to be fair and balanced and not seem biased? I think I let myself get mind fucked by other people calling me a wiki warrior debate lord, where I'm like afraid to ask for examples in a debate. And I do, but I'll hedge it a ton. I'll be like, okay, listen, like you can find me in debates where I've said this multiple times, or through multiple debates where I've said this, like, okay, I know it's not fair to ask for an example right now, or like I don't expect you to know 100% off the top of your head, but could you just give me like a general idea of what you're talking about? Like even I'm afraid to ask for examples. But if you're in a media space and this is what you do for a living, I should be able to ask that question. I should be able to say, give me an example of this. What exactly are we talking about? Because again, it's easy to talk a whole bunch of bullshit, a whole bunch of theory. And then when you're given an example, now all of a sudden it falls apart because you have no examples or it's bullshit. I'm strong against this Mark guy. He likes Candace Owens because of her takes on Israel-Palestine. Wait, no shot. Wait, this is manipulative, by the way. I hate give me an example during an argument because all of a sudden I forget everything you've ever done. Frowning face. That's called being manipulative, because if you can't give an example, don't bring it up. That's like a motherfucker going, oh, okay, never mind, I agree with this. Wait, I agree with him then too. Or her, whatever this account is.
I think examples are good because they also ground out like, well, what behavior are you talking about that you don't like? If the other person can't give an example ever, then I think that's a problem because now I don't know if you're like crazy making or you're just like fucking caricaturizing me or if you're making claims that aren't even like true or Bonerbox viral tweet. That was a good ass tweet. Okay, fuck you. MAGA has one discussion about policy in 8 years and it results in a civil war. True. I think they're talking about an abusive relationship, not a debate. I don't think they're talking about an abusive relationship. They're just talking about a relationship in general. And that's what I was talking about. Yeah. If you're fighting with a partner.
Oh yeah, he's specifically talking about the H1B1 visa stuff that's going on X right now with Elon, everyone hating Elon and Vivek. I still like Elon and Vivek even though they have that stance, and I kind of sort of more agree with them than, but I sympathize with all the MAGA people that are that are against them, basically making it like it feels like they don't care about the American people, but the H1V like getting more intelligent people to come into our country to make our country better is always, I think that's always a good thing, right? But it does mean that you're gonna have less like jobs available for American people if you keep shipping those jobs out and giving. So I sympathize, but I think in the long run, having smarter people do stuff in America will make America stronger in the future. And plus, having these super educated people coming over will just make lesser jobs more prevalent, because now we have all these higher typically when you have all these higher skilled jobs being filled up, and producing all of this wealth, I guess more basic jobs can be created with that. I feel like that would be, I mean, it obviously depends on the type of job and what department we're talking about, but yeah, I feel like that's kind of true. Kind of true.
Like, you always do this shit. It's
or
like, wait,
it feels intuitive to say that it's true.
Like, I can't think of anything right now. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I don't even know if that's true then.
So you can't possibly think like, oh, I just said all citizens should have an house, and I assume that they think that that means slaves, or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves.
Yes.
Slavery.
Yes, the assumption. Yes, the assumption. That's the thing that drives me up a wall. But Destiny and this Mark guy thinks that, yeah, you're supposed to assume this. It's just obvious, right? It's just obvious, right? Like, everyone just thinks the way that we all think, right? It's just the assumptions are just all true. Everyone believes this. Correct, right? Like, debate one. Like, it's so condescending. It's
part of that conversation. Are they
so
citizens
annoying.
or are they not citizens? Whereas now when we are talking about establishment mainstream media, there's a lot of different variables there, and a lot of different things that people can mean. So whether we're talking about Fox or OAN within that conversation is not necessarily central in the same way that slavery is central in your analogy.
Yes.
Candace Owens has been named Anti-Semite of the Year. It's an annual contest held by the watchdog group Stop Anti-Semitism, and it was a proud moment for Candace. It seemed she was happy to accept the award. She used it not as an opportunity to hold her head in shame, as some people might have taken that award, but instead to speak out, and to even accept the award and explain the reason why she's happy to get it. So check this out. Here's Candace Owens accepting her award.
It's amazing because of not just how they announced it, but the quotes that they were able to get from Stop.
This person is evil. This is like a Goebbels or a he was the chief propagandist, right? Yes. Okay. This is a Goebbels, whatever the type figure. She would be the chief propagandist. This is absolutely the role that she fills. This is an evil person. This is an evil character right now that exists in our country.
Wow.
Who is, like, committed to the destruction of this country. The amount
Hold
of
up.
propaganda and
I'm gonna clip this right here. This is an evil person.
Goebbels, whatever, or a
announced it, but the quote
accepting her award.
All right, we're gonna clip this. Copy current time. Open up my good old. Wait. Forget. Obsidian. Let's go. I keep all my links. All the bad faith arguments and nonsense that he likes to throw up. And all right, so this is what do I call it? What do I call it?
It's amazing because of not just how they announced it, but the quotes that they were able to get from Stop.
This person is evil. This is like a Goebbels or a he was the chief propagandist, right? Yes, okay. This is a Goebbels, whatever the type figure. She would be the chief propagandist. This is absolutely the role that she fills. This is an evil person. This is an evil character right now that exists in our country who is like committed to the destruction of this country. The amount of propaganda and lies and poor research and conspiratorial thinking and conspiracy theories and the unvetted bullshit and all of the crazy other stooges that she brings on, and the fact that this is such a popular show, this is insane.
And look no further than the New York Post comment section. It was exceptional. Just completely being
The New York Post comment section? Oh...
You understand that, like, everybody knows that I'm the smartest political debater online, right? Like, have you ever seen the comment section on a Last Night on Destiny video? Well, actually, those people are way more conservative than my normal audience. Have you ever seen the comment section on a Destiny video? Like, obviously, these people know that I'm the smartest ever, right?
ratioed everywhere. You gotta go on Instagram. I'm gonna read you a few of these comments, but people were just reaching out. We were getting donations. They were angry at the New York Post for this, making a mockery of it. Even Grok, which is X's AI program, were like, hey, Kansas has been named anti-Semites of the year, but there has been some mixed reactions. So I'm gonna read some of these mixed reactions on Instagram. This user wrote, this is how you try and destroy someone through insidious rumors, and then later God finds a way to vindicate the flock of pariahs. Honestly, I'm not a fan of hers, but come on. This next person writes, she was hoping to get it. Ha ha ha. Candace is a truth teller. Hashtag Christ is king. This person writes, wow. And she had some serious competition. I did. This person writes, Israel rating American citizens by how well behaved they are. The nerve of these people. This person says, the truth doesn't make you anti-anything. She's a hero. Only genocide supporters would call her anti-Semites. The truth will get you canceled. Candace is great. Israel should be marked as anti-Christian of the year after what they did in Syria. So it's not going well.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't like Candace's takes on the Israel stuff, but I think she does a really good job being super fair on like one side versus the other. I think the only reason she's harping really badly on one side, or it seems like she's harping on one side, is because she doesn't care for the name calling. You call her an if you call her a white supremacist, she's gonna throw it. Like, who cares? Like, it's just stupid. If you call her an anti-Semite, like, who cares? It's just stupid. Because like, to her, she knows that she's not an anti-Semite, so she doesn't even need to say or prove or even like she'll even play into the meme, like, oh, you think I'm just this word? Oh, just keep throwing this word over and over again. Like, just calling someone an anti-Semite isn't an argument, and it's stupid. And this is how she's gonna react. And I'm like, honestly, I praise her for that. But like, I'm much more like, I don't think it's like a genocide. That's stupid. So for her to even say that, like, I think she's just ignorant on the situation. So, but yeah.
I would say for like the pro-Israel lot, people are not falling for this sort of thing. But it's interesting to see that
You can tell people aren't falling for it because it was the New York Post comment section.
they have not stopped the onslaught of slander and libel this entire year when any person just wants them to practically debate why it is that America should be married to the foreign policy aims of beating Netanyahu and the Likud party. It makes entirely no sense. It's interesting if you just actually reflect and think about this, though.
It makes entirely no sense. So many things I want to talk about with this, right?
No, Mark, no, don't do it. No, you don't have to defend Candace Owens. No, don't do this.
Right. First, let me just start by saying Candace Owens is without a doubt a problematic figure. I debate Candace a lot. We engage a lot on other platforms, not so much here. Candace Owens is without a doubt a problematic figure. I debate Candace a lot.
Problematic? No. Problematic is when you tell racist jokes to your friends that maybe bleed over too much into other parts of your life and it might be impacting your mind, okay? Hitler was not a problematic figure in history. Hitler was a bad guy. Problematics is the car that well-intentioned people drive.
And he's comparing her to Hitler? Okay, all right, cool. GG. All right, copy current time. Boom.
Into bad guysville, okay? You are not problematic once you've become the problem, okay? Ematic is like the thing when you're not quite the thing yet, you know? It's like ish, you know? Hitler was not bad-ish. He was just bad, all right?
Other platforms, not so much here. We've debated once here, I think, really discussion. But at the end of the day, Candace Owens is a very interesting and outright problematic figure. Candace advances, I think, theories, arguments, political positions, and even just outright claims that I think are dangerous, inaccurate, and profoundly anti-Black. I'm not saying Candace is anti-Black, but what the politics she advances are anti-Black. And I think that Candace is quite dangerous. Part of why Candace is quite dangerous is because she makes sense to the folk, right? She makes an argument that does make sense, and it's mixed in with all the stuff that I think is problematic, but it's likely dipped in truth. And for Black people in particular we're so conservative, socially, culturally, etc., she can resonate in lots of ways. But while she's resonating, this other stuff is happening. I see lots of Black men on social media engage her and like her and agree with her. Again, but it tends to be around things that are homophobic, transphobic. I'm not saying all Black men are those things. I'm just saying the men who I've seen engage her are engaging her on these issues. And so there's a lot of danger in this, sort of normalizing this right-wing agenda, this Trump agenda, as Candace does. I think these are all things that are problematic. At the same time, Candace ain't wrong on Israel. Now, I would say she needs to push her critique even deeper. This isn't just about Bibi Netanyahu. This isn't just about the Likud party. This isn't just about the...
Okay, I don't like that he supports any part of fucking Candace ever. I think it's really bad. I think it's super horrible. I wouldn't even agree with her on the Israel shit because it's probably coming from a deeply rooted place of anti-Semitism. But I appreciate that he at least gave this qualifier first, okay? I appreciate that at least.
The particular regime that's in place in Israel right now, Israel as a state, is structurally incapable of yielding democracy or justice. It's an ethno state. And unfortunately, it's an ethno state that is built upon the exploitation, the extraction, the marginalization, the repression of Palestinian people. And so I'm saying Candace go even further in her critique of Israel, but Candace really came to the fore.
None of this qualifier addresses her anti-Semitism. Listen up, okay? In the United States, we love all people, and we love our Black people, and we just don't talk about the anti-Semitism, okay? That's for another day. Okay, if you guys are allowed to say that Palestinians are homophobic because they're getting bombed too much, okay? Listen, we just don't talk about that, okay? That's okay. We give them that one, all right? They've earned at least a little bit of something, all right? Because they have had a rough time, rough history in the U.S. Give them a little bit of anti-Semitism. They can, okay, that's fine, whatever.
In the last 12 months, with her critiques of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. By speaking up against Israeli genocide in Gaza, Candace Owens suddenly had friends that she never expected, but a whole lot more enemies that she never expected. Suddenly, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, Okay,
all right.
What's central in this conversation?
So what's central in this conversation is, do they actually believe that means slaves? Or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery slaves is so central to that conversation. The second part of it is, Mark, the problem with your analogy is that in the slaveholder part of it, the fact that they hold slaves is so central to that conversation. So you can't possibly think like, oh, I just said all citizens should have an house, and I assume that they think that that means slaves.
Yes, well done.
Cool.
Or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery is the central part of that conversation. Are they citizens or are they not citizens? Whereas...
Oh, come on. No, you shouldn't even grant him that. I understand he doesn't want to be like ultra combative, but like, no, you can understand the analogy. Come on, bro.
Right now, when we are talking about establishment, mainstream media, there's a lot of different variables there, and a lot of different things that people can mean. So whether we're talking about Fox or OAN within that conversation is not necessarily central the same way that slavery is central
when the
in your
rabbi called her
analogy.
Candace Ovens on Piers Morgan's show a while back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Candace Ovens. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Can you link me that video?
Central in this conversation.
I want to see
This
that.
conversation is, do they actually believe some of these populist opinions, right? Do they actually dislike establishment politicians because they take donor money and hence are corrupt? And that's super central. And yes, my assessment is that MAGA voters, and yes, they're not seeing clear on Trump, they're not seeing clear on Elon Musk, but they do hate the corruption.
How can you not see clear on Donald Trump, who's one of the most transparent figures ever? How can you not see clear on Elon Musk when everything he does is so transparent? What are they not seeing? Hello? Maybe they just don't.
Wait, let me translate Destiny for you guys. How can you not believe the things that I believe about Donald Trump? How can you not believe the things that I believe about Elon Musk? Like, how could you guys just possibly can't believe those things? Like, I believe it, and I'm smart. Why don't you guys know this? Like, and then he complains about why he's alone on the left. And like no one wants to be with him. Even people on the extreme left don't even like him. And I'm like, bro, you're like the most condescending like political streamer out there, and you make people feel like you're always super combative, and you're super condescending on the other side, and then you complain about how like you're all alone and no one wants to, and then people don't believe the things that you believe. Like, bro, like there's a reason. Like. Obviously, you can see this. Anyone with half a brain can see why why people believe Elon Musk and why people believe and why people don't have the same. Let me take that back. Let me respawn. Obviously, people can understand why Destiny or no one has or very little people in the world have Destiny's worldview on Elon Musk and Trump. Let's just say that. Yeah, I think that's a better statement.
Don't give a fuck.
And they do hate the donor class.
To that point, they clap.
When everything he does is so transparent, what are they not seeing? Hello? Maybe they just don't give a fuck.
And they do hate the donor class.
To that point, they clapped you when you said establishment media. They clapped when you said we hate Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell. When you said we got to get rid of the donor class, no one clapped.
I noticed that. You know why, Mark?
You know why, Mark? Why? What's he gonna say? Because I was combating them on that? Because I brought up Elon, or what? He didn't bring up Elon.
Challenge them by talking about their donors, and I've done that.
Wrong, lies, liar. About their donors, say his name. President Musk, say his name. Elon Musk.
If I knew how.
Not the amorphous, nebulous, whatever fucking donor people.
Oh, you might
Elon
have to.
Musk is the richest man in the.
You might have to. Not receiving enough video to maintain smoothing. How do I? Let's see. Whatever. I think
world. Say his name. How can you ever talk about donor class?
What I was gonna try and say is that I was going to recommend maybe refreshing your thing, but I think YouTube there's an issue with YouTube not on my end, so maybe the delay is probably because like I need to fix that issue. In order for me to fix that issue, I need to restart the stream, and I don't feel like doing that. And it seems like it's working fine.
This guy bought
but
a whole
there might
media
be like a
platform for
major
$44 billion
delay.
To use it to promote.
Yo, he's so mad. Like, bro, it's funny. Like Destiny's thoughts on how Destiny's thoughts on how when Elon bought the platform, like it's changed. It used to be like, oh, he'll like X is gonna die. No one's gonna want to stay on it. And then X is now still alive, and people are still staying on it. And now he's like, well, now like look at this. It's his corruption. He bought this whole thing that was supposed to die a long time ago. He has all these influence now, and he's literally just crying. He's crying. He's mad. He's so mad at the fact that Elon Musk bought Twitter, and then it didn't die, and then people stayed on it, and now he has all this influence, and now he doesn't like the opinions that Elon Musk has, and he has all like this guy has all this power, Elon Musk has all this power, and he doesn't share the same opinions as Destiny, and now he's upset. He's basically in the same spot that conservatives were back then when Twitter was still Twitter, and all the ultra left-wing people had control of Twitter, and for like 2020 and stuff like that. And then Destiny was making fun of them, being like, oh, where's this issue? Like, or he wasn't even in the general sphere. It's funny how he's now becoming the conservatives of like 2020, basically, just getting all mad and upset that they don't have like a big platform that has their opinions and stuff like that. But now they do. So Destiny's mad and upset, and it's just fun to watch him go through the same thing. And now he's experiencing it for the first time. And yeah.
Oh, Trump, how can you not say that name when talking about donors?
Many shows, and I've talked about.
Oh yeah, he did mention the donors. He did mention Elon Musk, but Destiny doesn't watch the show, so like obviously he wouldn't know this information.
Remember, Elon's a donor.
You didn't say it to Charlie.
I talked about Miriam Adelson being a donor. When I get to Miriam Adelson, we go back to agreement.
Actually, you know what?
And you might not.
We're gonna look this up right now. Actually, we'll just do it on this side. Why not? Cenk Uygur on Charlie Kirk. Videos. Give me the full interview. Jay Vance speaks at no. Oh. Thank you, girl. Cenk Uygur. Oh my god. Shit. I'm like, why can't I find this? Shank? Frick, do you spell this guy's name? Oh, Yeah, okay, whatever. There we go.
Where's Neri? It's fine, I just don't know how to share as I'm old laughs.
It's fine, I don't worry. Know how to share. Oh, that's fine. No worries. No worries, you don't have to. Transcript. And then Alt F4, no, Control F. And then we put in Elon. Oh shoot, did he not? This is the transcript of the entire thing. Wait.
Shows that are not part of TYT, that's in the left-wing ecosystem.
How about this? Musk. Wow, I guess he literally didn't say. Well, maybe he only watched this one. Let's do. No, because like his name is, well, Patrick Bat David. Patrick Bat David. And then. What? This was, no, not a year ago. We're looking for the one that's super August, November. Was it? Oh, a month ago. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if his song is copyrighted, so I'm not gonna play it. And then Control F. Musk. Okay, there we go.
Yesterday, maybe Rob, if you have that clip to show it as well, that'd be great. Biden was wrong to shun Musk, says who? A Rogan, lost a Tulsi, lost a Bobby, lost a Musk, lost a Trump, lost a... All these guys were former Democrats. Why do you think... And let's set Trump aside, because maybe Trump's Democrat in the 80s and 90s. That's kind of how I look at it when I think about it. I think Musk... What? What is that all about? I mean, that's both of them are... And I'm with you on the establishment side, you know, because you saw the other day Bernie Sanders agreeing with Musk. What? What is that all about? I mean, that's both of them are anti-establishment. So that is the area of agreement. So I agree with you there, Tom. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I appreciate you using the word authentic. We did a 17-week show where we were counting down the polls. Every week we were going through. And we found the true polls that were Trafalgar, Rasmussen.
I mean, that's not Cenk explicitly... I mean, yeah, I need to find something that Cenk explicitly...
They kind of don't like their base, right? But when I put out the tweet about Elon Musk and cutting the Pentagon, why did Elon and Donald Trump Jr. respond? Is it because of me? Maybe partially, but mainly it was because look at all those right-wingers in the comments section going, yeah, cut the Pentagon, yes, conflict of interest rules for generals. And I bet I can get agreement on that here too, right? But I am curious, do you guys want to cut the Pentagon?
Of course. Cut the Pentagon. So let's go through a couple different numbers because we actually just did this the other day. The annual...
Okay, so he's not 100% against it, but he's not going to outright just agree just instantaneously. He's going to think through it. But I guess Destiny's like, oh, this is not like, well, you know, that's an argument that he didn't make yet, and I'm not going to disprove an argument that wasn't made yet, so we're just going to ignore that.
Of how much the U.S. government spent last year was what, Rob? $4.7 trillion? I think the number's $4.7 trillion, okay? Of the $4.7 trillion, what is it?
Like, Destiny made that argument in a completely different video, and it's irrelevant, so I'm not going to go into it.
Well, I know, but I took the 1.4 out. Right, there about $4.5 trillion in revenue is what he gets. We spent $6.1 trillion, so about 4.5, 4.7.
All right, let's see. Let's see. That was close. I mean, he did mention his name. At least you can give Zhang that.
Oh, they kind of don't like their base, right? But when I put out the tweet about Elon Musk and cutting the Pentagon, why did Elon and Donald Trump Jr. respond? Is it because of me? Maybe partially.
This is the same thing.
I think it was 2 weeks ago when I said the next thing that's going to be happening with mainstream media and the enemy and the establishment is finding ways to pin Trump against Musk.
Called it.
Pinning themselves against each other, because I think the enemy of the state, as of November 5th, it was Trump. As of November 6th, it is Musk. And they have to find a way to go after Musk in every possible way. And here's another one that you're seeing here. Vivek Ramaswamy once trashed Elon Musk as a puppet for China. Rob, is there a clip here or is it a story?
Yep.
If you want to play this clip, go for it.
But I'm going to break a cardinal rule, an unspoken rule in the Republican Party these days and in the conservative movement by saying that...
Oh, wow. People in the Conservative Party criticizing each other? Wow, who would have thought? In Destiny's world, that doesn't happen, right?
If somebody's an actual hero and they're doing a certain thing, you can't criticize them when they do something wrong. That's Elon Musk, apparently, according to the Chinese government, as of yesterday's reports, kowtowing to the Chinese Communist Party, presumably as a basis for gaining favorable market treatment there. Their foreign minister, China's foreign minister, yesterday reported publicly on a meeting that Elon...
I mean, I can understand why Elon Musk would do that, because Elon literally has a giant gigafactory making Teslas in that market. Like, he has a massive market in China. And there's a lot of people in China. Teslas are freaking cool cars, man. Like, I understand why China likes them, and I understand why it's popular, but he has to placate to them because, they're a very big government, and you can't say bad things about a very big with a government that has a lot of power, and you're very beholden on them. Like, they could literally just annihilate the thing that he has going on in China, like, very easily, and it kind of sucks. Uh-oh. Whatever. Who cares?
With Chinese officials, in which he said that he doesn't support a decoupling from China, but instead called the U.S. and Communist China conjoined twins, using his words, according to the Chinese officials. Now, maybe Elon doubted that characterization of the meeting, but turns out that Tesla's vice president in China posted the CCP's statement on Weibo, a Chinese social network in China, though they perhaps quite cleverly didn't post that here in the United States. I don't think it would have gone as well over here. Now we know that there's news reporting on what happened in that meeting. It's part of a continued, and I think concerning pattern of...
Yes, they're playing the game. Yes, they're playing politics. Yes, they're playing the game within China so they can stay in China's good graces. No, duh. Yeah, like, Tesla wants to sell cars everywhere. And in order to do that, you got to placate to the government that's working there. Just like how Elon's playing to the government of the United States, he's also playing to the government of the Chinese company. Like, he wants to sell his stuff. Come on now. It's not,
a number of American CEOs,
it's not rocket
let's just stick
science.
to Elon in the case of Tesla, last October, inexplicably, out of nowhere, no one's asking the CEO of an electric car maker to offer his opinion on this necessarily, or are they? Saying that Taiwan should reunify with China. Said that last October. Literally days later, actually gets a nice little attaboy pat on the back from the CCP when they give special tax benefits in Shanghai, only to follow up next year of building a new factory for Tesla in Shanghai as well. Well, now the conservatives in the U.S., what do they see? Conservatives love hero worship in the United States. They're worshiping their latest hero. I respect, by the way, a lot of...
Top 50.
Okay.
But Trump is one. Musk is top 3.
Is it 50 Cent? 50
Yeah,
trolls.
listen, Jake Paul is there. I mean, there's a lot of different people when you think about some of these guys. But anyways, gang, reminder before we wrap up.
I mean, they mention Elon Musk's name a bunch in this podcast in the 2 hours. So, like, even though I couldn't find the explicit clip where Zhang basically calls him out, he does mention him a bunch of times. So, like, it's very easy for Zhang to, like, over exaggerate what he was saying. Plus, there's other podcasts that Zhang has went on that I only know of these two. But he was also on Tim Pool's thing. I guess we could look that one up. Tim Pool, Zhang Uyghur. Oh my god, shark yogurt. Temple shark yogurt, okay.
Liberal democracy is a...
No. Videos. We need the hour long. There we go. 2 hours and 40 minutes. cut this out.
Welcome to the culture war, everybody. This one's going to be fun. We're hanging out with Cenk Uygur.
Oh, this is a year ago. This is a year ago. The wrong... okay. The wrong one. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Was it... Oh, no. This is literally the video that I'm watching right now. There we go. What? No. Okay, you know what? Not that important. We're gonna go back to Destiny.
I expect that from the right wing who supported Israel throughout my entire life. But now when we talk about Israel with the right wing, half of them go, yeah, no, you're right. I don't know why we're... And they're not doing it out of the charity of their heart. They're not doing it because they love Muslim lives so much. They're doing it because they don't want, in their way of thinking, they don't want to waste money on there. Why are we giving it to Israel when we should be having it here at home? But I'll take it. But I never would have gotten there if I never talked to them. I never
True.
Yeah, but you didn't move them in that position. Some of them, the hatred of Jews, and most of them just the not seeing the point in America being involved in these things. Those same people, they're like, good, I'm glad you guys don't want to be militarily involved with Israel. We're like, yeah, we need to save our money so that we can give it to Americans who can buy M4s and go to Panama and take that over. It's like, wait, hold on.
I mean, even that garbage analogy that he just made would obviously be better than giving money to Israel in Cenk's eyes. Not my opinion, Cenk's opinion. But like, that's worth it to him. But Destiny doesn't understand that because Destiny doesn't actually think that's a... Like, Destiny doesn't think that, so therefore he wouldn't understand.
How much they got concerned about funding Israel if I hadn't talked to them. So these are the things that we discover when we go to have these conversations. On the other hand, when you get to Elon, they pause and they're like, wait.
I thought Cenk did very briefly mention Musk as a donor. If he did mention it, it was in the lightest way possible. I don't remember him mentioning it.
In a new direction. They will never voluntarily accept populism. They are built on donor money. They are of the donors, by the donors, for the donors. So what I need left...
Keep in mind also, when you say populism, all populism really means is you've got a group of citizens who are opposed to the bureaucracy or parts of it. That's it. Like, one way that populism expressed itself was in the civil rights era when labor unions fought against integrating and promoting black workers. This was populism. They felt that the bureaucracy and the Civil Rights Act was disgusting. It was a huge overreach of the federal government, that the federal government is going to come in and start telling us that we have to hire people of protected classes, that we can't discriminate on this. That was a form of populism, right? Populism can also express itself in ways of like we want to, I don't know, left-wing or right-wing ways. Like it can but populism on its own is not necessarily good or bad. It's just like a thing of people who have some level of discontent with the establishment and see a strong man or figure as their way kind of like through it, broadly speaking. But it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing in and of itself. And if anything, as an American citizen, our country is pretty foundationally and structurally is pretty opposed to the concept of populism, because all of the founding fathers, my guess is, would say, or at least the Federalists would all say that populism is literally fucking brain rot. Populism is the worst of us. Populism is crowds of men angrily screaming for a particular thing that they might even know individually or personally is wrong, but because they're in a group, they'll say this stupid thing and they'll do this stupid thing. And that's why we have all of these processes and procedures to stop these types of things. My favorite one so far has been Federalist number 15, but it's a heavy one, but there's a lot of good quotes in here. It at all times betrayed an ignorance of the true springs by which human conduct is actuated and belied the original inducements to the establishment of civil power. Why has government been instituted at all? Spoiler alert, at least up to Federalist 19, is not for freedom of speech. Fuck me. Because the passions of men will not conform to the dictates of reason and justice without constraint. Has it been found that bodies of men act with more rectitude or greater disinterestedness than individuals?
The contrary of this has been inferred by all accurate observers of the conduct of mankind, and the inference is founded upon obvious reasons. Regard to reputation has a less active influence when the infamy of a bad action is to be divided among a number than when it is to fall singly upon one. Right? Groups of people make dumb decisions. They don't have as much responsibility for it. A spirit of faction, which is apt to mingle its poison in the deliberations of all bodies of men, will often hurry the persons of whom they are composed into improprieties and excesses for which they would blush in a private capacity. Populism, I would say, probably stands against like foundational American principles. It's why we have things like protected classes. It's why we have a Senate. It's why we have some form of federal government, like is to stand in opposition to just like large mobs of people that want to scream about a thing. But that's neither here nor there, whatever.
Wait, I like Elon, right? So that means you got more work to do. And in the next conversation, you talk a little bit more about Elon and a little bit more, etc. So this is the way to break through and for the country to finally like have conversations without constantly just walling each other off and saying they think we're so extreme. Like, for example, I go to talk to Charlie Kirk. The left is saying, oh, I can't believe you talked to Charlie Kirk when he said X, Y, Z. But do you know that the right wing is saying the same thing to Charlie? I can't believe you talked to Cenk when Cenk has said Nazi, fascist about Trump, and which I didn't even remember the Nazi part. But you showed me there, and there's a video going around, so I must have said it.
Yeah, but the difference is that when you're talking to Charlie and when you're talking to Tim, they're pulling you over just to agree with their point. They're not giving.
The difference is that I disagree with one of them and the other one I don't disagree with. So argument one.
Giving you any concessions. Charlie didn't make a single concession to you. Charlie didn't agree on a single thing to you, but he got you to sit there and throw the entire Democratic establishment, which represents, by the way, 95% at least of the Democratic Party, under the bus. Charlie didn't throw anybody under the bus. In fact, I want to say, I feel like I remember this, but I don't remember exactly what. I think there was an end here where I think Cenk was even trying to get Charlie to come over on something, and Charlie didn't even take the bait.
Yes, the bankers, they're like, no, the bankers are great, the bankers are great. Oh, I was so frustrated. And now all of a sudden, we got the right-wing populists saying, let's ban the bankers from buying our homes so they don't drive up the prices. Yes, the left, take yes for an answer, And look, what I said online on X was, at least what we got out of this.
I know listen, my arguments are not contrarian, okay? Because I'll back them all up. Fuck you if you say it, challenge me on it. But I will say, I would feel very uncomfortable being in front of an audience like this and having them cheer for me, okay? I would much rather be booed. I love the boos from these types of audiences. Yes, hate me. Yes, hate me. Yes!
Election is. We're no longer in an establishment prison.
And then he wonders why he has no friends.
Right? And if you say, yeah, but we're going to fight in the populist woods, yes. But at least we're all human out here. We defeated the corporate robots, and we've got more fights with the corporate robots to come. But out here in the woods, when I see you guys, I don't hate you anymore, right? I see my fellow Americans.
Like, what does corporate robot mean? What is a corporation? Is the Trump brand? Is that composed or comprised of corporations? Is Tesla a corporation? Is SpaceX a corporation? Is X a corporation? Like, what is a corporation if not these things? And what are Elon and...
I mean, it's the corporations that you don't like. True, 100%.
Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump and any of these other billionaires, if not the heads of corporations. I'm sure he's quoting theory. And I don't know what theory he's quoting, but it reminds me of in 1984 when Winston and that girl break into that house and they're reading like the forbidden literature. One of the things that they read is that the way that society works is like you have the rulers, and then you've got like the people beneath them, and then you've got like the lower class. And that history is just the rulers and the people beneath them swapping places over and over and over again, with like the lower class like cheering for different power changes, but they're never ever advanced through any of these like powership swaps. And that's what this feels like a little bit. Like, I'm sorry, MAGA is not benefiting from Elon Musk getting H-1B visas or, you know, more tax cuts for fucking SpaceX and Tesla. Like.
And so in these populist woods, we'll sometimes have skirmishes, sometimes we'll have battles, but the main thing I'm trying to drive with the 6 points of the populist plan.
That's directly from Marx? Okay, maybe, yeah.
Higher wages for Americans, time off for moms after they have a baby, anti-war. The reason the Pentagon. Oh yes. So the reason I picked those is not because they're the most left-wing positions, because those are the positions we all agree on, right? And God help the establishment if we actually work together to do those things. And finally, to the heart of your question, Charlie, you know, I proposed on X, cut the Pentagon, make sure the generals cannot work for the military-industrial complex afterwards, and free Edward Snowden. I agree.
turning points, if you will, in how I started to view the right wing is when you came on the Young Turks at the RNC, and we started talking about banning private equity from buying residential real estate. So which I totally agree with. That the young people in this audience should not have to compete against BlackRock to be able to own a home. Do you guys agree?
Oh wait, here was it this? 1 second.
Okay, but I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Oh, and he just fucking destroys him. Like, Cenk is coming at this so, and this is why Charlie Kirk's demeanor and disposition, I don't know whether there's those two words, that's why I always sound together. Charlie Kirk's disposition here is so intentional. Same thing with Tim Pool, right? Guiding the conversation to where he wants it to go, right? That when Cenk...
Oh, again, the host pointing out what the host does. Okay, cool. Yeah, guiding the conversation. It's not like it's their job.
...is crawling and begging, okay? Cenk is begging. Can you... Okay, I've crawled this far. Can you, like, meet me, like, 10%? Charlie, this is an incredibly... confrontational in terms of conversational maxims or whatever, right? He is an incredibly confrontational response to this, right? No.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah.
And then Cenk just abandons it immediately.
No, there was a lot of applause, and
which is like so funny because it's like, well, wait, then in that case, why the fuck do we care about BlackRock buying up homes? Who cares then? It's the free market.
With some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right, and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here.
And then he generalizes it again, right? Like, all Americans should have freedom. Yay! Even the black slaves. Okay, well, we can at least agree that all citizens, Americans, should have freedom. Yay! It's like, okay. That's a start, guys. Like, that's essentially Mark's example. And that's essentially what's happening. Like, the analogy was on point. It worked, but I don't even think Cenk engaged with it. He managed to slither away from that as well.
But that's okay. And Jenkins defends trans girls going into high school sports in women's. So a lot of people hate that Charlie talked to me because they view me as completely extreme and illegitimate and out of bounds.
No, I don't think any of them were unhappy about that conversation. They might not like you, but they didn't judge Charlie harshly for it.
What we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. So, but
do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
Well, look, that's a good question because illegitimate and out of bounds.
Wait, what?
And what we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. So, but
do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
What does he think Charlie Kirk stands for or believes in? Cenk, no. How do you have to think about this?
Well, look, that's a good question because I don't hate white people, and
I mean, Cenk has to think about it because he's not like a political hack that just automatically just says, "Oh, other side bad." Yeah, obviously, I'm not that. Like, bro, Destiny, come on now, chill.
What does that have to do with anything? What? Wait, what was that response? I don't hate white people? What?
I don't say anything against white people in general. I would never say like, hey, if I go to a plane and there's a white pilot, I'm worried. All right. So it's not exactly right that we're the same side.
Exactly. That's why it's not fair to say, well, they say the same thing about me. Well, y'all ain't the same. I also think it's interesting that you
think it's the same, Mark, but they do think it's the
same.
But
it's okay to say they're wrong. But also, I just to be a little petty, I appreciate you saying you're not like Charlie Kirk because you don't hate white people. You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild.
No.
That you can accept that he hates black people and don't think he's a white supremacist. That's just weird to me. But just, I know you guys.
Wait, hold up. That's actually like,
can't stand it.
That's kind of
it is
bullshit.
an unhelpful term. I agree, but that's not.
Hold up. Like, he just accused Charlie of hating black people. We're gonna look that up right now. And we're gonna chat GPT it. I screwed up my other text-to-speech thing. Does Charlie Kirk hate black people? Racist black pilot comment. That doesn't mean he hates black people. But let's ask ChatGPT. What do you have to say? There is no definitive evidence that Charlie Kirk, the conservative... Oh, wait, did it just... That's funny. There is no evidence to suggest that Charlie Kirk... Oh, wait, hold up. You guys can't even see it. There is no evidence that Charlie Kirk, the conservative commentator and funder of Turning Point USA, hates black people in quotation marks. However, Charlie Kirk has been criticized for some of his views and comments, particularly around race and social issues, which have sparked controversy. Some of the key criticisms, controversial comments on race. Kirk, or Charlie, I'll just say Charlie Kirk. Kirk has made statements that some people interpreted as dismissive or insensitive to issues of racial inequality. Really? So that's dismissive or insensitive. Okay, yeah. You don't hate if you hate someone, you're not going to just be dismissive and insensitive. Like Candace Owens is very dismissive and insensitive to like her racism past. Very dismissive and insensitive, but it's only because she's been beaten over the head like a lot about it. Like it's fine to be that way. Like that doesn't mean you hate them. It means that you're just not gonna sympathize with them, because like if you want sympathy, like you could just go anywhere else but them, obviously. Like you can go out into the world and meet normal people that aren't politicos, and you'll get the most sympathetic sympathy that you could ever imagine as a black person. Criticism of black side. Okay, so if you criticize Black Lives Matter, I guess that means that you hate black people. Kirk has been a vocal... I'm being facetious when I say that. Kirk has been vocal on his opinion that Black Lives Matter, which advocates for racial justice and... Okay, engagement with conservative black figures. Charlie Kirk has often highlighted and celebrated the black conservative figures who do not subscribe to left-wing views on race. Ah, okay. So if you don't subscribe to left-wing views on race, then you must hate black people. Obviously, you must insinuate that you hate black people. Obviously, if you don't believe in left-wing views on race, which is some criticisms of a way of discriminating. Despite the controversies, Charlie Kirk has denied the accusation of racism. He often emphasized individualism. So this guy was literally just lying. This guy was just lying.
White people. You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild and bizarre that you can accept that he hates black people and don't think he's a white supremacist. That's just weird to me. But just...
Bro, it's wild and bizarre that you actually think that he hates them in the first place. Like, what? Like, what? This is what I'm saying. They live in completely different worlds. Bro. Like, it's just, we're not going to agree. Like, they just live in a completely separate tract of, like, universe. Like, the whole multiverse theory, for when the Avengers put in multiverse, like, bro, they were hitting on something. We are living in the multiverse right now. This is the world they live in. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, bro, this isn't the same world. Like, what? What are you talking about? You're literally just lied about the fact that, and Destiny's even like, he's not even gonna like sidetrack. He's not even gonna like fact check that. That's crazy.
I know you guys
it's such an unhelpful term. I can't stand it.
As a black person,
it is an unhelpful term. I agree, but that's not really.
You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild and bizarre that you can
which he appreciates. Disgusting.
That's just weird to me. But just I know you guys
like bro, it's just disgusting now. Like this guy could just say to Jank that and just slander Charlie Kirk like that. Like I don't really care for Charlie. I don't watch him, but like to say something as disgusting like something as a lie like that. Like, bro, he could literally sue you for defamation. That's... Bro. That's just... I mean, he says that he hates, which is an opinionated type of term. So I guess he can't sue him for an opinion.
It's such an unhelpful term. I can't.
But that's like that's borderline defamation. Borderline defamation.
It is an unhelpful term. I agree, but that's not really what he's talking about. Hold on, let me use the restroom 1 sec. I need to get some fucking blood pressure medication for this shit. Jesus. 1 sec.
And as a black person, I can tell you, I find it unhelpful that someone could acknowledge someone hates black people, but thinks the most unhelpful thing is calling them white supremacists. I mean, can you imagine?
No, that's not helpful, brother.
Well, Cenk didn't say it was the most unhelpful thing. Cenk just said it's not helpful to say that. Like, look, you're literally strawmanning him. He didn't say it was the most unhelpful thing. Come on now. And notice how Destiny doesn't even point that out. Whenever Cenk does like a little bit of a straw man to him, Destiny automatically just picks it up and says, "Whoa, that's a straw man. You can't be saying that." But then when he strawmans, when this guy strawmans Cenk Uygur, Destiny's just quiet, silent. And then when this guy lies about Charlie Kirk, it's just silence from Destiny. Silence. Like it's just rich. It's just rich.
Show you 100 Islamophobes that are hardcore Islamophobes, but me calling them Islamophobes is not helpful. It's never going to break through to them. You've got to.
Destiny will only answer comments that support his ideas. Saying that SpaceX is a corp is simply incorrect. What am I incorrect on there? What do you mean? Are you going to try to like actually me and that like SpaceX is actually like an LLC subsidiary of like another corporation, or what?
I mean, that's all you do, Destiny. All you do is actually. Like when it plays to Destiny's worldview, it's a actually. When it doesn't, it's we need to generalize this to the max.
SpaceX is privately owned though. What do you think that means? And what do you think a corporation is? In the United States, we need to ban the word public just shouldn't be used. Nobody has any fucking idea what public means. When people talk about a public space, they don't know what it means. When people talk about like publicly traded corporations, they're not public. They're not publicly owned. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, it was a losing point.
Sorry.
Good job, Destiny.
Corporation just refers to like the formal structure of a company. So for a C-level corporation in the United States, I believe that there are requirements where you have to do like quarterly meetings. You have to have like a board of directors. There might be other requirements. I don't know. I don't have a C Corp. Publicly traded just means that shares, so parts of your business that people can buy, are available on markets. So like if I go to the like they're available from public, like a public person can just buy a share of your company, right? A privately traded or privately owned corporation, those shares aren't necessarily available for people to just buy and sell on whatever stock market things. I don't know how you get listed in particular exchanges or whatnot, but
go to a different strategy. So when I go to a different strategy, instead of going, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out.
Yes, correct. I can start a corporation tomorrow and be the sole owner, owning all shares. When you are publicly traded, technically each shareholder is an owner. I don't know what you think this has to do with refuting anything I said. Also, I'm not sure if you can have a single member C Corp. Because I think you actually have to have like different positions that are filled, but maybe the same person can hold those different positions. I think you have to like have meetings and shit, like quarterly or yearly. Can you make a single member C Corp? Let me check. I don't actually know. I don't think doing a C Corp election is the same as forming a C corporation. So like for instance, my LLC, I've done the S Corp election, but I don't think I'm technically like an S corporation. I'm just having my LLC get an S Corp tax treatment, but I don't think that's the same thing as having an actual C corporation. But I would have to get into, I don't know enough about this because I don't have a formal corporate entity. I don't think you can form a C Corp with a single person. I think you need to have like a board and shit, or like a C-level thing filled out or something, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that, so I don't know. Okay.
Go to a different strategy. So when I go to a different strategy, instead of going, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out, which which I think you're basically doing, which I appreciate, and that's why there's an interesting conversation. I've got other folks saying, no, tear them down, tear them down. Don't ever talk to anyone on the other side. They're white supremacists. They're this, they're that. That if you go in the room with them, they instantly gain credibility and legitimacy, and now you help them. Help them how, man? That's, I don't know, man. I just think the idea of not hating them, being helpful to them, is a very wrong way of thinking about it.
Well, I think
yes, true.
And I know we got to go. I think, again, it's not something about going in the room. It's what we do in the room.
Curious, when you started the Red Pill arc, how did you gain the trust of the viewers? Were you able to go in there and immediately start arguing over some of their fundamental beliefs? No, my goal, my approach was always trying to balance a couple of very important things, or a few very important things. One is that I always wanted to have a good time, right? It's important when I go on shows that it looks like I'm having fun, and that I am having fun. That's an important thing because it makes people more likely to listen to things you say. Like my Fresh and Fit appearances, the first several ones, I think the last one I might have just been legitimately fucking irritated, but most of my appearances are funny. It's a good time. I'm making good jokes. Like I'm like, you know, bantering back and forth. Like being able to go on a show and have a good time is actually a really important thing. That's the first thing. And the second thing is I'm probably not going to fight on every point, and I'm going to let a lot of shit slide that I wouldn't agree with, but I will find a few important things that I think this is worth fighting over. That was generally my strategy when I went on these types of shows.
But I think the one thing a white supremacist hates being called is a white supremacist. The one thing that racists hate being called is a racist. And I think, and usually the people calling them racist or white supremacists are the people who are catching hell from them. And so I think it's sort of bizarre to police the language or to tell someone, for example, hey, that person that hates Muslims, it's not helpful for you. That person that called you a towelhead, that person that called you a devil worshiper, that person that called you a pagan and a rapist, it's not helpful to call them Islamophobic. Oh, that person that called you a nigger, oh, no. It's not helpful for you to call them white supremacist. That feels paternalistic and almost...
Did that just get my Twitch banned? I wasn't expecting him to say that, but I mean, I can technically say it.
And secretary, that's the
I don't care for that word, though.
Everything else is just a title as required. Yeah, I think that might be right. I don't know if the same person can be those three things, but maybe they can be, I'm not sure.
Helpful. But I actually don't think it's your place or anyone else's place. It's like, it'd be like saying, I don't think it's helpful to... It would be like me saying to women, I don't think it's helpful for you guys to call Trump sexist or misogynistic. I don't think that's helpful, ladies. I mean, come on.
Oh my god, the only reason why it's not helpful is because people keep using it so much. It's not helpful because people overuse the words. That's the reason why it's not helpful anymore. It used to be, but you guys are stuck in the world where, oh, if we just keep calling these words again, like we've been telling them, calling these people like since 2016, maybe it might change their mind again. Maybe it might actually do something. Like what? Like, bro, you guys, you guys cried wolf too many times. And now you're like, oh, it's now when someone someone on your own side calls you out and says, you know, maybe it's not that helpful to even like say these things anymore. You're stuck in your own bubble saying like, well, actually, but they are these things. So like, why wouldn't we say these things to these people? Like, it's just stupid. It's just stupid.
A problematic claim for you to make.
No, hold on. You're conflating two things that is super unfair. Because you can call them anything you like. I'm not stopping you from calling them. I'm not stopping women from calling them whatever.
Okay, no, but that's not what he's saying. Oh, bro, Jank is doing so much weaseling around here. He's not that he's criticizing you, Jank. He's not saying like I'm saying that you're saying I can't say this.
They want. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, right? And in fact,
no. You're not doing that.
Hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said. No, I'm calling the contradiction.
No, hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said.
No, Mark.
You can backtrack, but that's not what you said. What you said was, I don't think it's helpful. I hear people doing this and it's not working. Let us try something different. Let us, not let me.
No, Mark. No. Okay, hold on. So number one, are you allowed to say whatever the fuck you want? Of course, right? I don't police anyone.
But you think it's unhelpful.
Yeah, but is it unhelpful? Yes. Okay. Now that's up to you. You want to be unhelpful because you're pissed. I get it. Especially if it affected you. So like if I go tell a fellow Muslim, hey, it's unhelpful to say the Jews are this or the Jews are that, and he goes, I don't want to hear that shit. Okay, my family got killed. I hear him, and he can say whatever he wants, right? But is it unhelpful? It is unhelpful. Okay. So for example,
I want to be clear that that's what you're saying.
Hold on, let me finish my thought.
I love the consistency.
So
oh, I love Jank's consistency. Damn, that's actually really good.
And everybody, and Kamala Harris. What did a lot of people do?
Like how I like how Destiny has nothing to say to that.
I think that they have a lot
funny.
of evidence on their side. But was it helpful? No, it wasn't helpful. It didn't work. Okay. So hold on, let me finish. So all I'm asking is, let me do my thing without assuming bad intent, without assuming that I'm helping.
Yes.
Because what I'm hearing from some portions of the left is, you are not allowed to do it. Not, hey, I don't want to do it. hey, I want to call them white supremacists. They say, no, you have to call him a white supremacist. And if you didn't call him that, then that's it. You're a bad guy, you're a traitor, you're a racist or whatever. No.
Like, no one is talking about this anymore. And you guys used to do this to people, didn't they? Didn't they? I'm trying to think if I remember them particularly being upset about people not being pure enough on that. I don't actually know if the Young Turks did that. I feel like they did. That's my feeling. But maybe they weren't the ones doing that. But nobody's talking about this right now. Why do I feel like Cenk is like a decade behind? Ugh. Why do I feel like Cenk is like a decade behind where the discourse is right now?
I don't accept that. You're not going to get me to
Because actually, it's Destiny that's a decade behind what the discourse is supposed to be like.
anything that I don't want to say. I believe in your freedom to say whatever you want, Mark, and I'm going to say whatever I want. And I think my strategy is infinitely better. I'm going to execute that.
Yes, actually.
Wins, I hope, over the long run.
True, because like you guys have been very bad faith to the people on the right for all this time, like, and Trump still won twice. Like, come on now. Obviously, what you guys have been doing for like the all this time has not been working. So
I'm going to say you're welcome.
I hope you do. Just to be clear, just on that last point. Again, I wasn't trying to tell you what to say or not to say. I was pointing out the contradiction. What you had said was you were only saying it's unhelpful for you. You weren't saying it was unhelpful. You weren't telling other people it was unhelpful. You weren't policing or critiquing the actions of others based on me saying. Let me finish. Based on me saying, when I hear you say it's unhelpful, I find that problematic as a person who's on the business end of the white supremacy. And what you just said was you weren't telling us that. You were only speaking for yourself. But then even in your rejoinder, in your response, you pointed out that you actually are saying to the people that it was unhelpful. And this isn't about their right to say it, free speech, but you're telling them that it's unhelpful. And I'm saying, telling black people or telling women or telling Muslims or telling trans folk, hey, you have a right to say this. It's your experience, but I'm just telling you that's unhelpful. I'm just telling you, even in terms of strategically uniting folk, as a black person and as a Muslim and as a whatever title you want to put on me, when I'm told that thing, for every right-wing person you potentially get, I'm telling you, you're going to lose a whole lot of us.
Okay. So, Mark, here's the thing. Again, the framing is critical because you said two words that are not the same.
I mean, hold up, there's an issue with my... Bro, you guys... Okay, shut up. I don't get it. Whatever, it's fine. We'll just ignore it.
You said policing and critiquing, okay? So I am critiquing the strategy, but I'm not policing it. I'm not the boss of anyone, okay? So people want, and in fact, on our own network, everybody's allowed to say whatever they want, and tons of our hosts disagree with me from the left on the trans issues and on all the things that you've challenged me on. And I don't police that. I don't police it. But do I critique it? Yeah, because we're having a discussion about what's the best strategy to win people over to our side.
Fair enough. That's fair. I'm saying as a black person being told, hey, you shouldn't call the white supremacist white. I can see if you said, Mark, I don't think he's a white supremacist. I think that's fair ground. But saying, yeah, he does hate black people, but it's not helpful to call him a white supremacist. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, Cenk, you really should have like...
Black people. It's more complicated than that. It's like
what you said.
He doesn't hate black people. If Cenk hated black people, he wouldn't associate himself with Candace Owens in any way whatsoever. If that's what he truly believes. Like, come on now. Like, that's obviously BS.
I said, are you opposite sides of the same coin? And you said no, because I'm not like Charlie Kirk. I don't hate white people. We're not opposite sides of the same coin. One would infer that you were saying that he hates white people. That's not a...
No, I know. And that's why I'm clarifying that, Mark.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and so it depends on the context. What are we trying to accomplish? In that case, why did I call him that? Because I'm trying to get them to understand just blanket calling someone anti-Semitic doesn't win the argument. I could just do the same exact thing and call you a bigot. And I didn't win the argument either, but at least we've neutralized it. But if they're not bringing it up and they're not saying this or that, in a place where you're trying to stop private equity from buying our residential homes, I think it's poor strategy to say, well, look at me working with these white supremacists or whatever it might be. I don't want to do straw man. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Fair enough. So what's the end game here? How do you see this ending?
Yeah, there's two possible ways. So one is that we try this, etc. Then Trump starts doing things. and they're not any of the things that the right-wing populists talked about. And then when Trump does them, they instantly change their position and go, no, I love when private equity buys my homes. I want moms to go back to the coal mines the day after having a baby. I love war now. Let's invade Panama.
Like, you understand bringing back manufacturing to the U.S. and not shipping things from that's literally going back to the coal mines. Trump is literally obsessed with clean coal. Like, he literally has said this over and over again. Clean coal, clean coal. Like, who do you think is going to mine it?
Okay, then my mission failed. And my strategy...
Bro, Destiny's actually being retarded when he says that. Like, you don't need to have miners mining coal here. We just need to transport the coal here and then open up more jobs to power those coal power plants. Like, bro, like that's just that is just the most stupidest take I've ever heard. Like, oh, he's literally trying to put women back in coal mines. Like, he's literally trying to do that. Like, obviously, right? Like, he wants coal to come back here. He wants to do coal. Like, who has to mine the coal? Who mines the cobalt for the batteries that we have that's made in the US? Freaking Africa. Like, bro, like, that's just true. Or that's where the majority of cobalt comes from. There's no US citizens mining cobalt for all the batteries that we have. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, just use your head for 2 seconds. Oh wait, he can't because he hates Cenk for giving any kind of sliver of good faith to people that are like not on that are MAGA or anything. So he just automatic hates that, and then he doesn't use his brain. His brain just turns off, like completely off. And it's just sad to see sometimes, honestly. Because like, how could someone like me, some rando on the internet, could see through this nonsense that he keeps putting out? But whatever.
Was not right. And you know what I'll do then? I'll adjust, because that's what thoughtful people do. They try to find a way to get to the answers that we want. Okay, now that's the bad case scenario. The good case scenario is not nirvana.
Do you use the iPhone map or Google Map? I use Google Maps, although it's annoying because I haven't figured out, and I don't think you can do this. When somebody sends you an address in a text message and you click it on an iPhone, I don't think there's any way to get it to, by default, open up Google Maps, even if you have Google Maps set as your default map app, which is really fucking annoying, but whatever. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure all of the map apps are about equal. I know that Apple used to have a really bad reputation for maps, but they're probably all fine now, I think.
Answers that we want. Okay, now that's the bad case scenario. The good case scenario is not nirvana. Trump does not turn into Bernie Sanders. The good case scenario is, as they're doing other things, including an enormous robbery that's about to happen, okay, maybe we get a couple of wins. Maybe, in fact, this is the craziest thing I'll say. I'm a tiny bit hopeful about turning around on Israel, because I've heard.
Who is he listening to?
Candace Owens? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What? Who is he listening to? Candace? Oh my god. Didn't you just watch a video of him literally like praising Candace Owens on her takes on Israel-Palestine? Like, what do you mean? Who is Cenk listening to? Like, oh my god. Like,
because you think a couple of Nazis online represent the main thrust of the MAGA movement? You think that you understand that, like, the biggest schism between Trump and the online crazy people, the Nazis, are Israel, right? Like, that's the biggest
in the morning.
pain
Have
point.
fun.
I'll say. I'm a tiny
all right. Thanks for stopping by, Wartsnary.
bit hopeful about turning around on Israel.
It's always nice when you come by.
I've heard those
Hopefully,
right
I'll
guys.
get
They
the
don't
normal
like
chat
funding
fixed
Israel.
again.
I'm telling you that right now, okay? If we got to turn around on Israel, oh my God, that would be such a giant win in the midst of what appeared to be hopeless times. Now, that's a hope against hope, okay? But
like, keep in mind the difference here. For Kamala Harris, you say you want to limit some of what Bibi Netanyahu is doing. You said that you want to bring the war to an end as soon as possible. You say bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Not good enough. Genocide, 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 genocide supporter. You're genocide supporter. She supports genocide. Genocide administration. Genocide, genocide. But for Trump, it's like, okay. Now I know you said you wanted to ramp up the genocide, but there is a slight chance that maybe in the future they'll change their opinion on it, even though he's given no inclination that he would ever do that, and he's said the opposite over and over again. Like, the different standard is crazy. Like, why couldn't he be as charitable as he's being to right wingers? Why not be the charitable to the actual, like, Democratic Party? What the Okay.
Here was a moment where you were on TV USA's, on Turning Point USA's conference, and Charlie Kirk, who is a Christian nationalist, he's an avowed Christian nationalist. He,
as an ex-Muslim, I hate it when people who are clearly not Muslim describe themselves as Muslims. Just
I mean, the reason why there's a double standard there is because Cenk is holding his side. I mentioned this in the beginning. Cenk is literally holding his side to a higher standard because Cenk thinks that his side deserves that higher standard. Like, they're better, and better people are supposed to be held to a higher standard. Like, why would you hold people that you think is better at a higher standard? Or do you think they're actually like that's just a true statement? I want to say that's a true statement. We need this. We need this now.
Just to push an argument. Yeah, it's actually really crazy. I think it's funny because like the contrast is for Jewish people. Like, I'll talk to Jewish people who are like, oh, you're Jewish. Are you like religious at all? And they're like, oh, no, I'm not culturally Jewish. I'm not religious. I don't do any, no, I'm not Jewish like at all. I'm just like ethnically. It's like, oh, okay. But these people like kind of follow Shabbat, or they like take like Fridays off, or Friday, Saturday, whatever off. They like kind of like moderate their diet. Like they kind of follow rules. I'm like, why the fuck do you even do this? And then they celebrate the holidays. It's like, okay, whatever. But they won't claim that they're Jewish or that they do any of the cultural shit at all. Meanwhile, in the US, it feels like so many people, I could also be just dramatically overrepresenting this because of my experience with like Hassan and others. So many people who are like 1% Arab, like in their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, like, oh, I'm culturally Muslim. When they say culturally Muslim, it literally means that they don't always order like BLTs. Like, that's it. They drink, they do drugs, they party, they'll go to brothels or whatever. They do every other possible, they gamble, every fucking possible thing you can do. It's like, what the fuck about you is culturally Muslim? What are you talking about? Do you just mean that you have some Arab or Middle Eastern, you know, like Turkish or Persian ancestry? Like, what the fuck do you mean culturally Muslim? Like, you don't do anything. You don't follow anything. Like, they'll joke about like Ramadan and shit, but they literally do nothing. They don't pray. They don't follow any tradition. They do nothing. But also maybe this is different in other places. Maybe if you go to like Dearborn, Michigan, maybe people do things where they celebrate, or they you know, pay attention to fasting or whatever. But I don't know. That's just.
And instead of pointing out the way that TPUSA has been bankrolled by Republican mega donors out of Chicago and many other places for years now, and talking about how the Daily Wire was funded by the Fracking Brothers, the Wilt.
It's like this weird illusion where like Charlie Kirk is presenting the whole right-wing movement as like this organic, ground-swelling, grassroots supported, and like ignoring the 52 different billionaires that Donald Trump has in his cabinet, or all of the other big money that goes into these things. Meanwhile, accusing the left, like, does George Soros, has he ever donated any amount of money ever to any fucking YouTube or alternative media thing ever? Like, I'm legitimately asking, has Soros ever made a contribution to any